Matthew Stern knew the circumstances surrounding his morning meeting sounded too good to be true. But it wasn't like he had a lot of options. Why Benchman Financial, a company that dealt in the buying and selling of corporate assets, had contacted him out of the blue and offered to erase every last penny of his medical debt was beyond him. But he figured that he should at least come down to their office and hear them out. Of course, he'd done his research first, and as far as he could tell, the company was the real deal. He didn't watch Fox Business or MSNBC, and he didn't own a subscription to the Wall Street Journal, but a quick web search of the company's name brought up thousands of hits from reputable news outlets all over the net. From commercial real estate to big tech, they seemed to have their tendrils in everything, although you couldn't help but notice that they didn't have much of a presence when it came to non-profit or charity work. There was, however, one exception. A program started by the company's founder awarded grants to hand-selected people who met certain unspecified criteria. One fluff piece Matthew found online ran a story about a Southern California woman who'd been the recipient of their most recent endowment. He skimmed the article and read the woman's testimony, which had only glowing things to say, then accepted Benchman Financial's request to meet. Now he was sitting in the lobby of a swanky office on the top floor of a West Los Angeles skyscraper, fiddling with the sleeve of his one good blazer, and wondering if all the people who worked there could tell he was poor. "Sir?" Matthew glanced up to see the gorgeous young blonde who worked the front desk was now hovering over him. In her designer dress and stylish pumps, she looked more like a fashion model than a secretary, and yet being within her immediate proximity made him uncomfortably aware of his own mediocrity. For a moment, he was sure she was about to accuse him of wandering in off the street like a stray dog and have him escorted from the premises, but when she parted her perfect plump lips to speak, the tone he was met with was nothing but polite and courteous. "Mr. Wilcox is ready to see you now." He followed her from the lobby, watching her hips swoosh back and forth as they passed endless rows of glass boxes, each occupied by a professionally dressed, perfectly coiffed, suited drone, either on the phone or pecking away at their computer, until they reached a large door on the other side of the office. She knocked, and the two waited quietly for a few awkward moments until a muffled voice from inside acknowledged their presence and granted Matthew permission to enter. It wasn't until the secretary had closed the door behind him that Matthew was able to grasp just how massive the office really was. Against one wall was a full bar stocked with pricey top-shelf liquor. Against the other was a television so large it could have accommodated an IMAX movie screening. In the center of the room, directly in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out on Beverly Hills, was an oversized desk, more expensive than Matthew's car, and sitting behind it was the man he had come to meet. "Matthew Stern!" He flashed Matthew a set of impossibly white, impossibly straight teeth. A small figurine twirled between his fingers. The man set the statue down in front of him when Matthew approached, then extended a hand outward. "I'm Brad Wilcox, Vice President of the Philanthropy here, Benchman Financial." Matthew approached the handshake and took a seat in a chair so low to the ground he could barely see over the edge of Wilcox's magnificent desk. "I understand you recently accrued some serious medical debt," said Wilcox. Matthew nodded. 6 months ago I had a stroke, and my insurance denied coverage on my hospital bill." "Scoundrels," Wilcox grumbled, while shuffling through paperwork on his desk. "And thank God you found us." Matthew stared at the small statue Wilcox had been playing with earlier. It was an interesting little totem carved of polished stone, a creature with the body of a man, but with 3 distinct goat heads, all looking out in different directions. He wondered where it came from. Was it a souvenir brought back from travels abroad? If so, what sort of culture would craft such a thing? He realized he'd let his mind drift when he glanced back up and noticed Wilcox was waiting for him to respond. He cleared his throat. "About that, I never applied to your program. I'm not even sure if I qualify." Wilcox threw his head back and let out a laugh. "Oh, you qualify. No need to worry. Benchman Financial has already reviewed your case. We're prepared to cover your entire bill. All His eyes scanned the open file on his desk. $114,678.32 of it. Matthew nearly swallowed his tongue. For once, it looked like something was going his way. He didn't know how or why Benchman Financial had come to him, but he wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. Erasing his debt would mean that he could finally get his life back on track. Maybe he could even start looking at wedding rings for his girlfriend. He leaned forward in his chair. What do we have to do to get the process going? Oh, it's all pretty simple. When we're done here, my secretary, Mimi, will provide you with forms to fill out. We'll need some info, of course. Proof of residency, social security, usual stuff. Then, on the next blood moon, you'll just have to perform a human sacrifice. Excuse me? Said Matthew. Mimi. She's the pretty blonde led you to my office. She's got forms. No. After that, you'll need to perform a human sacrifice. Matthew shot to his feet. You could feel his face getting hot. Okay. What kind of sicko plays a practical joke on someone in need? His rage quickly turned to self-pity, even though he'd been trying to stay guarded. Some part of him had hoped this meeting would be the answer to his problems. Hang on, said Wilcox. He rushed around his desk, palms out in a show of peace. I know it might be hard to believe, but we aren't playing a prank. This is really our offer. Benchman Financial. Pay off your entire hospital bill on the condition you perform a human sacrifice in the next blood moon. Matthew shook his head and laughed. Human sacrifice. You're talking about murder? I wouldn't put it that way. Murder's violent. This is more of a spiritual practice, you know. And don't worry about the cops. We've been running this program for 52 years. If there was any chance you can get caught, trust me, you would have heard about it by now. So is this like some cult stuff? Asked Matthew. The meeting might have been a bust, but he figured he could at least amuse himself by seeing where the conversation went. It isn't like some cult stuff. It is some cult stuff. Wilcox plopped down on the edge of his desk, loosened his tie like a cool substitute teacher, then leaned over and pressed the button on his intercom. Mimi, can you bring in the demo? He took off his jacket and began to roll up his sleeves. It's hard work keep a business like this in the black. I'm not ashamed to say we need a little outside help. I'm not talking about Congress. You already have a few of those idiots in our pockets, but let's be honest, who doesn't? Wilcox snagged a picture frame off his desk, then spun it around, revealing to Matthew a portrait of a scowling old man that looked like it should have been hanging on the wall of some haunted plantation house. That's why our company's founder, Jarvis Benchman, made a pact with an ancient god. The deal was simple. We satisfy our quarterly quota of human sacrifices. Our deity will ensure our profits continue to meet shareholders' expectations. Matthew was hearing what Wilcox was saying, but was struggling to take him seriously. He wasn't sure if he should be mad at the man for wasting his time, or laughing at the sheer insanity of what was being suggested. That debate would be put on hold the second Mimi returned to the room. Nothing about the conversation continued to be humorous after that, especially when she saw the gurney she was wheeling and the naked man strapped to the top of it. The man looked homeless. This, Matthew deduced from his long, patchy beard, matted hair, and dirt-caked hands and feet. In his mouth was a ball gag. Leather bands were fastened tight across his arms, waist, legs, even his neck, restricting his mobility. He'd been struggling against his restraints. Dried blood formed in crusty red rings where his skin met the unforgiving leather straps. "The hell is this?" Matthew shouted. He was hoping the practical joke angle was still on the table, but deep down, he was starting to panic. Mimi produced a satin pillow and kneeled in front of her boss. Sitting atop it was an ornate dagger, its hilt topped with the head of a three-faced goat. "I figured you'd be skeptical," said Wilcox as he took the dagger in his hand, "so I arranged for a demonstration." Wilcox approached the man, dragging the point of the dagger blade over his chest. "You aim for the heart, and it's the best results." He lifted the dagger over his head, and Matthew could see the ruby-red eyes of the three-faced goat sparkle in the sunlight coming through the window. Then, so quickly he barely had time to blink, Wilcox drove the dagger down, burying the blade all the way to the hilt, inside the man's chest. The homeless man's eyes shot open. He let out a scream so loud that even with a gag in his mouth, Matthew was certain the entire office could hear him. His body spasmed, his muscles tensed. While this was going on, Mimi flattened a plastic tarp across the floor, and then wheeled the gurney on top of it. She shot Matthew a smile on her way out of the room. "Oh my God!" screamed Matthew. "Not your God," laughed Wilcox. "Hang on, gotta get messy." He placed his free hand against the man's ribs, then yanked the knife out. The homeless man let out another howl, this one more awful than the last. As blood erupted from the gaping hole in his chest, it sprayed like a broken sprinkler, nearly splashing the ceiling before settling into a low, steady gurgle. Wilcox walked over to his desk and retrieved the goat-faced totem he'd been playing with earlier. When he returned to the man on the gurney, he jabbed the stone figurine inside his wound and began to spin it maliciously. "Drink, my lord." Matthew's stomach churned. This is insane! "Does that matter?" snapped Wilcox, still spinning the totem in the man's chest. "It'd be positively batshit. Who cares, as long as you get paid?" Matthew glanced at the homeless man. His breathing was becoming more shallow and his face had gone pale. He lost a lot of blood and it was clear he didn't have much time left. "Why?" Matthew blurted out. "Why do you need me for this?" "Now that is a good question." Wilcox pulled the totem from the man's chest cavity and sat back down on the edge of his desk. "Our God's picky. Not just about sacrificing someone in his name. It's about who's doing the sacrificing. And believe me, if we could satisfy him ourselves without involving outside people, we would, but this little demonstration you just watched me perform wouldn't pop our stock for an afternoon in the bull market." "So you killed a man just to prove to me that you're serious?" Wilcox shrugged. "Worked, didn't it?" Matthew's head was swimming. "I don't understand." Wilcox sighed. "Look at it like this. My bank account is 8 figures. I own 3 exotic cars you probably couldn't pronounce the name of. And my kid wants to go backstage at the Taylor Swift concert. All I need to do is make one call and boom, she's there. I'm rich as hell, so it's no big deal if the death comes by my hand. The wealthy sacrificing peasants kind of par for the course, you know? God couldn't care less about that. But you, regular Joe, that's stuff that gets his juices flowing. It needs to come from a place of desperation. Poor, worthless, pathetic losers spilling human blood for the kind of money a guy like me wouldn't even roll out of bed for." Matthew gawked at the man, who was now very clearly a corpse. His body was still leaking blood, although it was more of a trickle than a gush at this point. These people were nuts. But he didn't want to end up like the man on the gurney if he said no. "I need some time to think about it." "Of course," smiled Wilcox. "You have until tomorrow night to make up your mind. That's the blood moon. If you're not here to perform the sacrifice, we'll need to go to without backup, and you'll be left to deal with your medical bills on your own. Please understand there's someone in the wait list behind you, and you won't be offered this opportunity again." Matthew nodded and started towards the door, but only managed to take a few steps before Wilcox spoke up again. "Oh, and Matthew." He stopped in his tracks. Matthew didn't want to turn around, but he forced himself to. Once he had, he wished his eyes were anywhere else than on Wilcox. The man was sitting on the edge of his desk. Only now he had popped the blood-coated totem in his mouth and was spinning it between his lips like a lollipop. He stared at Matthew as he ran his tongue over the small figurine, slurping and sucking on it, then pulled it out and grinned. The blood smeared against his 2 white teeth. Looked as if Wilcox was smiling at him with a mouthful of peppermint candies. "When you stop at Mimi's desk on the way out, remember to get your parking validated." Matthew spent the rest of the morning at home on the couch, trying to process what he'd just witnessed. Wilcox, Mimi, and quite possibly the entire West LA branch of Benchman Financial utterly insane. That much was clear. What he was unsure about was how much danger he was in now. He was dealing with people who believed murdering another human being would somehow magically improve their company's bottom line. It was safe to say they weren't playing with a full deck of cards, but would they come after him if he turned their offer down? They hadn't threatened him directly. That wasn't enough to make Matthew feel safe. He considered calling the police, but remembered when Wilcox had suggested the company had connections with the cops. Was it possible that LAPD was in Benchman Financial's pocket? He wouldn't be surprised. They were the LAPD, after all. Plus, even if that wasn't the case, who would believe him if he waltzed into the police station and reported what he'd seen? Pulling a stunt like that would just cause him more headaches. A part of him wanted to pretend the whole thing never happened, move on. But he couldn't shake the image from his mind of Wilcox driving that dagger into the homeless man's chest. His thoughts wandered to the woman from the article that he had read, who had also been part of Benchman Financial's debt relief program. It only took a bit of research before he had it pulled up on his phone again. According to the article, her name was Letitia Jackson. Nothing about her smiling face in the picture gave him the vibe she was capable of committing murder, but the fact that she had accepted a grant from the company just 1 year prior meant she had killed someone in much the same way Wilcox had. He needed to talk to her. If anyone would know what he was dealing with, it would be her. A bit of internet sleuthing brought him to her social media profile. He gave considerable thought about what to write her. This was his one chance to get inside, information on the company. The last thing he wanted to do was scare her off. Once he was ready, he typed out a message. You don't know me, but my name is Matthew Stern. I've been contacted by Benchman Financial to take part in the same program you were involved in. I was hoping we could talk. He punched in his phone number and then hit send. The door of his apartment flung open. For a second, he thought it would be Wilcox grinning his blood-smeared grin, eyes ablaze with fire and horned goats sprouting from his forehead. Matthew threw himself back in his seat, ready to scream, but when his eyes fell upon the door, his pulse began to slow. Standing at the entrance was Nina, his girlfriend, who had been shopping with her friends all day at the mall. "Hey," she said. Nina skipped towards him, shopping bags in hand, then dropped them at his feet and took a seat beside him on the couch. She stopped chatting him up about her day, but stopped mid-sentence and cocked her head. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Nothing," Matthew lied. He glanced at the bags, taking a mental estimate of how much money she'd spent. Nina didn't know about his financial debt. He hadn't told her his insurance refused to cover his bill. He'd been afraid to. Before his stroke, she made it clear how important financial security was to her. Sure, she had expensive tastes, but up until recently, it hadn't been a problem. The occasional weekend getaway or moderately priced handbag had never been something they couldn't afford. Lately, however, he noticed her spending habits had increased. And with his debt looming over him, Matthew found himself wondering how they could maintain their lifestyle and still keep the lights on. She raised an eyebrow. "You're not about to nag me again, are you?" Money had been a point of contention between them as of late. Not just because she'd been spending more, but because he'd been on edge about it. He thought that in her eyes, he'd become a cheapskate. Someone who'd rather hoard all his money than go out on a nice date with her. They'd had more than a couple fights over it, and every time it left him feeling guilty. But he feared if he told her the truth, she'd run for greener pastures. He'd want to sacrifice their happiness because of their partner's screw-ups. "Why would I nag you?" he asked. "Good." She gave him a peck on the cheek. His phone rang. He checked the screen and saw it was an unknown number. Who's that? Probably a telemarketer. Matthew sat the phone down on the coffee table and leaned back in his seat. "Why don't you show me what you picked up at the mall?" Her eyes lit up. She pulled out a dress and resumed the conversation about her day. He watched her talk as she did. He was reminded how much simpler life was before his finances went to hell. He wanted to tuck himself away in that feeling. No matter how hard he tried to forget about it, that debt was always there, bearing down on him like a hydraulic press. For so long, he had thought that his massive medical bill had been an accident. He was insured, after all. There was no way he could be saddled with such ridiculous debt, but after countless phone calls with his insurance company, reality started to sink in. He'd been played. Through some loophole, he'd been paying into a limited coverage plan, despite believing otherwise. She held the dress up to her body. How about I try it on? Matthew saw a glimpse of the tag. He knew the brand. Nothing they made was cheap. I'd love that. She leaned in and pressed her lips to his, letting them linger for a long moment before breaking their kiss, then grabbed her bags and headed for the bedroom. Wait till you see it on me. He didn't think he deserved her. Before the stroke, he'd been working up the courage to pop the question. When he was laid up in the hospital, Nina had stayed by his side all day, every day, leaving only to sneak him candy from the vending machine, and that just made him love her even more. When he got the bill and saw how much he owed the hospital, he realized marriage was further away than ever. He couldn't afford a ring with that kind of debt looming over him, and the lavish wedding that he knew she dreamed of was out of the question. Tying the knot meant entangling their finances. He wasn't sure how she'd react if it meant that she had to take on that kind of burden. He wanted to do right by her, but at the moment, it seemed as if the only option he had was to take this Wilcox lunatic up on his offer. He grabbed his phone and checked his voicemail, eager to see if the call had been Letitia. It had not. The message was from the hospital's billing department, notifying him that he'd missed another payment. Matthew let out a frustrated groan and deleted it. He'd been getting a lot of calls from random numbers lately. Every single one hitting him up for money he didn't have. There was no reprieve. Email, phone, even post. They came at him from all angles. The thought of opening his mailbox and finding yet another bill scared him just as much as the dagger-wielding psychopath he'd met earlier that day. His phone rang again. Once more, the caller ID showed a number he didn't recognize. He felt a rage boil over inside of him. These leeches made him want to scream. Matthew needed to unload on someone. He didn't care who. But for once, he needed to feel like he was in control. He answered the call. "I don't have your money, you blood-sucking parasites!" "Hello?" said the voice on the other line. "This is Letitia Jackson. I assume I'm speaking with Matthew Stern?" Her eyes scanned the neighborhood behind him when she greeted Matthew at the door the following morning. Letitia appeared on edge, nervous, perhaps even a little afraid to speak with him, but their face-to-face meeting had been at her insistence once she learned about his offer. Gone was the smiling woman from the picture that he had seen online. This one was thinner, more stern, and she looked like she'd aged years since that photo had been taken. A gray streak ran through her hair, and wrinkles creased her face around her eyes and mouth. Once inside her home, Matthew was able to see a different side of her. He'd been anxious before walking through her front door, but the kids' toys scattered across the floor helped to ease his nerves. Aside from that, the rest of the home was neat and orderly. Pictures of children and grandparents hung on the wall. Knickknacks lined the shelves, porcelain cats and overpriced candles. This was not the home of the cold-blooded murderer Matthew had expected to meet. No, this was a woman with a family. She disappeared into the kitchen and reemerged moments later with 2 cups of coffee. She'd even gone to the trouble of breaking out the fine china. Matthew accepted the drink and sat across from her on the living room couch. "It was a wildfire for me." There was a pained smile on her face. "You remember them from a year ago? 400 acres went up in flames. A lot of homes, too. Mine was one of them. Well, part of it, anyway." She nodded to the kitchen. Matthew thought it looked newly renovated when he first sat down, but now you could tell it had been completely rebuilt. He remembered the fires she was talking about. Just north of Los Angeles, they were all over the news. The air quality was bad enough to turn the sun beet red even where he lived. Of course, the insurance company didn't cover it. Act of God, they said. Appraisers told me I was looking at more than $200,000 to repair the damage. Matthew took a sip of his coffee. And that's when Benchman Financial reached out to you?
Yeah.
Her eyes fell to the floor.
You have to understand, I got kids at the time. I had 3 boys living under my roof and no daddy to help with the bills. Didn't have anywhere else to live.
Matthew nodded. And you went through with it? You, performed the sacrifice? At this time, he'd been judging Letitia for taking the deal, but now he was starting to understand how she was swayed. It wasn't easy being a single parent. Adding the threat of homelessness to that equation sounded like a nightmare.
Do you know what it is?
Asked Letitia, her voice a whisper.
Their god, the 3-faced goat, the dark prince of the great beyond. Have you ever heard about Goetia?
Matthew shook his head.
Demons. That's what they're worshipping over at Benchman Financial. One in particular named Canizales. There's a book. It's called The Lesser Key of Solomon. A lot of people know about that. It ain't no secret, but there's a lost key. One that should have stayed lost. That's how they found out about this one.
You could see something stirring behind her eyes. It wasn't paranoia or even fear. No, this was trauma. He almost felt it was cruel to press on, but he had to know more. So, you sacrificed a homeless person to a demon. Then what? What happened next? Letitia drew back. Homeless person? His phone began to ring. She stopped abruptly as he pulled it from his pocket. Who is it? Matthew glanced at the screen, expecting it to be yet another unknown number, but felt his heart nearly stop when he saw what it said. He raised the phone and showed the caller ID that read Benchman Financial. Letitia recoiled and covered her mouth with her hands. "Don't answer it," she hissed. He didn't listen. This was getting weird, but he needed to see things through. He pressed the answer button and raised the phone to his ear. "Matthew." It was Wilcox. "How you doing, bud? Could you, be a pal? Put your phone on speaker so Letitia could hear me, too." Why on earth was this psycho calling him now? More importantly, how did he know he was with Letitia? His heart was pounding. He didn't just want to hang up the phone. He wanted to chuck it through the window, but something compelled him to follow Wilcox's instruction. "You've been very naughty, Letitia," sighed Wilcox. "Please, please," the woman shouted. There was a frantic look in her eyes. "I didn't tell him nothing. He just showed up here." "Come on now," droned the voice of Matthew's phone. "Don't lie to me, girl. And Matthew, I can't believe you'd throw away a golden opportunity like this. You just signed an NDA yesterday." "No, I didn't," said Matthew. "I was filling out the paperwork after our meeting, but when Mimi tried to print the NDA, there was a paper jam. She said that I could sign it when I come back." The voice went silent for a moment, and Matthew could hear the rustle of papers on the other end of the line. "Son of a gun. Yes, you're right," laughed Wilcox. "Mimi is the granddaughter of one of our board members. Between you and me, she's not the sharpest knife in the drawer. Definitely need that NDA signed ASAP, though. I'm going to have her email it to you, so you can go ahead and sign it electronically at your earliest convenience. It'd be very much appreciated." "Will do," said Matthew. "And once that's done, there'll be no blabbing about any of this, you understand?" "I do." "As for Letitia," said Wilcox playfully, "girl, you did sign an NDA. I just pulled your file to double check, and it's right here, so you know what that means." "It's all his fault!" Letitia had broken down into tears. "You've played a part in it," said Wilcox. He was speaking to her the way a kindergarten teacher might scold a child who refused to share their toys. "Matthew might not have signed anything, but you have, so I'm afraid we'll have to remove your grant." "No, don't do that!" she screamed. "My boys! The bank will take the home from us!" "Cut the shit, you selfish cunt," snapped Wilcox. "We both know you don't give a fuck about your kids. You can take me off speaker now, Matthew." Matthew felt like an automation, unable to do anything other than what he was commanded. "No, no, no, no! You can't take my money away!" shouted Letitia. "That would mean that it was all for nothing!" She lunged at Matthew, trying to grab the phone, but he shook her off. She fell to the couch. He stood up, still holding the phone to his ear. Letitia rose to her feet too, but instead of leaping towards him again, she rushed out of the room. "What's going to happen to her?" asked Matthew. "You need to stop worrying about other people and do what's right for you," said Wilcox. "Blood moon's tonight. You're running out of time. Remember, we have a candidate dying to take your spot." Matthew turned to the door. I understand that, but... He was about to make a plea on Letitia's behalf when he got the sudden feeling that he was no longer alone in the room. Slowly, he turned around and found Letitia had returned. His mouth went dry. She was holding a gun, and he was staring down the barrel of it. "Is he still on the phone?" she asked. Matthew nodded. Cautiously, he handed her the phone and stepped against the wall. "Please, Mr. Wilcox. Ronnie and Devin. They're all I got left. We'll be on the streets in a month." Matthew couldn't hear Wilcox on the other line, but whatever he said had caused her to drop to her knees. She crumpled into a heap, gun in one hand, his phone in the other, and began sobbing. Matthew watched until he felt it was safe to creep up and take his phone back. She didn't even notice when he pulled it from her grasp. "Are you okay?" he asked. When she didn't respond, he took it as his cue to leave. He wasn't going to stick around any longer to console her. He walked out onto the front step, closed the door behind him, then lifted the phone to his ear once more. "Mr. Wilcox, are you there?" The line was dead. Wilcox had hung up. It sounded like a clap of thunder. A bang so loud Matthew's ears started ringing. Letitia's gun had gone off. A sick feeling crept into Matthew's stomach, but it wasn't because he thought the bullet had been intended for him. In fact, he was sure it wasn't. He cracked the door again and poked his head inside Letitia's home. The first thing he noticed was her kids' toys strewn across the floor. The next thing he noticed was her brains scattered amongst them. He threw up when he got back to the apartment. Before yesterday, he'd never witnessed a person die before. Now he'd seen it happen twice. Luckily, Nina was out. She'd gone to some fancy restaurant in Santa Monica with friends. It was perfect, as far as he was concerned. He needed to be alone right now anyway. He considered coming clean about his debt when she got home. If she loved him, she wouldn't dump him over money, but what if she did? He couldn't blame her for not wanting any part of his financial nightmare. She deserved fancy restaurants and new clothes that made her feel pretty. Choosing a life with him would be throwing away all of those things. Matthew wiped his mouth, slogged back to the living room, and plopped himself down on the couch. There was some mail on the table. Nina must have taken it in before going to dinner. He picked up an envelope, opened it, and then he started to grind his teeth when he realized the letter that was inside. It was from the hospital. He'd been sent a price correction on his bill. An extra $4,000 had now been tacked on for physical therapy sessions. "Are you kidding?" Matthew cried. He'd been up and moving just minutes after coming into the ER. His stroke had not been a major one. He retained all mobility in his limbs. When would he have even gone to physical therapy? Then he remembered just before leaving the hospital. He was approached in his room by a woman who introduced herself as a physical therapist. Her job had been to assess him and make sure that he was capable of leaving. Together they walked a lap around the hospital wing. Then she asked him a couple of questions about how he had been feeling before signing off on him. The whole interaction had been less than 20 minutes. Now the hospital was charging him $4,000 for it. None of this was fair. All he'd done was survive a horrible medical emergency, and now he was being punished for it. That debt was getting heavier. It weighed down on him so much he was struggling to breathe. It felt like the entire fucked up U.S. healthcare industry was sitting on his chest,
and they wouldn't get off until they squeezed every last cent out of him. All his life he'd been careful. And now, because of some scam artist insurance company, he was screwed. People like Wilcox took what they wanted, and it didn't seem like there was ever any repercussion from it. Morality was a myth. Fortune favored those who didn't run decisions through ethical filters. He didn't need 8 figures in his bank account. All he needed was Nina, and he would do whatever he could to keep her in his life. Maybe it was time to get his for a change. Saying no to Benchman Financial wouldn't save a life anyway. Wilcox had said it himself. If he didn't take them up on the deal, someone else would. Why miss out on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? So he could say that he didn't take the easy way out? It's not like the homeless man he'd seen killed was living such a great life anyway. He didn't like the fact that anyone had to die, but the chances were high that the guy Wilcox stabbed wouldn't live to be much older on his own. Statistics showed that most people living on the street in Los Angeles suffered from debilitating drug addictions. Had there been track marks on his arm? I mean, now that he thought about it, he could have sworn that he noticed them. Junkies already didn't have high life expectations. At least this time, something positive could come from one's death. He pulled out his phone and dialed the number that Wilcox had called him from. "Hello, Mr. Wilcox," said Matthew. "I'm ready to accept your offer. Tell me what I need to do." He'd been instructed to arrive after hours. It was quiet by then. Aside from the DoorDash guy he shared an elevator with, and the few drones still pulling late shifts, the office was empty. Like before, he followed Mimi from the lobby, but this time, instead of leading him to Wilcox's office, she brought him to a set of double doors labeled boardroom. She knocked, and a second later, the two were greeted by Wilcox. "Matthew!" he smiled, his pearly white veneers on full display. "Come on in!" There were no windows. Opposite the entrance was a private elevator, glistening golden doors, standing in stark contrast against the room's drab green walls. Around the perimeter hung portraits of the sullen, white-haired executives of the company's past. And in the center of the room, sitting around the conference table, were the sullen, white-haired executives of the company's present. "Let me introduce you to the board. They'll be joining us for our little sacrifice today," said Wilcox. He turned to address the group. "Everyone, this is Matthew Stern." Matthew shuffled up to the table. He hadn't anticipated there would be anyone else watching. "Who's your provider?" said one board member. He had removed his oxygen mask to ask the question. "Sorry?" Matthew cupped his ear. "Your insurance provider. The one that skipped out on your hospital bill." "Intercontinental Health." "Ha!" snorted a geezer in a wheelchair. "I own a stake in that company." Wilcox handed a clipboard to Matthew. "We got one more form for you," he said. "Just a waiver. We'll be signing over your sacrificial benefits to Benchman Financial in exchange for the monetary compensation we discussed." "Oh, okay, I guess," said Matthew. His mind felt foggy. "Do you have a pen or so?" Wilcox snagged Matthew's hand and pricked his finger with a pin. "Ah!" A bead of blood formed at the tip of his finger. Wilcox pressed it to the line on the paper where Matthew had been planning to sign. "All set," he said. "Let's begin." The board erupted in cheers, followed by wet coughs and wheezing. Everyone stood from their seat, except, of course, the geezer in the wheelchair, and began to strip. "What's going on?" said Matthew. "Part of the ritual is always a little weird," said Wilcox, peeling the socks from his feet. "Let's go with the flow." The board members approached Matthew and started to undress him. He tried taking Wilcox's advice, but he was already feeling vulnerable, and the naked old men and women pawing at his body certainly weren't helping. He fought a little, but they paid him no mind. They tore away his shirt and yanked at his belt buckle. Just as his pants were coming down around his ankles, Mimi returned to the room. She was carrying a headdress topped with skulls of 3 goats. A long red cape flowed from the back of it. She lifted it high and placed it on Matthew's head. He knew he looked stupid, but wrapped himself in the soft velvet cloak, thankful for the bit of modesty it provided. Once she was finished dressing him,
Mimi wheeled in a cart with a punch bowl and began pouring the board members' drinks. It wasn't until the bitter, coppery scent filled Matthew's nose that he realized what it was she'd been ladling into crystal chalices she was passing out. The board gulped the blood greedily, letting it run down their sagging breasts, bloated bellies, and shriveled testicles. They drained their glasses, splashed what was left of it onto their faces, then kissed it into each other's mouths. As they rubbed their liver-spotted bodies against each other, their naked figures began to warp into something terrible. Spines gnarled, limbs twisted, tendons ripped and popped. Bat wings burst from their backs and horns emerged from their brows, jutting into the air that corkscrewed into tight spirals at the sides of their heads. Their faces took on a feral look. All around the room, yellowing eyes rolled in ecstasy as vile moans poured from forked tongues. They groped each other, tying themselves into a repulsive knot of loose skin and varicose veins. Matthew stood still, afraid to even move, as the smacking of blood-soaked lips and the sickening scent of gore-coated genitals assaulted his senses. His body shivered. The undulating mass of flabby flesh was pushing him closer to the brink. He wasn't sure how long he was forced to witness the perverse performance, but as soon as Wilcox raised his hand, the madness ceased. Matthew stared at him, perplexed. Unlike the others, Wilcox was still human in appearance. He may not have grown wings or horns, but his nude form now revealed a strange secret he'd been hiding. Matthew would have never guessed that beneath Wilcox's custom suit and Brooks Brothers shirt. The body of the man who recruited him into the program was covered entirely in sigils. They had been tattooed in bold black ink along his upper arms, legs, back, stomach, and chest. One was now even painted in blood on his forehead. "It's time to head to the temple," he said. They came to the elevators. Wilcox scanned the keycard and the golden doors slid open. Once everyone filed inside, he pressed the elevator up button. "I thought we were on the top floor," said Matthew. "Is the temple up on the roof?" The chorus of snickering swelled around him. "Up? It isn't up at all," replied one of the board members with an impish smirk on his face. "It isn't down," chuckled another. "It isn't left or right," chuckled a third. "It doesn't exist in three-dimensional space," crowed a fourth. They grinned at him like a school of piranhas. If the elevator ride was longer, Matthew might have asked them to elaborate on their Mad Hatter-esque rant, but that no longer mattered the second the doors opened. Any questions he might have had were gone after that. They had tumbled down the rabbit hole, along with what was left of his grip on reality. He most certainly wasn't on the roof of the building, or any other building for that matter. The elevator doors had opened into what looked like an endless black void, a bizarre swirl of ever-changing colors, some of which Matthew knew, some he couldn't describe, floated over their heads like an enormous, iridescent jellyfish, almost as long as a football field. It twisted into mind-bending mandalas before collapsing in on itself and then blossoming again into unimaginable geometric figures. A guttural echo, 1,000 times louder than any foghorn, resonated from all directions, and at times Matthew thought it was even coming from inside his head. Extending out from the elevator was a stone bridge held up by seemingly nothing. It snaked and zigzagged its way into impossible directions, like something out of the mind of M.C. Escher. It switched back and forth, in and out, often doubling back and looping into insane lemniscates that somehow progressed towards a circular stone platform just a couple 100 yards off. "Right this way," Wilcox said. Blood was once again smeared across his smile. Matthew shook his head, unable to even utter the words no. He wished he could scream, but at this point his mind was struggling to comprehend how to. Old hands pressed gently against his shoulders, nudging him from the elevator and onto the bridge. They marched, the board members singing and chanting in a language he never heard. Their words,
strangely in sync with the horrible sounds blaring inside his skull. There were times when he thought he caught a hint of the word Canizales, and times when he thought their bizarre noises even disclosed disturbing secrets to him. But regardless of what he could or could not understand, every syllable invoked a horror inside him, and it took nearly all his strength not to fling himself from the bridge and into the abyss. When they reached the platform, the group lined up into a semicircle around Matthew, and started to grind on each other again. Wilcox gave Matthew a wink. He tilted his head into the air. "O dark prince of the great beyond, on this most sacred of nights, we bring you yet another offering. We shall shed the blood of the weak, so that you may feed upon their hopelessness, their desire, their need." He waved his hand, and the ground opened. From a trapdoor rose a pedestal. On top of it was a naked woman, bound and gagged. Matthew sucked in a sharp breath of air. He recognized her instantly. "Nina?" He turned to Wilcox. I thought I was supposed to sacrifice a homeless person." Wilcox laughed. "To read the contract, paragraph 4, section C, clause 2. The desperation of the party being sacrificed must be equal to, or lesser than, the desperation of the party performing the sacrifice. Ritual doesn't work if you're punching down." One of the board members held the dagger out to Matthew. He took it reluctantly as he looked into Nina's terrified face. I love her." Wilcox shook his head. "Love, empathy, peace. All a bunch of lies designed to hold you back. And do you know who pushes that propaganda? Politicians taking bribes, clergymen abusing children, corporations destroying communities to increase their profit margin. Truth is, life is a zero-sum game. Gotta do what you gotta do to get ahead, and damn everyone else who stands in your way. You have no obligations to be loyal to anyone other than yourself. Not your country, not your friends, and certainly not your lover. The only real thing that matters in this world is money." He wasn't wrong. Now that Matthew thought about it, Nina had just been a convenient excuse. If he really cared about her, then he would have consulted with her, given her a chance to talk him out of the offer. But maybe that wasn't what he wanted. Maybe all this time he'd been looking for a reason to say yes to Benchman Financial. He'd had so many opportunities to reject Wilcox's offer and hadn't. Instead, he'd been fighting his conscience, jumping through hoops just to give himself the opportunity to be standing right here, dagger in hand. He glanced down at Nina again. Did he really love her, or did she just make him feel good about himself when things were easier? Was that why they'd been arguing? Because for the first time in his relationship, he doubted his worth as a person. But no, he couldn't do that. Sure, the money would be nice, but despite his anger, despite his desperation to relieve himself of his debt, there had always been doubt in his mind, something deep inside him that he couldn't ignore, screaming that this was wrong. "I can't," he said. The group stopped their orgy. A dozen sets of yellow eyes stared at him from behind their bifocals. Wilcox pulled the penis from his mouth and stood back. "Matthew, am I to understand that you're backing out of our agreement?" He ran his hand through Nina's hair. "It isn't worth it. I'd rather live with the debt than hurt her or anyone else for that matter." All he wanted to do was to get Nina untied and get the hell out of there. He'd be an awkward car ride home, but at least now the door was open to a conversation about his debt. "So be it," sighed Wilcox. He turned to the rest of the orgy. "Now we're going with the backup, people." The group broke from their embrace and went to work. They clawed at Matthew, tearing the ceremonial headdress off of him, leaving his ass exposed once more. Next, they untied Nina and removed her gag. "Nina," said Matthew, "I'm so sorry." But he wouldn't get the chance to say anything else, because at that moment, the board members swarmed him. Wings fluttered in his face, and nails raked at his skin. He threw some punches and kicks, but the demonic old bastards overpowered him easily. Even the wheelchair guy got some licks in. When they were done, he was tied up on the pedestal just as Nina had been. Matthew glanced over to see his girlfriend, now wearing the headdress and holding the dagger. That horrible echo reverberated again so loud that it shook Matthew's skull. "Oh, dark prince of the great beyond," chanted Wilcox, "on this most sacred of nights we bring you yet another offering." Up above, it seemed as if the kaleidoscope of colors was gazing down at him. As it moved in and out of itself, he thought he could make out 3 distinct, goat-like faces amongst the ever-changing gelatinous mass. Matthew stared at Nina. She was horrified, but there was something else behind her eyes that sent his heart racing. It was a look of determination. "Nina," he said, "what's going on?" "I'm sorry, Matthew. The truth is my spending's been out of control, and now I'm deep in credit card debt. I didn't think I'd ever get the chance to pay it off. I should have told you." "It's okay," said Matthew. "I should have told you about my medical debt." She raised the dagger over her head. "Do it! Now!" shouted Wilcox. Matthew closed his eyes. "At least one of us will get out from under those damn creditors," he said. "Now!" shouted Wilcox again. The board members began to moan their sexual exhalations, almost musically. Nina gritted her teeth. Wilcox's body trembled with anticipation. "Stab him in the fucking heart!" "I'm ready," said Matthew. Nina swung the dagger. "Fuck!" Wilcox cried. He looked down to see the dagger's blade sticking out of his own stomach. "You stabbed me, you bitch! You blew your chance!" She pulled the blade free, and Wilcox dropped to one knee. The board members stopped their gyrations and stared at her. "The contract states the ritual doesn't work if we punch down," said Nina. "That I can't sacrifice someone more desperate than me. Doesn't say I can't sacrifice someone better off." The blood began to trickle from Wilcox's mouth. "I'm the vice president of fucking philanthropy. You can't sacrifice me, you idiot!" "Actually, Wilcox," said one of the board members, "technically she can. And we still need a sacrifice," said another, checking the face of his Audemars Piguet. "Looks like you're the only option we have left." What? Why could you let these pissheads kill me? Haven't I done a good job?" he groaned and doubled over in pain. The board members all glanced at each other and nodded. "To be honest, Wilcox," said one of them as he pushed his glasses up, what was left of his nose, "the board's been feeling like your quarterly projections have been too safe. We've already been thinking about bringing in someone who will take the company in a more aggressive direction." "Too safe!" The group split off, half of them untying Matthew, the other half grabbing Wilcox. When they were finished, the two of them had switched places. Matthew was now standing beside Nina, and Wilcox was strapped tight to the pedestal. Matthew turned to his girlfriend. "Sorry about everything," he said. "Me too," Nina replied. "No matter what, we'll tackle this debt together." Matthew looked down at Wilcox, trying, unsuccessfully, to wriggle out of his restraints. "It looks like we're off to a good start. Here's our chance to cutting it in half." One of the board members cleared his throat. "Oh, dark prince of the great beyond, on this most sacred of nights we bring you yet another offering." "You can't do this!" shouted Wilcox. "Under my watch, the company's seen record profits." The board members laughed, coughing and wheezing. "That's what the last guy said," chuckled the geezer in the wheelchair. The guttural echo sounded once more, vibrating its horrible secrets through everyone's bones. Nina raised the dagger over her head again. Wilcox screamed. Benchman Financial was going to have a good quarter. It was a weird-ass gas station. Maybe not the weirdest Blake Herring had ever seen, but definitely top 5. There was one on the border of New Mexico and Arizona that had a mummy in it. Another he visited in Texas was run by a cult that worshipped a cartoon beaver. He was positive that if he looked hard enough, he'd find a slew of other challengers sprinkled across the lower 48 states. But this one, right here, in his hometown of Los Angeles, California, had to be up there in his personal echelon. The small, non-franchised service mart was located in a part of town Blake hadn't even known existed, until his phone's GPS directed him to take the highway exit about 5 minutes prior. Like most of the other businesses in the area, its sign was written in a language he couldn't identify that looked like a cross between Arabic and Latin. Most of the cars were models he didn't recognize, and the lot was lined with so many trees and flowers it resembled a botanical garden more than a gas station. He pulled into a parking lot beside the building and checked his phone. Its service had dropped the moment that he'd gotten off the highway, and so far, he hadn't been able to pick up a single bar. Opening and closing the GPS app hadn't brought it back to life, and neither had rebooting it. The phone was as useless as a brick. Actually, more useless, since the $1,400 hunk of glass and plastic wouldn't be nearly as handy if he decided to use it to bash his skull open out of frustration. With no way to access the navigation system, he settled on figuring out where he was going the old-fashioned way, by asking for directions. The snack aisles were full of foreign products not carried in regular grocery stores. Some of the branding was in English, but many of the packages had the same curious characters he'd seen plastered on the signs of the local businesses. It was clear he had ended up in an ethnic enclave of some sort, though of what kind he couldn't be sure. He checked his watch. He was supposed to meet Melody at the restaurant in 20 minutes. It was their first date, and he didn't want to screw up his chance to get laid by being late. The clerk behind the cash register was a chubby man with a scraggly goatee that dribbled from his bottom lip like a little hairy rivulet of spittle. His uniform was a green polo that had the station's unreadable name stitched into the right breast pocket of the shirt, but his matching green beanie, embroidered with the number 420 across the forehead, told Blake he was dealing with someone who might not be very helpful. Despite his portly physique and terrible facial hair, there was something youthful about his appearance, as if the face of a 10-year-old child had been seamlessly melded with that of a middle-aged, hypertensive alcoholic. The clerk was watching a horror movie called Murder Dome on a little TV behind the counter when he approached, but was so engrossed in the film that Blake had to ring the bell beside the register to get his attention. The chime caused his head to perk up. He noticed a hint of surprise when the clerk turned to face him. It was only a second, but it had been there. The man had been caught off guard, but it hadn't been the bell that had done so. No, his reaction was too delayed. Instead, it appeared as though the attendant's shock had struck the moment his bloodshot eyes had fallen on Blake. He pulled his beanie down to his brow before he could readjust it. Blake spotted something odd about the man, although what it was he couldn't quite put his finger on. There was something hiding beneath that hat. He knew that. Something the clerk hadn't wanted him to see. But whatever it was, Blake had only caught a quick glimpse of it, and his eyes hadn't yet communicated to his brain just what it was that had been so peculiar. He pushed the thought to the back of his mind. There were more important things on his docket. "Hi," Blake said. He glanced down to the attendant's chest to read his name tag, which was thankfully in English. Saw that it said P-H-A-R-T, decided that pronouncing it was probably a mistake. They continued on with, I'm lost." "Clearly," replied the cashier. There was a cocky smirk on his face. Blake ignored the smirk and got to the point. "Do you know how to get to Mid-City from here?" "Course," said Fart. The conversation stalled into silence. "Well, are you going to tell me how to get there?" Blake was starting to get anxious. He checked his watch again. "I have a date with an absolute bombshell soon, and I don't want to be late." The attendant pointed out the window. "Turn left at that Poppy's Coffee on the corner. 2 lights down, hang a right. You'll be on Wilshire. Drive east, take you straight to Midtown." Blake flashed an appreciative smile.
and started for the door, but stopped when a little rack beside the register caught his eye. He leaned forward and examined the boxes hanging on the rack's hooks. "Those are dick pills," said Fart. "I'm sorry, dick pills? Like Viagra?" The clerk nodded his head. "Better than Viagra. You get it all the way from the motherland." "Speaking of that," said Blake, "what kind of neighborhood is this? I can't read any of the signs." "Oh." Fart snuck a sly glance over his shoulder, then whispered, "Most of the people here are Fae." Blake tried to remember where he'd heard the word before, but just thinking about it created a strange disconnect in his mind. Once again, he was reminded about the mystery hiding beneath the stone clerk's hat. The hell had he seen? Figured it was easier to pretend he understood, so he turned his attention back to the dick pills. He wasn't in his prime anymore, but if Melody wasn't fudging the numbers on her dating profile, she was a good 12 years younger than him. He'd be lying to himself if he said that he wasn't nervous about being able to perform up to her expectations. Back when he was younger, such a thing wouldn't have even crossed his mind. Ever since he hit his 30s, he needed regular breaks, and on more than one occasion, even struggled to maintain an erection. He grabbed the box and slid it off the tiny hook to get a better look at it. The picture on the label was a unicorn prancing across a starry backdrop while spurting rainbow-colored fluid from its horn. The animal's face looked as if it was caught in the throes of passion, and upon closer inspection, its horn appeared to be suspiciously phallic in shape. The product name beneath the obscene picture read, Uniload 6000. "I don't know if you want to take that stuff," said the clerk. "It's for dudes with one ball. You look like a man with at least two." Excuse me? "I'm sorry if you had ball cancer. I have both my balls," Blake growled. "Then you don't want to take that stuff. I won't help you. You'll just be wasting your money." Blake placed the box back on the rack and picked up another. There's nothing implied about this package. It's a picture of a giant penis covered in white fur with glowing red eyes and muscular, burly limbs. It was standing on an alpine slope and snarling menacingly. In one of its claws, it was holding a skier who was terrified for his life. The title beneath the illustration read Yeti Dick XL. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," said the gas station attendant. "Try the regular Yeti Dick, maybe." "Why?" snapped Blake. "What are you trying to say?" The gas station attendant shied away. "Oh, I just mean you shouldn't start at the XL. Start at the regular dosage, work your way up. Yeti Dick is serious stuff." "Are you, fucking with me?" asked Blake. "I'm just trying to get laid tonight." He pulled another box off the shelf. The label of this one read Cock Nest Monster. The illustration on the box was reminiscent of the famous photograph of Nessie sticking its head up from the water, only instead of the silhouette of a long-necked dinosaur, it appeared to be a penis. He was starting to see a pattern in the packaging. The back hump that had also breached the water surface, Blake reckoned was most likely a pair of balls. The gas station attendant sucked in some air and readied to speak, but suddenly stopped when Blake shot him a nasty eye. The two stared at each other, an awkward tension swirling between them before Fart finally broke the silence. "Sir, I can't recommend that one unless you're into some freaky shit." "You know what?" said Blake. "Why don't you mind your own business and sell me the damn dick pills?" The clerk was getting on his last nerves. Blake slammed the package of Cock Nest Monster down on the counter along with a pack of condoms. "Now, are you gonna ring me up or what?" Fart gave in without further protest. That was fine with Blake. He was more than happy to complete the rest of the transaction in silence and get away from this place and never come back. While Fart had been scanning the items, his beanie slipped up his head again. Once more, Blake was able to steal a glance before the attendant managed to pull his hat back down. Only this time, he knew what it was that Fart was hiding. The answer, however, just left him more confused than he was before. It nestled itself into the forefront of his consciousness and made itself at home. Even after he pulled out of the parking lot and turned the corner, he was still thinking about it. It was those ears. Fart had pointed ears.
He arrived at the restaurant on time, but Melody wasn't there yet. Blake checked his phone, which had started working as soon as he got out of that weird-ass neighborhood, and saw that he had a text, running behind, "See you soon." He sighed. At least this one had the decency to text him that she'd be late. The last girl he'd made plans with had blown him off to go to a music festival for the weekend. That was the problem with younger women. They're so flighty. Getting them to show up was half the battle. Younger women. He scrubbed the thought out of his head. If Melody was a younger woman, that would mean that he wasn't a younger man, and... But sure, he might have a few years on her, but at just 37, he had plenty of gas left in the tank. He was still cool. He could still drink and dance, and now that he had this secret weapon, he'd be able to screw all night long. He patted his hip pocket. He kept the dick pills he'd purchased from the gas station. A finger tapped him on the shoulder. He spun around, expecting to greet his date. The face he found smiling back at him was familiar, but not the one he was hoping to see. His ex-girlfriend, Danny, was standing in front of him. She looked good, which irritated him more than he cared to admit. He scanned her body, hoping that she'd put on weight, but it was clear she was keeping up with her Pilates classes. Her hair was pulled back into a tight bun, and she was wearing a blousey top, matched with a pair of black jeans. "I thought that was you," she said. He and Danny had dated through most of their 20s and separated not long after his 31st birthday. The split hadn't been an amicable one. She'd left him. After years of telling him he needed to grow up, she packed his bags and kicked him out of her condo. There had been a lot of resentment on both sides. As far as Danny was concerned, Blake was a guy with zero prospects and even less ambition. All he cared about was which party he'd be showing up to next. Sure, they had been fun when they were young, but sometime, after she settled into her career as a lawyer and purchased a home, she'd grown tired of his antics. As far as Blake was concerned, Danny had grown frigid, stale in her older age. Outside of her job at the firm, her only hobby had been nagging him. Didn't matter what he did. Every little thing was an excuse to get on his ass. Stay out of the strip clubs until 3 a.m? Nag. Take a weekend boys trip to Vegas without telling her? Nag. Screw the girl from the gym who always used the Stairmaster? Nag. There was no winning with her. It was like she had set impossible standards for him to live up to, and when he couldn't meet her expectations, she kicked him to the curb. Breaking up with Danny had been one of the hardest moments of his life, and yet, after she was gone, it was like a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He was free to finally be him. No longer did he have to walk on eggshells around a woman who resented him because he refused to sacrifice his youth for a job at a corporate law firm like she had. Plus, now he could explore his options guilt-free. LA was full of pretty girls, and a good-looking guy like him was having a blast sampling the goods. Blake put his best fake happy shocked face. "Oh my God, Danny! What are you doing here?" "Having dinner with my husband," she said. Even though they drifted apart, they followed each other on social media. It was still odd for him to catch little glimpses of her life. She'd gotten married recently to someone who was the type of guy the two of them used to make fun of in college. Blake had done some light online stalking of him after the engagement announcement. Her husband was an IT specialist named Bob, who ran a weekly D&D campaign out of their house and a foodie blog that only reviewed iced lattes. His hair was graying, his belly was bulging, and even though they had no children, he had all the fashion sense of a middle-aged suburban dad. Simply put, he was a dweeb. An arm fell across Danny's shoulder. She turned and smiled to Bob, who had now joined them. He leaned in and gave her a peck on the lips. "Blake, this is my husband," said Danny. Bob extended a friendly hand and smiled. "Pleasure to meet you," he said. And now, here he was, in all of his goofy glory. At least he'd taken the time to put on a button-up shirt for dinner, although Blake could tell it was in desperate need of tailoring. He nodded and feigned a half-hearted grin, but left Bob hanging. "Just down the street there's this place that does a fantastic horchata iced latte," said Blake mockingly. Bob's eyes widened with amusement. "You don't say!" He gave his wife an eager, hopeful look. "Honey, after dinner, why don't we—" "He's screwing with you, Bob," groaned Danny. She rolled her eyes and huffed. Blake smiled mischievously. Over her shoulder, he caught a sight of the raven-haired beauty he'd come to meet. Thank God, he thought. He was saved. Melody had finally made it. She was wearing a tight red cocktail dress that highlighted her insane body in all the right places. "Excuse me," he said, relieved that he didn't have to make small talk anymore. "That's my date." "Jesus," Danny sneered. "Has she even graduated college yet?" Blake snickered. "She's a liberal arts major." He brushed by the couple. "Like father, like son," she muttered under her breath. But it was loud enough for him to hear it. Blake ignored her quip, then gave Melody a hug and a kiss on the cheek. He let his hands wander over her curves as he shot Danny, who was still watching him, a knowing grin. The two sat down at a table on the opposite side of the restaurant from his ex and her husband. The food was average, and the conversation was even worse. It was clear Melody had a daddy thing that she couldn't keep inside the bedroom. She mentioned more than once during their date that she was into older, more mature men, which made Blake feel kinda gross, but he was willing to overlook that for a girl with an ass like hers. Every now and then, Blake would glance across the restaurant and catch Danny's disapproving eyes. It gave him life. Knowing his ex was aware of the hot, young woman that he landed was almost as good as the sex he was planning on having with her. While she'd been forced to share a bed with Dad Bod Bob tonight, he'd be spending the evening with a girl that could easily be a swimsuit model. It no longer mattered if he'd been dumped. As far as he was concerned, he had won the relationship. And yet his mind lingered on Danny's little shot at him. Like father, like son. He knew what she was insinuating. Blake had been dating Danny when his parents got divorced. At the time, he and her used to laugh about the midlife crisis his old man was going through. It was obvious with the convertible that he bought and the younger woman they'd seen him with. One particular night, the two had gone to meet him for dinner, only for Blake's father to show up with a girl that graduated from college with them. They'd all been in the same pre-law track together. But he wasn't anything like his dad. That man was in his 50s when all that was going on. Blake didn't have a gray hair on his head, aside from the couple of whiskers and his beard. But that had been taken care of with some good old-fashioned box dye. "Did you hear me, Daddy?" He winced at that word and then glanced at Melody, who was smiling at him from across the table. He'd been stewing for so long he'd completely tuned her out. "Sorry, could you repeat that?" he asked. She winked. "I said, are you ready to get out of here?" Melody offered Blake a beer when they got back to her apartment, but he declined. He was already 2.5 drinks deep, and he found that nowadays too much alcohol led to performance issues. Not this time, though. He slid his hand into his pocket, and with his fingers, he found the package of dick pills. He was feeling confident tonight. They got into necking almost immediately, and within a couple of minutes, she was straddling him on the bed. His skin tingled. Endorphins began to pump through his brain. This is what he'd been waiting for. He'd had some spectacular conquests before, but Melody would be one of the finest trophies he'd add to his collection. All the hard work he'd put in, the flirty texts, the expensive dinner, the boring conversations had led to this moment. Blake reached behind her and started unzipping her dress, but she put a hand on his chest to stop him. "Let me freshen up first," she said, leaning down and pressing her lips to his, then slid off of his body and made her way to the bathroom. Shit. Almost. But this was fine. It was still happening. He could wait just a few minutes more. Besides, now he'd be able to make sure that he was truly prepared. As soon as the bathroom door closed behind her, he pulled the dick pill from his pocket. He studied the picture on the package one more time. Cock Nest Monster. He knew the branding was meant to be ridiculous, but there's something about it that raised red flags in his mind. It was almost sinister. He needed an edge tonight, though. He couldn't afford to disappoint, not after the promises that he'd made to Melody about his sexual prowess. He'd never be able to look himself in the mirror again if he messed this up. Blake tore into the cardboard box with his teeth. It took him a few tries, but eventually, after ripping the packaging to shreds, he managed to get to the goods. He poured the pills into his palm and stared at them. How many was he supposed to take? The box had been torn to ribbons by now. He'd need to puzzle the pieces back together if he wanted to read what it said. He didn't have time for that. The last thing he wanted was to get caught popping them. This chick was about to get the screwing of her life. Couldn't have her thinking that he needed PEDs to make it happen. He heard the sound of feet shuffling around in the bathroom. She'd be coming out any second. Now or never. Blake shoved the handful into his mouth, swallowed them down, and then stuffed what was left of the packaging back into his jeans. The bathroom door opened, and facing him was the essence of erotic bliss. Melody was wearing a black lingerie set with a matching sheer robe. It was open, exposing her tight, flat stomach and large breasts, which were just barely covered by an elegant lace bra. Danny never had a body like that, even when they were in college. This might be the pinnacle of his sexual achievements. She slinked up to him and kissed him deep. She felt good. Something in his pants began to stir. He guessed that meant the dick pills were working. Blake fumbled with her bra strap like a virgin until finally unhooking it. When he got it off, he admired her beautiful shaped breasts. They hung impossibly from her chest, defying gravity in a way that only a young woman's breasts could. But once again, he was reminded why he'd been putting up with the daddy nonsense. After her foreplay, she moved her head down to his crotch. "Oh, Daddy," she said, "you didn't tell me you were so gifted down here." Daddy. What was that word again? He pushed past it and tried to think of something to say. "Why don't you let me gift it to you, baby?" Not his smoothest line, but she didn't seem to mind. Melody licked her lips, then helped him out of his pants. "Yeah, babe. Put your mouth on me." He cringed at that. Is that the best he could do? Put your mouth on me? Clearly, he needed to practice his dirty talk, but his embarrassment melted away seconds later when he felt the warm embrace of her lips around his manhood, the velvety softness of her tongue against his shaft, and the rhythmic bobbing of her head moving up and down on his lap. She began to gag. "That's right," he moaned. "Choke on it." Was that something he should say? He had heard it in pornos, but he wondered if it was rude. Oh well. She hadn't said anything. In fact, she was still gagging. "Hey," said Blake, "you don't have to go so hard. We have a long night ahead of us." There was no answer, just more gagging. "Babe?" Blake said again, only this time the confidence in his voice was gone. He opened his eyes to see Melody flailing her arms. She balled her hands up into fists and began to beat on his thighs. Stop that!" He tried to pull himself free, but realized that his member was stuck firmly in her throat. Melody's face was turning purple now. Snot bubbled from her nose, veins popped from her temples. He could feel an intense swelling in his privates, which made no sense. He was fairly certain he was no longer aroused. Blake stood up and pushed hard against her forehead, but couldn't get anything to budge. I'm stuck!" he screamed. He leveraged himself against the foot of the bed and began pulling her hair in a desperate attempt to get free, but no matter how hard he tugged, there was no brute forcing himself out of her mouth. She was scratching at his thighs with her fingernails now, leaving deep red gashes down his legs. "That really hurts!" he shouted. Her choking grew louder, her attempts to separate herself more frantic, but despite their best efforts, Blake's dick was wedged in too tight to remove. And then, the choking stopped. Melody's body went slack. For an eerie moment, the bedroom was filled with silence as Blake stood petrified, the girl's face still attached to his crotch. "Hello?" he said, hoping she'd somehow wake up and answer him. He'd have given anything in that moment for Melody to shoot him a thumbs up or a reassuring wink. Hell, even a muffled, "Oh, I'm fine," would have sufficed, so long as it disrupted the eerie stillness that had settled over the room. What he got instead was a hideous pop. The sound jarring him from his stupor and bouncing off the walls, rebounding back and forth between his ears as if to tease him about the hell he was about to experience. This was followed by an awful cracking and splintering so loud that if he didn't know better, he would have thought a tree was falling inside of the bedroom. Sloppy, wet squelches poured into the room next. It was only after hearing this that he understood the sinful burble now haunting him was none other than the sound of flesh shifting, tearing, and rearranging inside of Melody's head. He gawked down at her, confused about what was going on. His mind filled with questions he was sure he didn't want to know the answer to. Those answers would be coming very soon, though. Whether he liked it or not, those answers would be coming very, very soon. It burst through the back of her head. A grotesque pink nightmare, its long, lean body slick and glistening, lined with thick, purple veins and dripping with brain muck. The thing had the eyes of a snake, and its freakishly bulbous, helmet-shaped head had bony spikes fanning out from the top of it in a way that almost resembled a crown. It wriggled side to side like a cobra performing a dance, splattering the room with blood as it slithered even further out of the back of Melody's skull. It drew its lips back, revealing sharp, jagged teeth jutting out from a set of deep, black gums. And then it let out an awful screech. Its voice shredded the air like it was made out of broken glass, and when it pierced Blake's ears, he let out a scream of his own. He realized shortly after, doing so had been a terrible mistake. Now the creature's attention had turned to him. It studied Blake with its yellow eyes, then grinned a predator's grin. Terror swept over him. The veins running up and down the creature's body seemed to pulse with anticipation. It opened its mouth wide, and a long forked tongue sprung out, licked some brain that had been stuck to its eye, and then returned back to where it came. Blake couldn't stand to look at it anymore, so he glanced back down to Melody. She was long gone, of course. Her eyes had rolled back in their sockets, and blood was seeping from every orifice in her face. It was just Blake now, stuck in a room with whatever this thing was, gnashing its teeth at him. This demonic snake, this worm from hell. He didn't know what he was dealing with, but just looking at it made him want to empty his bowels. And the only thing he did know was that he needed to get away from it. Once more he shoved Melody's face from his crotch, and to his surprise, this time he found some space. At least one thing was going right. He sprinted for the door, no need to stop and put on pants. This thing wasn't going to wait for him to get decent. No, he needed to create some distance between it and himself right away. Find some help. A cop maybe, or hell, anyone with a gun. He only made it a step or two before his legs snagged something and he went tumbling face down onto the carpet. He groaned and rolled onto his back, only to find the creature was already upon him. It was relentless. It lunged forward, jagged teeth snapping, shut only inches from his face before Blake managed to grab its neck and prevent it from biting him. He tried to get to his feet, but it had coiled itself around his body and began to squeeze him tight. Air was seeping from his lungs, and he could feel his ribs bending under the pressure. He wasn't ready to die. Not on that bedroom floor of some woman he'd just met. Well, especially while he wasn't wearing pants. A survival instinct he didn't know had kicked in, and he rolled onto his stomach. He decided to let his reflexes take over as his arms and legs kicked and thrashed until he had room to get up. He was standing finally, but getting himself untangled from the creature was proving to be difficult. He was still holding it by the neck when it lunged at his face again. This time it nearly caught his nose. That was a close one. If it had been any closer, it would have bitten it clean off. His eyes were drawn to the bathroom door, and he thought he might be able to lock himself in there and wait for help to arrive. In order to do that, he'd need to force this thing off of him, one way or another. Blake tightened his grip around the creature's throat and let out a primal scream as he rushed the door as hard as he could, using its head as a battering ram. His body collided with the heavy wood, sounding like a gunshot had gone off. A horrible pain pulsed through his privates, waves of agony pouring over him. He must have caught himself on something during his tumble. He lay on the cool ceramic tile of the bathroom floor for a second, catching his breath. Whatever damage he'd done to himself, he'd also dished out to the worm thing because it no longer had a hold of him. He sat up slowly and saw the creature sprawled out on the floor. How big was this thing? Its body stretched all across the bathroom. He stared at its face, and a ridiculous thought popped into his head. It looked kind of like it. There'd be no time to finish that thought, because a second later its eyes snapped open and its body began to stir. "No, you don't," Blake said. It coiled up and sprung towards Blake again, but this time he was ready. He caught it once more in midair, grasping just beneath its helmet-shaped head, then pinned it to the ground. He needed to figure out how to put this thing down for good. Blunt force trauma worked before. Hadn't responded well to being slammed through the door, but he figured he'd go for a less suicidal approach this time. Blake cocked his fist back and punched it as hard as he could right between the eyes. Throbs of pain rolled through him, and he almost collapsed onto the floor. The hell was that? The pain had left him confused, but the good news was the creature seemed to be hurting. Worse than he was, it was Woozy. He had it on the ropes. His eyes found the toilet, and a devious idea crossed his mind. This time he'd go in for the kill. Blake lifted the toilet seat and pinned the creature's head to the edge of the bowl. Die, you ugly bastard! He slammed the toilet seat onto the creature's head. Another wave of pain shot through him, and he doubled over. This one he could feel in his stomach even, but the adrenaline pumping through his body refused to let him stop. He slammed the seat again, screaming both in rage and in agony, then did it a third and a fourth time. After a half-dozen attempts, the ceramic seat was smashed to pieces. But it had done its job. The creature was out. Its body limp. Its face dangling into the toilet bowl. Blake fell back, panting. He finally had time to think. Who the hell was that thing? Just popped out of Melody's head like some sort of brain-sucking alien from a cheesy horror movie. Oh, it's something so large been inside of her. Was it a parasite? His eyes followed the body again, curious about how something so big could take a root inside of a human. It was mind-boggling how massive it was. The longer he looked, the more he began to think its body would never end. The end would come, though. And when he found its tail, he let out a scream so shrill he could have cracked the bathroom mirror. His head started spinning. The creature's tail ended exactly where his dick started.
Do you like old cartoons? If your first reaction is to talk about gummy bears or DuckTales, you're about 70 years off the mark. I'm talking about television before color. Back when just moving images on the screen, it was novel enough to draw a crowd. You felt this, this. There's something different about those old cartoons, a sense of depth, a sense of real momentum and weight. It felt strange, didn't it? Beyond the dated references, comedy. The official stories, lithographic backgrounds, shadow boxes, a bunch of other film geek horse shit. It's 90% of people believe they don't understand. The other 10%, they don't care. We were long past any of those techniques being useful. But ask yourself this. Why did animation turn to shit sometime in the 50s? How does it make sense that we went from Popeye to Clutch Cargo? From images you could feel the depth of, to flat, static, almost puppet-like cartoon. I'm Ethan Benson. I've proudly served in 2 world wars, begrudgingly stomped through a few more scuffles for my retirement from Uncle Sam's family business. Probably a contender for the oldest man alive. You'll never see me on the second last page of a newspaper, though. Once I got away from the service, I did everything I could do to live a life as small and out of the way as possible. I came to the conclusion last year that being able to get my own mail and wipe my own ass doesn't mean I still have a couple of decades left. The old war machine's falling apart. Before I do, I want to share some things with you. At this point, I have nothing to lose. Most people will think I'm just a crazy old bastard. The rest are the... What are the G-men gonna do when they catch wind? Kill me? They managed to find enough functioning nerves to torture. They have done a better job than my last 2 doctors, so good on them. What I'm saying is I got nothing to lose. Maybe I got something to give. It was 1922, a few years after my life meant something, and a decade and a half for it would again. No wife, no kids. I wasn't a drifter, not for lack of trying. Something kept bringing me back to a small town in Michigan year after year, though. Didn't take to being a soldier during peacetime, not as a young man anyway. I preferred to make money here and there, see what my country had to offer. I sat eating my lunch on a park bench watching folks without heads, full of things they shouldn't have seen, walk around blissfully unaware of the cruelty of their fellow man. I'd recognize the man that sat down beside me.
make me any less suspicious. There's a war broke out I haven't heard of, I said, lighting up a cigarette. The man that sat beside me in the soldier is the kind of guy who goes by a last name. He was assigned after training. He briefed me a few times after some of the thickest shit I ever had to wade through. Asked me questions I didn't understand and expected answers I didn't have. No, Corporal, just an opportunity, the man I knew as Mr. Thompson said. What do you know of animation? Cartoons? Kid stuff, I said, looking forward, not making eye contact. Maybe, but it's big business, Hiram, Thomas said. Ethan, I corrected. My mistake. Ethan, there's a man looking to make a legacy selling cartoons. This man has a friend powerful enough to make this happen. Someone who eats at the same tables as my bosses do. He's looking to be the Henry Ford of what he does. He isn't the first, but he aims to be the biggest and the best. He has his artists, he has his inventors, and now he needs a few men like yourself to make sure those guys can do their jobs. I didn't like the way Thompson talks. He'd taken up a lot of my time to say very little. Let's get to brass tacks here. Why in the Lord's name would a bunch of civilian doodlers need me? I said, standing up to throw away the remains of my lunch. Well, that's not something I could say to someone who hasn't signed on. Every man has a price, even for an unknown task. I think I know what yours is. Thompson doesn't sound smug, just... sure. He was right. I figured that if I ended up in some kind of sex crime or aiding at folks that didn't deserve it, I could simply turn around and walk away. Thompson was right. I wasn't. What the hell is that thing? I say, pointing to a contraption worn by one of the crew. Assumed it was to be a weapon of some kind. It was a backpack full of humming electronics connected to what looked like the business end of a flamethrower. But instead of a nozzle, it's a massive square camera lens. Leroy was a black man in his early 30s, wearing the thing like he's used to it, testing out the range of motion of the rig as he answered me. The most advanced rotoscope money can buy. This little darling has hours of recording time and lets us edit the raw footage within a couple of hours. If the place is interesting enough, Pierre, the director, said. He's a rat-like, cruel-looking little man, without a hint of French accent, despite his claims to have lived there most of his life. Among the half-dozen crew, there's a couple of chuckles, but most silently go about checking film gear that I can't even guess the function of. We're kitting ourselves up in a dark warehouse, getting ready to be driven in the back of what looks like a paddy wagon. Thompson watches us all. I hate his eyes. Not as scrutinizing, but not showing a damn hint of what the man was thinking. Ezekiel Greenberg, biologist, a man with thick glasses and greased-down parted hair, says, offering his hand. The hell is that? I said, shaking his hand. He has a grip like wet bread. Someone who studies living things, a man of science, Ezekiel clarifies. Shalom, Zeke. Why do we need someone like that for making a cartoon, I asked. Everyone, Thompson said, loud enough to catch our attention. He motions us over. Other than going to some shithole close to 4 hours away, do we get to know what we're doing now? A tall, olive-skinned woman says. Sylvia was her name. A few trinkets hang from her wrists, and eclectic combination of various religious symbols. I assume that was clear. Pierre and Leroy will be collecting footage. Ezekiel will be taking notes. The rest of you will be ensuring this happens in a safe fashion. You need to understand, everything from the wildlife to the environment itself is going to be hostile towards you. This place isn't somewhere you get by accident. Not a place man was meant to be. You'll be encountering threats of a physical, mental, and even possibly spiritual nature. Thompson starts. The last member of the squad was a tall, square-jawed man named Chauncey. Looks like a fighter, but more likely someone that got his scars in a back alley, not a battlefield. He wears a white shirt, black suspenders, and one of those pork pie hats that the Brits seem to like. Spiritual, the tall man scoffs. A smirk cracks his pale, scarred face. Thompson shrugs.
If you believe in that kind of thing anyway. Our client's looking for a great reward. You're all being compensated for the great risk. Anything else, well, you'll understand when you arrive. Speed and discretion are the order of the day, people. We barely fit ourselves inside the cramped van. And after what I'd put it somewhere around 6 hours of ass-destroying potholes and rough terrain, we arrive. We exit the paddy wagon and enter what seems to be a huge cave. It's dim, but not dark. About a half click ahead of us is daylight. Thompson has me running light, some kind of Dane submachine gun, a Thompson pistol, and a couple of smoke grenades. Chauncey now wears a cargo vest, hiking boots, and sports nothing more warlike than a large curved-handled knife. As we approach the exit of the cave, my mind conjured up all kinds of things. Some mundane, some paranormal, all horrifying. But what I saw when we left the safety of the damp rock made all those look like pleasant daydreams. The reek hit me first. That low, deep smell of industrial waste and rot. Chemical tang fetid miasma trying to outdo each other for the title of world's most offensive odor. And my brain struggled to make sense of the sheer amount of motion I was seeing. I'm gonna call whatever we find ourselves a forest, but goddamn, only because there's no other word I can think of that would fit the bill. Like calling a porcupine a thumbtack, really. All around us were tall, whip-like, dirty, gray, not quite wooden things. Each bounced and swayed as if dancing to the beat of some song we couldn't hear. It seemed impossible. Sheer weight of the things should be tearing apart the hard-packed, red-tinted soil. Ezekiel, despite looking like a Poindexter, runs fearlessly over to one of the trees, scratches at it with a small pocket knife, pushes it with his hand. "It's rock solid," he says, having to duck to avoid an especially low sway. "That's great, Zeke. But get the hell away from it," I say, doing my best drill sergeant impression. He actually takes a couple of seconds to mull it over before getting back with the group. "Leroy, get about 15 minutes of this for B-roll," Pierre demands. Leroy sighs, and the machine he's lugging starts to hum as he aims it around us. Chauncey pulls out a map. I see the mountain, body of water, forest. "We have about 2-kilometer hike before we get to the river. I suggest making as little noise as possible as we do so," the scarred man says, glowering at Pierre. "You been here before?" I asked. "I've been to every jungle on Earth, this being the only exception. Wiggling trees or not, it's no more dangerous than any of them," Chauncey answered. "The forest is full of things. If I described them all, we'd be here all night. But each and every one of them seems like an attempt or a mockery of something natural. Fleshy rocks that seem to be grinning or scowling at the right angle. Four-legged deer-like things with massive human eyes and bobbing tiny heads. Or even small, flitting insects that seem to whisper as they buzz by. The place feels weird, menacing, and in a way I can't describe. Purpose-built. My heart pounds and I grip the SMG. I don't like the look of the wildlife beyond the obvious. They seem smart. There's a hint of understanding behind every twisted, manic creature's eyes. I notice Sylvia taking something from a small brass container, dropping it on the ground every so often. "Breadcrumbs? I think the big guy's here to find our way back," I say, trying to start a conversation to keep my mind off this nightmare. "The ashes of a holy man," she said. "The Roma, I guess," I said, trying to place her accent. "Gypsy. I'm proud of it," she says, spitting on the ground. "That's for the Roma." I chuckle. "Think that stuff's gonna keep us safe?" I ask, as something in the tree line catches my eye. "Let's hope we don't have to find out." I like her answer, but not the implication. I start to wonder why I'm feeling seasick, but Leroy brings up the topic first. "There's no horizon," he says fearfully. And the man isn't wrong.
As the forest begins to thin, there's no end in sight, no curve at which you could see. I can make out structures, water, and islands from what must be hundreds of kilometers away. Ezekiel seems enraptured. "This place, it can't exist," he says, taking notes as we walk. "It's just an impossibility. Even if there were a place flat enough, where could it be? We're seeing sun, so it can't be underground. Completely fascinating." I hate the bookworm's glee, but he isn't wrong. It takes us almost until the tree line to notice the bodies. They're entwined with the roots of the dancing, swaying tree-like things, looking half-eaten, faces frozen for eternity or slightly twitching in their last moments of life. "Obviously, we're gonna need to get rid of those," Pierre says. His callousness makes me want to break his jaw. "People live out here?" I say, half to myself. "These people were either brought here or came here," Chauncey says, matter-of-factly. "Wherever we are, it's far away from the States. I doubt if there were folks who called this place home, they'd be wearing dungarees and shirts we've all seen at the Woolworths." My head is on a swivel as we hit the tree line, finally getting a clear view of the massive body of murky green water and the floating carnival of horror that it held. The ships had no sense of conformity, each a unique, impossible barge of rotten wood, rusted steel, and what appeared to be worked human remains. We could have chose any number of the hundreds floating by. Each was its own impossibly buoyant war crime. But Pierre pointed out one that bore a slight resemblance to an old-fashioned steamboat. If you squinted real hard, horse-toothed pipes belched thick, almost inky black from its roof. They snap and fight with each other like stray dogs. Its helm was a squat, pug-faced, almost goblinoid thing. Its skin was shadow black, with weeping gray sores. The worst gore-stained overalls cut into short pants. In the front of it is a breaking wheel. Some poor soul bound to it, screaming as the manic creature twists the torturing implement, sending the barge on a crazy, zigzagging journey. Pierre looks rapt, swaying Leroy in the arm, pointing. Say what you will about my reasons for signing up. Watching this bastard get his jollies, watching someone be slowly torn apart. It makes my trigger finger itch. Behind the first creature comes a second, a massive flesh mountain of a thing, clad in a robe of sorts, stitched together for what must be the outfits of a dozen people. The interaction's brutal. Half fight, half conversation, but as the massive one takes the wheel, we notice none of the horrific blows caused any kind of lasting harm. "Think your pistol and knives will keep us safe?" Sylvia says with a smirk. She pats a black velvet bag at her side. "If we just get the footage and get out of here, we don't need to be kept safe," Chauncey says. We slowly creep along the tree line, following the barge. Its destination seems to be a long dock. Its wood is pale, warped. Its timber sways slightly. The ship pulls up, and a strange device, some kind of harness on an almost gallows-like structure, swings towards the barge of its own accord. The two fiends open a hatch in the deck and drag forth something no horror of war before or since could match. Two people, torn apart, crudely stitched back together into a four-legged, almost bovine abomination. This wasn't some Frankenstein's monster, some marvel of a mad mind. As it was dragged and slammed into the harness, it became crystal clear this was just two poor folks, ripped apart, jammed together, living their final moments racked in pain, confused and crippled. Both things stand covered in gore, grinning, inflicting damage upon each other in celebration of whatever the hell they just did. The two corpses twist and scream as the harness slides down the dock with a wooden grating noise. Chauncey's trying to look unfazed. Ezekiel looks about 2 seconds away from a heart attack. I close my eyes, trying to find some sense of calm, some sense of reality in this mess. "We need to go. Now," Sylvia says. I open my eyes and see why. Both of the things, 2, maybe 3 kilometers away, seemed to be staring directly at us. "Stay calm. They could be looking at anything," Chauncey says. The small, almost rodent-like one waves. Pierre tries to protest, but before we can get started, I slam the butt of the SMG into the bridge of his nose. His demands turn to a scream, and I grab him and shove the insufferable little prick back the way he came. We sprint. The forest around us begins to go mad with motion. Behind us, a deafening roar of water and rage. I can't help but look. The ship raises itself on tubular, pulsating legs, hundreds of meters long. It bears a giant, idiot grin. Its maw square-toothed and flanked by massive doll-like eyes. The creatures aboard play instruments constructed of flesh and bone, the racket still audible over the displaced water in supernatural rage. As we sprint towards the mouth of the cave, we hear the other smaller noises all around us. I see the rat-like, evil little prick turn around, and the look on his face tells me he hasn't learned his lesson. I grab a fistful of shirt and intend to pull him out and sling the half a man over my shoulder. When I do, he shoves something in my face. I know what it is, and I let go of the evil little man. There's a charge in the rotoscope capable of destroying everything within 200 feet. Leroy, get me footage of that thing. We did not come here to fail. Pierre grins as he talks. Leroy listens. The sounds around us get closer. Why? Just answer me that, I said. Because I believe in Mr. D. I believe in his vision, and if that costs me my life, then so be it, is his reply. Little prick looks like a cult member. Chauncey takes off his vest, drawing a massive knife. Sylvia begins to take items out of her bag and begins to recite something in a language I've never heard. A dozen or so things come out of the forest, no bigger than a dog, almost perfect clones of the small rodent-like thing on the ship. They all dress in motley, each seeming to be a different profession. One looks like a doctor, another a dock worker, third might be a waiter or an usher. They swarm the massive man, but in an instant I can tell the guy is used to dealing with dangerous creatures. He moves, he stabs with his knife, never getting too close. After a few seconds we can see the small creatures nowhere near as resilient as the one on the barge. I try to get an angle for a shot, but I don't feel confident I could do it without hitting Chauncey. But he doesn't seem to need the help. Tiny, onyx, pock-filled limbs fly, screaming goblin little creatures hit the dirt. Sylvia's chant reaches a crescendo. I feel pressure. Objects she placed around her begin to rattle. The ship is close now, maybe a half a kilometer away and closing fast, faster than Chauncey's dodge. The big man stumbles, a piece missing from the back of his thigh before he can regain his stance. 2, then 3 of the things are on him. They make short work of him once he hits the ground. The man's gutted like a trout in seconds. Stay close, Sylvia says. She stands with her eyes closed, sweat starting to bead on her brow. More footage! Pierre screams. Leroy says something to him in French. All I made out was merde. We stand next to Sylvia as the things start to close in. The boat looms like the face of God himself, but something is keeping this unholy horde away about 20 feet from us. I fire a burst at the boat. I might as well have spit at it. Another of the crowd of cloned rats, but they move long before the rounds hit. Sylvia begins to slowly walk backwards, the monsters advancing with her pace. How long could you keep this up? I ask. I don't know. Less if I have to keep talking, she says curtly. The pace is slow, but we can't be more than 100 meters from the mouth of the cave. Sylvia stumbles for a moment. The pressure around us begins to lighten. She sweeps one arm out. Trying to regain balance, I saw nothing but a blur, then in an instant, Sylvia's arm was pierced by the tip of one of the tree-like thing branches. She's dragged into the air, screaming, blood from her arm falling like rain. I try to shoot the branch, sparks, noise. Nothing more. The horde takes its time, closing in like nightfall. I change magazines. What are we gonna do? Ezekiel screams. I take in a deep breath, line up my target, and hope my sharpshooting skills aren't too rusty. The burst severs her arm. I drop the weapon, doing my best to cushion her fall. 2 ribs crack. I scream as we hit the ground. Zeke, to his credit, begins to dress the wound immediately. Judging by the small medical kit he had on him, he probably has enough skill to do the job well enough so we can find a hospital. This is no monster, Hiram, Sylvia says, pain making her words clipped. So we're fucked, I say, assuming the obvious. I have no word or command that will sway them.
They may accept a sacrifice, she says. But I hesitate. Some people need killing. That's not what bothers me. But looking at these things, these impossible, powerful things, I understand what I'm doing. I'm not killing a man. I'm making a sacrifice to things that are either demons or close enough to it that it doesn't matter. But if I don't... Here, I'm going to make you an offer. We duke it out, and whichever one of us is left standing gets to walk away. I say, standing. It'll end us all before I let you lay a hand on me, the smug little shit says, brandishing the detonator. My knife isn't as big as Chauncey's, but it's sharp, and small enough to conceal up a sleeve. The detonator falls as the blade severs the tendons in Pierre's wrist. He tries to come at me. I let him. For a few seconds I take his blows, my lip splits, a cracked rib pulses with pain, and then I aim the pistol downward. It turns his kneecap into a dripping rose of bone and flesh. I turn to face the horde. The barge itself lowers its body, staring at us 2 feet away. Rank seawater breath hits us like a mortar. As I talk, Sylvia repeats what I say in that same landless language. He's yours. I, Hiram Benson, give you this man in exchange. We leave, I say, trying to make eye contact with the demonic construct. I felt something then, like a bloom of sadness deep inside my brain, a cold, dim spot that never really went away. Turn around, slowly, Sylvia says, putting one arm around my shoulder. We make it back to the cave, and to that same warehouse, leaving parts of our bodies and likely souls behind. You looking for a happy ending? Well, we all got paid, and for what it's worth, Sylvia made it through real surgery. But the thing is, that ain't the end. No, see, here's where you need to worry. Those things we so ignorantly recorded, those things that have a part of my soul. They were more than we knew. Their danger wasn't limited to claws and teeth. See, some of them, they can live in images. A piece of themselves stays in every copy. Kids, there are a lot of copies. Mr. D and the others, they sent plenty of teams just like mine in those places. Layered a happy face over the frantic evil, put them in homes, theaters, schools across the world. In fact, I bet a lot of you have one or two sitting around right now. DVD bought at a bargain bin, maybe a video you watched on YouTube. You felt it, you've seen it. And now you understand it. My advice is just let these things die. Let these macabre melodies get lost in time. Go searching for old cartoons to see if you can catch a glimpse, an untouched frame of pure evil. I've never been one to turn down a paycheck. If you folks need any more lessons from an old man who might not see summer, let me know down in the comments. Otherwise, I hope you're the first generation to actually listen to your elders. Have you ever had the experience of swearing you saw something at the edge of your vision and peering at you from around a corner before? I'm fairly sure a good chunk of people have, maybe even you reading this right now. Regardless of whether you're in a crowded area such as a mall or a school or a home, or even just by yourself, you've more than likely had that strange sensation of being watched. Usually accompanied by a slight shiver down your spine. You'll snap your head up from whatever you're doing, or whoever you're talking to, and nothing will be there. But you always swear that at the very edge of your vision, you saw something, slight blur, as if something was there, but seemed to anticipate your move, pulled back out of your sight. I'm fairly certain most of you just end up shaking it off. You shake your head, telling yourself that nothing was there. You go back to what you were doing. And that's a good thing. Because it's what keeps you safe. It's what keeps you alive. Like many of you for years, I always wrote seeing the slight blur at the edge of my sight off as a trick of my eyes, being so focused on one particular area that the rest of your vision goes fuzzy. As my mother once told me, when I, as a child, told her I'd seen something at the doorway in my bedroom, and as I grew older, I just took it as a fact, the way every child takes their parents' wisdom to heart. Soon I became an adult, I simply waved it away completely. That was until one night. You see, as a 30-something-year-old bachelor who makes just above the line of adequate pay, I live by myself in a small one-bedroom apartment. It means having to live farther out from the city where I work, but I prefer living alone over not having to make the rather long drive to and from work every day. And because my free time during the day is close to zero, I also am a bit of a night owl. This particular night, about 3.5 weeks ago, I was up late. I was sitting at my kitchen table with my laptop out in front of me. I was surfing the net looking for a good deal on eBay for a new DVD and VCR combo, since my old one broke, when this feeling came over me. This small but noticeable shiver shot up my spine, the upper edge of my vision, just below where my hair began to drift into my eyes. I saw it. It was a black and silver blur. At least that's what it looked like to me. I lifted my head quickly, looking towards the corner I'd seen it. My kitchen's in the back of my apartment, where the table's set. I was looking back out into the living room. The bedroom also sits next to the kitchen. The wall separating the two stretches out a bit, causing a bit of a large blind spot from where I sat. Of course, when I looked up, there was nothing there. For a few more seconds, I simply sat, staring at the corner. Nothing moved. There was no sound except for the quiet whine of my laptop's fan and the hum of the fridge. I snorted. Really, Eddie? I mean, you're jumping at shadowy blurs now. What are you, 8 years old again? With a shake of my head, I went back to the computer screen. The hours seemed to pass by at an accelerated pace. And to my surprise, when I checked the clock at the bottom right of my laptop screen, the time said 2:45 in the morning. Holy crap, I stayed up too freaking late, I whispered to myself. I'd barely be getting 4 or 5 hours of sleep. And so, with a yawn, I shut my computer down and put it back into its carrying bag. As I stood up, though, a slight feeling of apprehension wiggled its way to the forefront of my mind. I lifted my head from zipping up the bag, and again I stared at the corner. This time there was nothing there. No blur at all. Recalling what my mother had told me years ago, I stood up, slowly stepped into the center of the kitchen, where I could see around the corner, and I felt a small pang of embarrassment, relief that washed over me as I saw nothing. Nothing was there. I'm next gonna start believing the Easter Bunny, Santa Claus again, I muttered to myself. And with that, I entered my bedroom, shutting the door behind me and climbing into bed. For a moment, the image of the blur danced behind my eyelids, and then the Sandman overtook me, plunging me into a deep and dreamless sleep. The next day passed by like I was wading through quicksand. Of course, it likely had to do with how tired I was, but I got through the day, and soon enough I was back home. And this time, I resolved to go to bed before midnight. The 1 a.m. at the latest. So I didn't go on my computer. Instead, I watched some TV, indulged myself in a few online matches in Battlefield 1. Soon enough, the clock sitting next to the TV displayed 12:35 in big red numbers. Alright, time for bed, I thought. And I stood up, shutting off the TV and Xbox. I decided that I'd get myself a drink before bed, and I moved to the fridge. Opening it, I pulled a pitcher of juice out and grabbed a glass from a nearby cabinet. Poured myself some. Cold liquid felt good, sliding down my throat. I let out a relieved sigh. For a moment, I closed my eyes. Apart from the sound of a diesel truck passing by outside and the ticking of the clock over the sink, all was silent. And I loved it. I placed the glass in the sink to wash tomorrow. I turned to take the pitcher back to the fridge. And I nearly dropped it at what I saw. As I turned around, I had a clear view across the kitchen and living room towards the small alcove where my front door sat. And for just a second, I saw the same black and silver blur pulling back out of sight from the edge of my vision. Except this time I know it wasn't just a trick of my vision or a strand of hair flashing in front of my face. "Hey!" I reflectively yelled out. I didn't expect any response. I didn't get any, but now I knew for certain there was something or someone there. I felt my pulse rapidly quicken, and my heart began to beat like a drum against my chest. Fucking great. Did someone decide to break in and try to burgle my apartment? I mean, of all places, tonight? I looked around quickly for something to defend myself. My eyes fell upon the block holding all my knives, and moving quickly, I pulled the largest one out and turned back towards the entryway. There was no movement now, but I noticed a change in the atmosphere. And gone was that simple, vacant air the apartment always had. Now it seemed to contain a change to it, as if seeing the figure had been something they hadn't planned on. As if I weren't supposed to have seen it. Probably figured I'd already be in bed. But they had a massive surprise coming their way. I cleared my throat. "You back there," I called out simply. Again, there was no reply. I spoke again. "Look, I saw you there peeking around the corner of the entryway, so the jig's up. I don't want to fight right now, so I'll make you a deal. If you turn around right now and leave, I won't call the cops on you, and I won't come at you with this knife. Just go find someone else to rob, okay?" Still, there was silence. But the tension in the room seemed to have racked up more than a few notches of my words. I waited for a minute, feeling my temper beginning to flare. Does this dumbass seriously believe that if he stays quiet, I'll believe he's not there and just, go to bed or something? It wouldn't be a surprise. People who usually broke into houses and apartments in my neighborhood were usually strung out on drugs of choice for the week, or, in all truthfulness, simply not that bright. I let out an annoyed growl. "If I have to come over there, it's not going to end well for you," I said. At 6 feet even and in good shape, I could easily take on whoever it was. The silence was almost deafening. Okay, the hell with this man. I strode quickly across the room, the knife held out in front of me in a vice-like grip. I stopped for a moment, drawing in all my strength and reflexes. For a moment, though, an odd sensation seemed to wash over me like a wave, but to my surprise, it was a bolt of fear. But fear of what? Yeah, it was a bit dangerous that I was about to confront a cornered intruder, but fear shouldn't be one of the experienced emotions. Shaking it away, I put all the muscle into my legs and leapt around the corner. There was nobody there. For a moment, I simply stood there, feeling dumbfounded. What? I blurted out. I knew for a fact I'd seen someone there. It hadn't been a trick of my eyes, and I hadn't heard the front door open. In fact, looking down at it now, I saw the little knob on the door handle was, in fact, twisted into the locked position. As I stared down at it, a sudden, huge shiver rushed up my spine, combined with a feeling of being stared at intensely. In fact, it almost felt as though whoever were doing the staring almost directly behind me. Shit. On instinct, I whirled around, slashing out with the knife as hard as I could. But again, there was nothing. No one stood behind me. The oddest thing, though, was that as soon as I spun around, the feeling of eyes boring into the back of my skull ceased, as if the watcher had simply blinked out of existence the moment I turned.
But the tension in the apartment didn't go away. In fact, it almost seemed to intensify. And it kept me on edge. Enough to the point that I searched the entire apartment. I went into the bathroom, drawing back the shower curtain. I went into the bedroom. I opened the sliding doors of the closet. I even opened both closets in the living room, pulling out all the coats and boxes that someone could hide behind. But I found nothing. No trace of anybody. Even still, though, when I went to bed, I locked the door to my bedroom behind me, just in case. And I slept with the knife at my bedside table. The next morning when I awoke, the feeling had vanished from the apartment. It was almost as if the daylight had banished the tension-filled aura away, and I was glad for it. Along with the fact that I had a full day of work ahead of me. And so, with a final look around, I locked the front door behind me, climbed into my old, but still well taken care of Mitsubishi, and made the 2.5-hour drive into the city for work. The day passed by without much fuss, aside from a mandatory team meeting with my dickhead boss who decided to impose on us during our lunch break. The monotony calmed me down somewhat, and I began to mentally tease myself for how bent out of shape I'd been last night. I even decided to tell some of the guys at the water cooler about it. Everyone, of course, had a good laugh over it. Well, Ed, if I ever need someone to slice away at the empty darkness in my house, I'll be sure to give you a call. Mark, one of my coworkers, joked, causing everyone, including myself, to guffaw some more. The joking shoved it completely out of my mind, and before I knew it, the evening had arrived. I packed my belongings back into the car and made the journey back home, still chuckling a bit to myself and humming along to the songs playing on the car's radio. As I pulled into my apartment building's parking lot, into my space at close to 10 at night, however, I saw something which tore away that relaxed, relieved emotion from me, like it had been a loved one in the grip of a tsunami. My complex is set up in a U formation with 2 floors, sort of similar to how an older built motel looks. My apartment was the second one on the top floor, and from where I sat in my car, I could look up and see the living room window of my place between the slats of the walkway's railing. As I always did when I left, I'd twisted shut the white Venetian blinds so nobody walking past the window could look into my place. If someone was peering down at me from between my blinds, I felt my blood turn to ice as I saw the obvious parting in the middle of them, signifying someone was pulling down on a section of them, and then doubly so when they just as quickly snapped back into position. Shit, I mentally hissed. I fumbled around in my coat pockets looking for my cell phone. I let out a groan as I suddenly realized I'd forgotten it when I'd left home that morning, which meant it was up there. Them. Shit, I hissed again, out loud this time. I gazed around for a moment at the darkened windows of the other units, but I knew none of my neighbors would be of any help to me. Long gone were the days of neighbors looking out for each other. They would inevitably tell me to either find a way to call the cops myself or straight up tell me to go fuck myself. That it wasn't their problem. Which, unless I wanted to drive straight to my local police station, over 20 minutes away, the other option was to go in myself. Hissing through gritted teeth, I pulled the door handle and kicked the door open, letting the chilly night air flood into the car's interior. I reached down and yanked on the trunk release before climbing out and slamming the door. Crossing to it, I pulled the glass hatch up and fumbled around inside for a moment before withdrawing a tire iron from the mass of crap cluttering up the trunk. Slamming the hatch closed, I took a deep breath. Then, leaving my car engines running in case I needed to make a quick getaway, I took the stairs to the top floor, 2 at a time. A moment later, I was standing at the head of the landing, staring at the Tweety Bird yellow painted door of my apartment. My heart pounded in my chest as I took a step forward, reaching out slowly and gripping the handle in one hand. I gave it a small twist to see if it would turn, but it stayed in place, showing that the door was still locked, or whoever's in there locked it behind them.
Swallowing a bit, I reached into my pants pocket for my house keys with my free hand. Pulling them out, I slid them quietly as possible into the lock in the center of the doorknob. I took a deep breath, knowing as soon as I twisted the key, the doorknob would turn with it as well. God, please don't let me get jumped as soon as I step inside, I quietly whispered through the dark sky. I let out the deep breath and raised the tire iron over my head and twisted the key. The knob turned and I immediately pushed the door open. It swung inward before hitting the wall with a soft clunk. The porch light cast a long, narrow shadow of light into the dark room beyond, reflecting off my flat-screen TV on the far side of the living room. Aside from that, though, the place was as dark and silent as a tomb. My pulse quickened as I slowly reached inside, my hand searching for the light switch. Part of me feared that as I blindly searched, I'd suddenly feel a vice-like grip seize my wrist and pull me into the dark. The mental image sent a shiver of fear through me just as my fingers found the plastic switch. Flicking it on, the living room suddenly became awash in the bright overhead light. Still holding the tire iron over my head, I took a tentative step inside. The atmosphere had changed again. Gone was the tense one which had accompanied seeing whoever the other night. In its place was an almost threatening one. And realizing it set me even farther on edge. Moving quickly, I leaned around the corner, giving me a glimpse of the kitchen beyond. Both it and the living room were empty. From initial appearances, anyway. But that still left the bathroom and the kitchen. Something caught my eye, however, which filled me with relief. My cell phone still sat where I'd left it in the middle of the living room coffee table. I moved slowly, trying to stay as quiet as possible, so whoever was hidden wouldn't realize I was going for my phone and bum-rush me. I held my breath as I passed by the half-open doors of both my bathroom and bedroom, stepping around the couch and picking up my phone. I decided right there and then that I'd step back outside and call the cops. I mean, there was a fine line between being courageous and being suicidally stupid, and searching this place on my own with just a tire iron to defend myself, especially knowing someone was hiding somewhere in here, was firmly on the ladder of that line. I turned to begin walking quietly back to the open front door, but something stopped me, something which made me freeze. There was a small section of eggshell white wall between the door to one of my closets and the bathroom door. Something had been written there. No, not written, I realized. It had been scratched into the wall. My eyes flashed over the 3 words etched into the paint and plaster. Vider nos potes. My head swam with confusion, trying to place what language it was. That was when I felt my heart almost stop in my chest, and my breath along with it. Out of the left corner of my vision, I saw the door to my bedroom. It slowly but noticeably swung open a bit. No, that wasn't what had caused my heart to skip a beat, though. It was seeing the black and silver blur again. Oh, shit. Before the thought had finished in my head, I was dashing for the door. Out of the corner of my vision, there was a sudden blur of movement as the black and silver thing came flying out of the room. It never made a sound, though. I dodged it somehow and flew around the corner, snatching the doorknob in my free hand and yanking the door shut behind me. Twisting the keys to the right to lock the door again, I tore them from the lock and thundered back down the stairs, yanking the door to my car open and crashing into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut and locking it. I dropped the tire iron and fumbled with my phone. As the voice of the emergency dispatcher came on the other end of the line and stumbled through explaining what had happened, I kept my gaze locked to the windshield on the front door and the living room window. I swear I saw the blinds part again as I heard the wail of the police sirens approaching. When the police arrived, I jumped out of my car and I quickly explained what had happened. They took my house keys from me and with their pistols drawn, climbed quickly up the stairs to my place, with neighbors opening their doors and parting their blinds to see what was happening. They opened the door and quickly entered. A few minutes later, they both appeared and waved for me to come up and join them. "Sorry, sir, but whoever it was, they're gone," one of them said to me. He then showed me the window in the back of the apartment, which was in the back of the kitchen, and opened out into a main road, which had been opened. The mosquito screen had been cut to allow someone to jump out. I stared out and down at the 2-story drop. It would hurt to jump from this height, but it's doable, I thought. The cops again did a sweep of the apartment, turning the entire place upside down with me there, and again found no one. They both promised to stay the night outside, to keep an eye on the place in case the person attempted to try and come back. And they'd make sure an officer was posted outside for the next week or so. It made me feel more than a bit better. What about the writing scratched into the wall? I asked them, pointing to it. The first officer shrugged. I honestly don't know, sir, he said, giving me an apologetic look. That's a language I've never seen before. That's when the second one spoke up. It's Latin, he said simply. We both looked at him. He was staring at the writing with a bit of confusion, if not apprehensive, look on his face. But what frickin' low-level criminal knows Latin? He murmured quietly, more to himself than us. Well, what does it say? I asked him. For a few seconds he didn't answer. Then he finally turned and looked at me. He can see us. That's roughly what it says. I felt a massive chill shoot up my spine at his words. I couldn't understand why. At least, not at the time. As promised, the officers watched over the apartment the rest of the night, and for the next week, there was always at least one cop car sitting outside. It was also, thankfully, quiet the next week. I was almost able to feel completely calm, putting the frightening experience out of my mind and allowing my life to regain a bit of normalcy. I didn't feel any sensation of being watched. One thing I did do, though, was type the Latin words into Google, in an attempt to see if anything came up, but nothing did. I decided to push the last remnants out of my conscious mind, and as the weekend came, I looked forward to sitting on the couch playing video games all night and having a bottle of Hypnotic to myself. Saturday night, I played until almost 1 in the morning, before stumbling my drunk ass to the bed. I passed out almost as soon as my head hit the pillow. I'm honestly not sure what woke me up, but when I slid my eyes open, it was still the darkness. I felt my head begin to spin, showing that I wasn't fully sober yet. I shot a look at the bright red glowing numbers of the clock on the bedside table next to my head. 3:30 a.m. What the hell? Do I have to piss? What woke me up? Everything stopped. My mind froze mid-thought, and my heart fluttered in my chest. My breath hitched in my chest as my eyes adjusted to the dark. Staring across the room, I was looking at my bedroom closet, which, when I'd fallen asleep, I'd looked over and seen it closed. But now, as I stared, I realized the sliding right door had been pulled back some. A chill ran through me, and then it was replaced by a bone-chilling shiver of fear as my eyes locked onto something else, something which stared at me from around the edge of the half-open closet door. It was the black and silver blur, except this time it wasn't a full-on blur. I'm not sure what it was. The darkness, the alcohol still flowing through my veins, but I could see it a bit more clearly now. I couldn't see much, just what looked like 2 large, very dark eyes glaring at me. I felt frozen in place, fear quite literally paralyzing me to the bed. As I lay there, my eyes widened to the size of saucers. I slowly became aware of something else. Something which I'd never forget, which I could still hear in the silence. It was whispering. It was a soft, hissing voice, sounding as grating as sandpaper, but it almost seemed to be growing in intensity, as if it knew I was awake and was staring at it. It was not even remotely happy about it. The words were indistinguishable at first, but as the voice grew louder, the words became clearer. But they weren't words that I knew, or language that I knew.
Toe buenos viajes. Toe buenos viajes.
I recognized some of the words as the same as the words written on my wall. He was speaking in Latin. The voice grew angrier and angrier, turning from a hiss into almost a demonic growl, and then he went deadly silent. It almost seemed as though the entire world had gone dead silent, as if everything were being sucked out of the world. And that's when I saw the hand reach up from underneath the bed to grab onto the sheets, less than a foot from my face. A hand which more resembled a claw, tipped with 5 razor-sharp fingernails. It's more than one. And it's under my fucking bed. Seeing that hand, that claw, reaching up from under the bed broke the paralysis hold that had come over me. I flew up in the bed, flinging the sheets up and forwards, letting out an involuntary scream. Instantly, there seemed to be a world of motion in the bedroom. Black and silver blurs seemed to appear from everywhere, from the closet, from under the bed, even from inside my armoire I used to store candy, books, and CDs. And they were all coming for me. But I was already moving, practically flying from my open bedroom door. Behind me, I caught the blurs following after me. They were terrifyingly fast, but they stayed silent. Silent, that is, except for the mantra they all seemed to suddenly begin to angrily whisper. The same words I'd heard the other one in the closet angrily hiss. Toe nos verde potes, they chanted. Just loud enough for me to hear, but not enough for anyone else in the complex to. I ran through the bedroom door, grabbing it and slamming it shut behind me. A moment later, I felt the push from the other side as whatever the things were attempted to force it open. Looking around, I spied a kitchen chair within reach and grabbed it, forcing it onto the handle to block the door. I knew it wouldn't hold for long, though. I could hear the creatures practically throwing themselves at the door. I used the time I had to grab my computer bag, along with the clothes I'd left strewn on my living room floor and my cell phone. I just snatched my car keys from their hook when I realized they'd gone silent. The assault on the door stopped. For a split second, I felt a wave of relief, and then I saw something out of the corner of my eye from the kitchen. My blood turned to ice as I realized the cabinet doors onto the sink were beginning to open. And that demonic growl of a mantra was beginning to pour out from under it. And so was my bathroom door. And both closets. Oh, fuck me, I whimpered, then dashed for my door, snatching up my sneakers as they rushed out from their new hidey holes. I unlocked and threw the door open, dashing out into the night and yanking it shut behind me. Bolting down the stairs, I jammed the key into the door of my car and unlocked it. I piled into the driver's seat and yanked the door shut, slamming down on the lock button. Forcing the key into the ignition and twisting it, the engine roared to life. I knew I should simply call the cops, but I knew at this point, if I did, when they arrived, they'd all have disappeared. I mean, maybe even make it look like another person had jumped out the window again. I mean, they're that smart. Instead, I jammed the shifter into reverse and peeled out of the parking lot. And as I left, I saw the blinds part again as they watched me go. I haven't been back to my apartment in weeks. I drove all through the night fighting back the waves of nausea from the alcohol still in my system until I made it to the city where I work. I rented a motel room, and ever since then, I've been staying there. I figured I could just eventually have movers go and collect my things from the apartment, give my 30-day notice. There was no way I was ever going back there. I thought I'd be safe in the city. I thought I would be safe anywhere else but my apartment. But they were bound to that place. I was so wrong. Because I've started seeing them everywhere now. I've seen them while out in crowded spaces, such as malls at Walmart. I've seen them in my coworkers' houses when I'm invited over by them, as they tell me they're concerned about how I'm beginning to act. I've been seeing them at work, peering at me from around the corners of hallways, from behind the water cooler. I even caught them glaring at me from around the corner of my office cubicle. They whisper that horrible Latin mantra. And now added with evil chuckles. And they whisper it to me.
I ended up entering the phrase in Google Translate to understand what they're saying, but I wish I never had, because knowing meaning of the words fills me with an existential dread and terror I've never felt before. Take away he who can see us. Okay, you need to listen to me now. You reading this account I'm posting out. I don't know what these creatures are. I wish I did, because then I might have some way of fighting back against them. I don't even know what they fully look like. I've only seen their eyes and their clawed hands. The only thing I can deduce is that they're incalculably old. Centuries old, maybe even eons. I mean, I understand that those blurs I saw all throughout my life from the corner of my visions were them. They lived alongside us for all of humanity's existence, staying just out of sight. They like it that way. They don't like us humans knowing about them. But I know others, not just myself, have likely seen them. And how many strange cases of people disappearing in their homes with all the doors and windows locked from the inside of it? How many have you heard about? I know I've heard more of them than a few, and I think I know what happened to them. They saw these creatures, and when they realized the people could see them, they came for them. They wore them down mentally and physically like they're doing to me now. I'm afraid to fall asleep. I'm afraid I'll wake up to see them right in front of me. I feel so weak now. I can't fight them off if I tried. They know that. They knew that about the others, and that's when they dragged them away to God knows where. I know I'm going to find out soon enough. All of today, they've been getting closer. I caught one trying to grab my leg under my desk. And that wasn't the scariest encounter I've had. The worst was driving back to the motel, looking in the rearview mirror, seeing one of them staring at me from just behind the rear seat. Caused me to nearly crash into a telephone pole. I've locked myself in my motel room, which is where I'm writing this. I don't have much time. They're beginning to poke their heads out from everywhere in here. Multiple have popped their heads up from under the bed, watching me, frantically typing this out of my laptop, and they're all laughing at me now. Today is when they're going to take me. They know, I know that, and I can't do anything more now. I can't run from them anymore. I'm too tired. I'm too weak. But I could do one final thing. I can warn you. I could post this account here as a warning. I know for a fact most of you won't believe me, and that's fine. It may even be what saves you in the end. But please, listen to me when I say this. If you ever think you see something peering at you from around a corner, if you ever catch a glimpse of a black and silver blur disappearing just out of sight, don't investigate it. Just ignore it. Tell yourself it's nothing. Go about with your lives, because you don't ever want them to realize you can see them. Everyone has tales about the strange and bizarre. My story is about how my half-whole mask saved my life, and continues to save my life to this very day. Late in December, I was traveling north from California to my home state of Oregon. Nothing fancy. I was just going to visit the family for the holidays. On my way north, I hit a small snowstorm. Nothing awful, just a lot of snow falling all at once. I wasn't worried about the small increase of snow at first, considering I had snow tires installed before I started my long journey home. I did, however, get a little hesitant to drive when the snow started to really come down. The large amount of falling snow, coupled with the large amount already littering the ground as I traveled higher into the mountains, caused me to consider finding a place to stay for the night. I figured I could get some sleep while the storm passed over. That, and the fact that I could give my car's heater a break before it would decide to burst into flames, or worse, just stop working altogether. I scanned as much of the landscape as I could, but there were no buildings in the immediate area. The only other option that I had for my predicament was to keep driving and hope there was a town or exit nearby that I could take in order to escape from the storm. I must have been driving for at least an hour before I saw a sign up ahead indicating how far the closest city was. My heart sank a little when I read 162 miles as it flew by my windshield and vanished into the snowy night. At this point, the snow was beating against my windshield, and I knew that I wasn't going to last 162 minutes, let alone 162 miles. The digital clock on my radio read 1:21 a.m., and I decided that the next turnoff I saw I would take and hope that I could find a neighborhood that would produce some results on my current endeavor. My thought process was either freeze to death in my car or stay the night at some random person's house. Weighing the two options in my head, I picked the only thing a sane person would pick, and go with the house. Another 30 minutes flew by, and still no luck finding a place to pull off. Just when I was starting to lose hope, I saw a turnoff in the distance. A small shape started to make its way closer into my headlights, and on further inspection, it was revealed to me that they were two wooden poles that possibly belonged to a fence. When I turned onto the road between the two wooden poles, the ground beneath me felt rocky and rough, like I was traveling on gravel. I didn't drive for too long before I started to see a small cabin creep into my field of view. The lights in the cabin were off, but the place seemed to be in good shape. I parked my car under a tall, wild-looking tree that took residence on the cabin's front lawn. Getting out of my car, I immediately grabbed my extra jacket and put it on, pulling the half-whole mask I wore around my neck up and over my ears to keep the heat around my face. I put my cap on and trudged up to the cabin. As I traveled through the cold, windy night up to it, what I felt was my salvation. I immediately regretted not getting any gloves for my hands. Despite the irritation I had with my hands, my face and the rest of my body were comfortably warm, so I didn't have much room to complain. I stuffed my frozen hands deep into my pockets and continued my journey across the cabin's lawn. As I made my way to the door, I noticed something odd. There was no indication of life anywhere. There wasn't even a car in the front yard. Taking my right hand out of my pocket, I knocked 3 times, waiting patiently before saying, "Hello? Is anyone there? I'm sorry to bother you so late at night, but I need a place to stay for a few hours." Nothing answered my plea for help. So I knocked 3 more times on the door, hitting my knuckles harder against the aged wood of the entrance. "Hello?" I said again, a little louder, before continuing with, I'm not here to rob you or anything. I just need a place to stay for the rest of the night. I promise I'll be gone by sunrise." As I finished my sentence, I touched the ornate metal door handle, noticing the door seemed to be unlocked. I said in a loud voice, I'm coming in now. If there's anybody in there, let me know, please." I pressed the metal lever down, finding it a bit odd that the door was unlocked, and opened the door with little resistance on the other end, closing it behind me with about the same resistance, despite the fact the door looked really old. Looking around the area, I noticed the cabin had 5 rooms. The living room, which was the biggest room, a small kitchen, an even smaller washroom, and what I assumed were 2 small bedrooms in the back. No lights were on inside the cozy cabin, making it almost pitch dark if my eyes weren't already adjusted to the darkness from outside. I decided the best thing to do would be to search for a light switch, so I took out my phone and turned on my flashlight app to scan the walls. My scan produced no results, however, and at the risk of losing my precious battery power on my phone, I decided my best option would be to turn off the light and put my phone on airplane mode. Before turning off the light, I studied the paintings hanging on the walls I glossed over in the initial scan. Each painting that crossed my sight was just typical landscapes, harbors, things like that. There was a painting that looked like a fox hunt or something like that, but other than that, it was just typical paintings you'd see hanging on the walls around an elderly person's home. There was one that caught my eye. The painting was small and consisted of what looked like 2 adults, a mother and father, a teenage girl, and a small child. The family captured in that painting were wearing what looked like Victorian-era clothing. I'm guessing about the clothes. I mean, it could have been from the 1800s or the early 20th century. Point is that the clothing looked ornate, regal. There was something really disturbing about the image in the painting, though. The faces of each member of the family looked like they were smoothed over with clay. It's kind of hard to describe it. But the three family members looked like they had no facial features. And by no facial features, I mean instead of the normal facial features you and I have, the three people in the painting had grooves of smooth flesh where normally you have an eye, a nose, or a mouth. The only person in the painting that didn't possess a blank face was the teenage girl, which had normal facial features for a teenage girl. In fact, she was quite breathtaking. I pulled myself away from the painting to take a glance at my phone for the time. My phone indicated that it had passed 2 o'clock in the morning, so I decided to go to the back room and check to see if it was occupied. To my relief, the room was vacant beside a medium-sized bed, ornate dresser, and nightstand. There wasn't much to go by. The walls were blank, beside more sappy paintings to give it a little more atmosphere. Although there was no indication of a heating system besides a chimney, the rooms were bearable enough that I figured I could just bundle up in my clothes under the covers in order to stay warm. I was only going to be here for a few hours anyway, so there wasn't much point to starting a fire, and plus the people who owned the cabin wouldn't be back tonight considering how late it was. I hopped into the worn-out bed, facing the open door, next to another door that I assumed was the closet, and pulled my half-whole mask completely up and over my face to make sure my head would stay nice and warm the rest of the stay. Pulling the fabric of my mask down slightly to set the alarm on my phone for 4:30 a.m. and putting it back down onto the nightstand, I covered my face again and bundled up tightly with the sheets, closing my eyes and letting dreamland take me away until I woke up after what felt like minutes later to the sound of scratching. My body froze as I heard the noise over and over again, softly coming from the closet door. I tried to relax myself by thinking that all the noise that I was hearing was just a rat or some other animal that was spending the night in the closet while the cabin's owners were away. Quietly, I shifted onto my back, pulling my half-whole mask down slightly so a little slit appeared, giving me a small window to look out. And what was out there? I laid on the bed, stiff as a board, with my cap and mask covering my face in such a way that it acted like a visor, giving me a small peek at what was in the darkness. Thankfully, my eyes adjusted to the dark, which gave me a small amount of reassurance as I continued looking in the direction the scratching noise was coming from. The scratching continued louder and louder for what seemed like minutes, until just like that, it suddenly stopped. Silence filled the room again, but it wasn't a safe kind of silence. The deafening silence in the room was a foreboding, ominous sort of silence. The vacuum of sound in the air was the type of silence that happens in a movie just before something jumps out at you. Just when I began to calm myself down, the doorknob to the closet began to jiggle and turn very slowly. My heart was racing out of my chest as I saw and heard the knob turn, and every inch of my body wanted to bolt out of that bed and out of that cabin before whatever was on the other side of that door got out after me. I laid perfectly still on the bed despite the fact that I had a cocktail of adrenaline, nerves, and instincts telling me to get the hell out of there. My eyes widened as the door to the closet opened slightly, and I saw what looked like a dried head attached to an elongated neck pop out of the opening, followed by a skeletal body. The thing that was emerging from the closet crawled on all fours out of the doorway and slowly made its way to the bed I was sleeping in. I've never been more frightened in my whole entire life as the thing stood up, almost touching the roof of the cabin, and looked down in my direction. The creature stood there, studying me as I peeked through the thin slit in my mask. Pure terror swirling around in my mind as I glanced up at the body of the creature. Looking at the creature's skeletal face, I noticed that it had no eyes in its eye sockets. which led me to believe it couldn't see me even though I could see it. Just when the idea of it not being able to see me started to give me a little comfort, the creature began to speak. "Strange," the creature whispered softly, as it continued to watch me and then began to speak again. "It has no fear of me," the creature continued to say in a hoarse tone, as it began to breathe loudly, continuing to look at me and gripping down on the edge of my bed. Feeling the creature's bony hand touch the edge of my bed caused my brain to go into complete panic mode. The only thing that stopped me from jumping up was the thought that maybe the creature believed I was dead or asleep and wouldn't attack. "How can it not fear me?" the thing said through clenched teeth before loudly gasping and suddenly pulling back with its mouth open in an expression that seemed like fear. "It has no face," the thing whispered to itself as it continued to back away. "It has no face," the creature said again, but this time louder than before and slightly more threatening. "It has no face!" the creature shouted as it backed off further away from the bed. I heard the thing breathing loudly and quickly before calming down and slowly returning to the side of the bed. Leaning over to me slowly, the creature continued to look at me before softly beginning to breathe on my face. I could smell its foul breath, even through my mask. The smell was so powerful that it took all my strength not to gag as a reflex to the awful stench. In my mind, I made the choice to keep motionless and not do or say anything that could compromise whatever illusion I was giving the thing that was currently studying me. The creature breathed on me again softly. The stench I smelled from its breath could only be described as pure death, which only strengthened my resolve to stay perfectly motionless. "Strange," the thing whispered at me again, leaning in close to me to the point where I could see and smell its decaying flesh. The creature slowly reached for me, its hand slowly moving towards my face. With every inch that decaying hand moved, I couldn't help but feel my situation becoming more and more dire. I thought that this was it for me. The creature would kill me tonight, would take me away and torture me, then kill me, and no one would know what happened to me. No one would find my body out here. No one would know my story. I could feel tears starting to swell up in my eyes, and I thought of everyone I ever loved being yanked away from me in that one moment. "No face. No face. No face," the creature softly chanted, as its hands crept closer to my face. I could hear the anguish in the creature's voice as it continued chanting over and over as it reached for me. As the creature's long, bony hand crept only centimeters away from my face, I braced myself for the worst, making the last thoughts I would ever have about the people who I loved. Just as I thought my life was all over, a sudden loud noise erupted from the room, filling the ear closest to the nightstand with a flood of beeps, and causing the creature to scream and jump back. As the noise continued, the creature threw itself back against the wall, shrieking uncontrollably in terror as it stumbled back towards the closet. I was dumbstruck for a second before the thought came to me, and I remembered that I set my alarm for 4:30 a.m., which must have been the source of the noise. I jumped out of the bed, grabbed my phone, and pointing the lit-up screen at the monster as the alarm continued to ring loudly. The loud ringing caused the monster to shriek even more in confusion and terror as it retreated quicker as I approached. Seeing my chance, I activated my phone's flashlight and put it on strobe in order to disorient the monster further. "No face! No face! No face!" the creature shrieked at me as it withdrew to the safety of the closet. I continued to shine my light on the creature. And for added effect, I started playing loud music as I continued to jab my phone in the monster's direction like a lion tamer. The thing threw itself into the dark recesses of the closet, and I shoved the door back, locking it after I slammed it closed. The shrieks from the monster got fainter and fainter, like it was retreating deeper into the house. "No face! No face! It has no face!" I could hear the creature yell out as it got further and further away. After hearing the last retreating words of the thing that terrified me, the whole night I bolted from the cabin at breakneck speed, jumping into my car and flooring it off the gravel road. I was shaking all over as I drove, and when I pulled my half-whole mask further down, my exposed skin was as white as the snow that littered the ground. I was so frightened by the whole experience. As soon as I pulled into the first town I saw, I parked my car and began to sob uncontrollably for a while. The experience that I had just been through would scar me for life. But as I wept in my car in the parking lot of a 7-Eleven, I couldn't help but start to laugh a little in between my fits of crying. I got through my whole ordeal without so much as a scratch on me. Aside from my mental scars, I was fine. I was alive. I didn't have to worry anymore. After I finished my whole episode of crying and laughing like an insane person, I entered the store, sniffing and wiping away the rest of my tears. As I continued into the store, the cashier looked up at me and traced my direction with his eyes before continuing on with what he was doing. The store was mostly empty, besides an elderly couple. I was the only customer in there. "A rough night," the cashier said with one eyebrow cocked up as he scanned my items. "You have no idea," I said, looking out the window at the sunny winter day. "Notice you look a bit upset when you came in. What happened? You get dumped or something?" he said, looking up at me as the register computed how much I owed him. Looking at the young man behind the register, he seemed like he was a little younger than I was, although it doesn't say much because even though I'm 22, I look younger than my actual age. I looked at the cashier's name tag for a second before feeling that I had nothing to lose by telling him about the night I just had. The small name on his ID tag read Evan. And as I finished telling him my frightening tale, something odd happened. I expected him to bust out laughing or say I was the best liar he'd ever talked to. Instead of doing any of that, Evan just stood there, his skin milk white as he stared at me with an expression so horrified he gave me the impression that he just witnessed someone get run over by a train or something. "Evan, are you all right?" I said, looking into his eyes. We both stood there quiet. What? Oh, yeah, it's just..." Evan began to say before his thoughts trailed off due to the new feeling that we were both being watched. I began to feel eyes burn into the back of my head before turning around to see the old couple I glanced at when I entered the store beforehand. The old couple possessed the same horrified look that Evan had just a few seconds ago. He must have heard the whole story I told. After a few moments of silence, the old couple asked me what I knew about the cabin, to which I couldn't really say. I gave them the best description I could about what I saw. The couple proceeded to tell me about the cabin, about how long it had been there, and that it was haunted by a presence so terrifying. The place was condemned and left to rot away after so many people disappeared. They told me that no one who ever stayed in that cabin has ever been seen alive again, if they've ever been seen at all. "One of my best friends stayed the night in that cabin," Evan said quietly as he stared off into the distance, but continued his thoughts with, "I refused to go into the cabin. I knew something bad would happen if we went. Tried so hard to convince him that dare was stupid not to go in, but he refused to be labeled as a chicken and continued with the dare." Evan's eyes began to water as he continued with his story. "I never saw him again after that. I kept calling his phone, but his parents still couldn't find him. Put out flyers and billboards, and never had any luck. After a few days, we contacted the police. I told them about the cabin." Evan began to choke down tears as he clenched his fists. "You found him in the basement of that cabin. Sprawled out on the floor, his eyes surgically removed from his sockets. His nose was removed, his lips sliced off. And when they found him, he was naked with an incision from the bottom of his rib cage to his pelvis down the middle of his body. All the internal organs were extracted from his body, and to add insult to injury, his genitals were sliced clean off. But you want to know the worst of it? When the police did an autopsy, they found that he was alive during the whole process. Evan winced as he remembered the whole gruesome sight and said, "Never found who or what did it. There's no DNA evidence to convict anybody. They didn't find the tools that made the incision. They didn't find anything." Evan clenched his fist tighter on the table before the old man, listening to our conversation, put his hand on Evan's shoulder to reassure him that it was going to be all right. He comforted Evan and looked at me and said, "People have disappeared from that area for decades. Maybe even centuries for all we know. But the bodies are always end up the same gruesome way. I don't care who you are, no one deserves something like that to happen to them. You should just torch the evil place to the ground." The old lady joined her husband's side and looked at me with the most foreboding face I had ever seen. "If your story's true, you should consider yourself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. In all my years of living, you were the only one to go into that cabin and come out alive," the woman said, gripping onto her husband's hand tightly as she spoke to me. After hearing the old woman's words, I realized that Evan said the body of his friend was found in the basement, which explains why the monster's voice got fainter. It would have pulled me into the basement if my phone hadn't gone off. I quickly paid for my items and left the store, more troubled now than I was when I entered. Feeling drowsy due to the lack of sleep and constant adrenaline rush caused by my whole terrible ordeal, I decided to go to a hotel and spend the day sleeping and relaxing to get my mind off things. That night, I sat on the bed in my hotel room and looked at the two items that saved my life. In one hand, I gripped onto my half-whole mask, which hid my face from that terrible monster. In my other hand, I held my cell phone, which scared away the horrible beast that could have killed me. I decided that from that day on, I would always wear my half-whole mask to bed. Save my life. That's the least I can do for it. The recent brush with death I just experienced had taught me that life is too precious to waste, so I decided to ask my best friend Samantha out on a date. Things worked out perfectly. Samantha and I were together for 2 years before I recently asked her hand in marriage, which she said yes. Part of me will never forget that awful night. And because of it, not only have I been wearing my half-whole mask to bed every night since then, I've also made it a priority not to live in any type of house that has a basement. And as an added safety measure, I started locking every door before going to bed. It's a pain, but you can never be too careful. Despite these crazy precautions, Samantha's accepted my little quirks and has continued to be supportive as we continue our journey through life together. Couldn't be happier with the way things turned out in my life, and I'm so lucky to be with Samantha. Everything's perfect. There's just one thing that bothers me, and I think I might just have to blame my imagination, but sometimes when I wake up at night, when it's really quiet, sometimes I'll hear soft scratching noises. And I think it's just paranoia, but I swear, sometimes I hear something whisper from inside my closet. "No face. No face. It has no face." I inherited my parents' old house about a year ago. As a single guy in his mid-20s, this was quite a windfall. My mom had died of a stroke in the upstairs bedroom, a room I now kept mostly locked up. I never knew my dad. He split before I was born, but the house was something he left my mom before disappearing. It was a house that's been in his family for generations, and it was the only piece of my father that I had left. My grandparents had been dead before I was born, and my father was an only child. That being said, it was no real family to inherit the family estate when he was pronounced dead, other than my mother and I. As an only child myself, my father hadn't really got around to
serving any other brothers or sisters for me. I never really wanted for much. Dad's estate took care of the bills, my education, and the upkeep of the house. I always kind of wished that he had just stuck around if he'd gone that far, but I suppose I'd finally caught up with him. Mom always said Dad was eccentric, a scientist who studied weird stuff for a research facility, and whatever he did. It must have paid well because I had made it all the way through college without even touching the trust fund that my mom had set up aside for me. And now, I had an 8-bedroom, 3-bath mansion in need of some serious renovation. I decided to start with the attic. The attic had always intrigued me, even when I was a child. I used to like to play up there, looking into all the old chests, peeking into armoires, and scaring myself with make-believe ghosts. It was nice up there. A stained glass window that overlooks the street always made little rainbows on the wood floor just for me. I wanted to clean up a little bit, build an office up there so that I could do my accounting and bookkeeping in peace. The problem was that it was structurally unstable. The wall was a crumbling old brick that mortar trying to let go for the last 40 years or so. I was afraid that it wouldn't take more than one good windstorm to knock it all in. I really wanted to fix it up and work my way down. As I started cleaning it out, I was delighted to find that the attic might actually pay for its own renovation. It was packed with old furniture and antiques that I found some interest with some local antique dealers. I took a few pictures on my phone and sent them to some of the antique shops, and they seemed all the more enthralled to get their hands on them. I separated off the things I wanted to sell, keeping a small pile of things I did not, and after a couple of days of men with dollies coming in and out of the house, I found myself about $25,000 richer. The old attic had more than paid for its facelift, and I started looking at supplies to replace the old brick with. I didn't know if I had to replace the beams behind it, but I suspected that I might. Mom told me that Dad had said that the attic was one of the few original parts of the house, which apparently had been built in the late 1700s. It was one of the first large homes to be constructed in the area, and his ancestors had received it from some fellow after working the land for him. They'd been less indentured servant and more live-in caretakers. The man had hundreds of acres, a large farm, and several dairy cows that needed to be taken care of. My dad's forebears and their children had been more than up to the task, having recently immigrated from Ireland. When he had left it all to them in his will, they had suddenly become very rich and very powerful in what was an up-and-coming part of the world. That would make the attic nearly 3 years old, and the fact that it was still standing was a marvel in itself. I had talked with a friend of mine who was a member of code enforcement for the city, and he had told me to be careful when I started taking down the bricks. He said he was pretty certain they wouldn't be load-bearing, but if the attic was as old as I said it was, then it could be an accident waiting to happen. I had been up in the attic during all kinds of weather, and I'd never seen as much as its sway in the wind. Whoever had built it had done an amazing job, and had certainly built it to last. As I set to work, taking down the first of the brick, I did so with an ear out in case I needed to run. I had barely set my hammer to work when I saw something sticking out between a loose brick. It appeared to be an envelope, an old and yellow thing that likely would have crumbled to nothing had it not been sealed up on the wall. I reached out for it, wiping masonry dust off of it as I looked at the front. It was signed to my child from Marcus Krim. It was dated 1934. This gave me pause. As far as I knew, there was only one Marcus Krim that had ever lived in this house, and that was my father. To my knowledge, though, he had not been alive in 1934. I set the letter aside, not really sure what to make of it, and I kept working. The wall appeared to be held up not by wooden beams, but metal beams. Ones that struck me as weird because the means to do so in the 1700s would have been difficult to achieve. They were crude metal beams, to be sure, but they were very thick and very sturdy, and had likely taken someone a very long time to put into place without a crane or some sort of tools. However, the architect managed it. This was tremendous. I would save a lot of my recent windfall by not having to replace the wooden beams that I had assumed would have been there, and decided the flaky wall was just a product of its time. I was halfway through the north face of the wall when I found another letter. The front of this one read, "To my child, from Marcus Krim."
1984. The date of the letter seemed reasonable. My father would have been around 12 years old in 1984, but I doubted that he would be writing letters and putting them in the masonry. I set it aside, wanting to get back to work, but it was hard not to open it and see what it contained. This one looked a lot newer than the other one, and I suppose it had spent a lot less time on the wall. Why was my father leaving letters for me inside a wall in the attic? I didn't know, but I supposed that when I was done for the day, I might sit down and see what he had written me. By midday, I had found 5 other letters, and my curiosity was piqued. I had found one from 1984, one from 1934, another one from 1956, and another from 1890, and a 5th from 1854. They'd been stuffed into the wall behind those bricks, popping out as I smashed up the wall with my sledgehammer, and as I broke for lunch, I decided that it might be time to have a look at them. I didn't know if this was some elaborate joke someone was playing on me or not, but the idea of getting letters from the father that I'd never known was intriguing. Maybe the date was a code or something, and I wondered if there was some other treasure to be found in the house, besides the antiques in the attic. I decided to open the letter from 1984 first, it being the closest to today's date. Inside was a handwritten letter in what I recognized as my father's meticulous script. I had seen some of his journals in the library, writing on physics and scientific theory, and I was familiar with the way that he wrote. He marked the envelope with a stamp, though I have no idea why, and it had been sealed with wax that crumbled as I broke it. Hello. As I have not yet learned your gender yet, your mother insisted this be a surprise. I will just call you Child. I suspect you have questions, and I wish I could answer all of them, but I fear this letter will be a poor explanation. Your mother may have told you that I was involved with an organization studying scientific principles. One of the principles they were very interested in was time travel. It wasn't something I believed in, but I was willing to take their money and study their theories. I thought the concept was so much hogwash, but as we began to make breakthroughs, I had to admit that there was merit to it. I began to get excited, thinking I might actually break the secret of passing backwards and forwards in time. On the day of testing, we all drew straws to see who would be the one to test the device. I drew the short straw, so I was placed inside the chamber. I pray they didn't send anyone after me, because it appears that something has gone terribly wrong. I closed my eyes in 1998 and opened them again in 1984. We'd done it. We'd gone back in time, but there was a problem. I had no way to return, and it appeared that my means of time travel was unstable. I arrived in December of 1984, but 3 days later I was in September of 1984. I was jumping backward in time. Little hops at first, but I suspect they might become progressively stronger as time goes on. I don't know how to contact you or if you'll ever find these letters, but I know the house has existed for at least 200 years. If I leave a letter in the attic somewhere, it's not likely to be stumbled across until someone is looking for something else. Maybe you'll find it. Maybe you'll know that I didn't abandon you and your mother. You'll know what happened. I'm going to break into your grandparents' house tonight and hide this in the attic. I remember that tonight was when they left me at a sitter's house and went to see a late movie. So there should be more than enough time to get in and leave the letter in the wall of the attic. I hope this finds you well, and I hope that you are well. Sincerely, Marcus Krim. I was speechless for a moment, not sure what to make of it. Was this real? I'd known my father was a little eccentric. Mother said that he towed that fine line between genius and crazy, but this was out there. Had my father been playing some elaborate joke before he left? He'd been trying to trick a small child into thinking that his father was just a time traveler, not a deadbeat? I didn't know, but it only made me more curious to see the other notes. I shifted through them until I came to the one from 1956. It was the next one in chronological order, and it seemed the best place to pick up the story. I opened it with a finger, wincing as the old paper sliced me a little, but I sucked the paper cut as I spilled the paper onto the old desk.
one that I had kept up here from the antiques. A few drops of blood spattered onto the blotter. The letter was spared, and as I sucked at it, I read what he'd written there. Child, I've spent the last week shifting backwards every few days. Sometimes I'd stay in a spot for a few days, sometimes seconds, but it seems I'm destined to live my life backwards. I always seem to stay in the same town, the town I grew up in, and it's odd to watch the town slowly grow younger. Opening your eyes to see the town shrinking, a building at a time, I spent 2 weeks leaping backwards at various speeds, but when I finally came to rest in March of 1956, I felt jet-lagged. The town was half the size it had been. The cars are different from the turn of the century as they would be in the early 1900s. People looked at me funny, my clothes likely appearing strange, but my money still worked. The tellers would get a shock when they realized they had bills that wouldn't be circulated for 40 years. That I needed to eat. I didn't have a lot of money when I traveled, 100 and a couple of 20s in my wallet. But as the cost of things goes down, the money stretched a little further. Your grandfather, my dad, is so young. I saw him playing outside the house. A boy of maybe 10 or 11. It was hard not to hail him and talk to him. I plan to break into the house again when the family is gone, and leave this letter in the wall of the attic. I better do it soon. Who knows how long I'll have before I travel again. I hope you're doing well. I hope your mother is also well. It's strange to talk to someone you've never met, but I hope these letters shed some light on where I've been and why I haven't been in your life. I was beginning to think that these notes had been left by my mother. How had she so expertly duplicated his handwriting? All of my father's journals were written like this, the same meticulous script, and it even sounded like the voice I had always given him when I read his journals. He'd sound like a scientist, like my science teacher had when I was in school. I reached for the next letter. I came across one from 1934. The envelope was ancient looking. The outside yellowed, sealed in the same wax the others had been. The wax on this one was brittle with age, and it crumbled under the fingers as I broke it. I started to slide my finger under the adhesive, but looked in the desk till I found the letter opener that I remembered seeing there. A quick slash, and I had the note in my hand. Child, I went to sleep 2 days ago after delivering the letter to the wall, and woke up 60 years in the past. This was the longest jump I've ever made all at once. I had to write this one quickly before it sent me sailing off again. The town looks more like Mayberry from the Andy Griffith Show, than the bustling city that I remember. Main Street is here, as is the post office and the police station, but everything else has changed. There are stores, but they seem less grand than the ones here before them. The house is still here, and I can see my grandfather as he sits on the lawn with my grandmother. Both of them in their senior year of high school. Grandpa will get his draft notice in 6 years, taking him out of the steel mill before the explosion that kills so many and probably saving me from never being born. Grandma will give birth to my father a year after that, and Grandpa will come back from France with a few scars and many stories to regale his son, and later his grandson. I never knew my great-grandparents. Not well, anyway. And it's odd to see them as they go about their lives. I've seen men going into the house for the past few days, men doing work on the study on the second floor, and I've managed to hook a pair of white overalls and caps on the clothesline. Tomorrow I'll mingle with them and drop this letter into the wall, if I'm not years farther from where I started then. I sorted the remaining letters, my work forgotten, and decided on the one from 1890. It was the next one in sequence, though the sequence was far out of whack now. My hands shook a little as I opened it with the letter opener. Fake or not, someone had gone to a lot of trouble to set this up, and the story was so good that I had to know how it ended. My work had been forgotten, the mystery too much for me to put down. As the wax seal fell to brittle shards on the desk, I took out the thick and uncomfortable paper that had been laid into the equally heavy envelope. Child, it appears I sealed my letter in the wall at just the right time. The house was fumigated the next day, and it would have been nearly impossible to get back in. I also traveled again 4 days later, and this one was one of my more hectic trips. I'd be stuck in a time for a day or two, but just as I would pen a letter, I'd be dragged backwards into something else. I've started trading my money for gold and silver as I go further back. I'll soon come into a time when paper money meant nothing, and then I might as well burn the notes to keep me warm. Gold, however, maintains its value, as does silver, and so I now have a few actual dollars left, and some mintings of gold and silver on my person. I've got them hidden in a backpack that also seems to travel with me. I wish I experimented with this a little more, but even though these letters are decades apart, I've really only lost a few months at most. It feels like, just like last week I opened my eyes in 1984. But I'm becoming worried that I might be slowing down a little. This last trip had brought me to 1890, and the town is little more than a general store, a saloon, and a collection of frontier businesses. I had to steal more clothes, my modern attire marking me as an outsider. I'm thankful that I traded for gold. My money would be useless out here, but gold is always useful. The house is still here too, but I've skipped 4 or 5 generations. The house is now a plantation, the land worked by field hands, and the house set considerably out of town. I went there to seek field work, but they thought that I was a cousin who'd come to call. They put me up, showing a lot of the old family hospitality I'd always heard about, which will make it easy to hide the letter. I hope I come to rest soon. I hope this stops. I go to sleep. I blink and my heart's filled with dread of where I'll be when I open my eyes again. I hope you're all well, and I hope you're living better life than I am. I exhaled, looking at the last letter. This one was marked 1854, and it was the last one I had. As I picked it up, a thought occurred to me. How many more letters could there be in these walls? How many more could there be that covered dates in between the ones that I'd found? I was no longer skeptical, quite the contrary. I was hungry for more. And as I split this one open, I held the brittle paper gently, afraid that it would fall apart before I got the chance to read it. Child, the traveling is definitely slowing down. I spent 3 months with my forebears in 1890, and after that I spent a month in 1880, 2 months in 1870, and now I've landed in 1854. I've returned to the house again, claiming to be a cousin, and it's odd to see the same people I saw in 1890, 40 years younger. The matron who invited me in is now a mere slip of a girl. Her brother, maimed in a war, is now a healthy young man, passionate about states' rights and the laws that govern man. I'm embarrassed to report that the field hands I saw earlier have been replaced with slaves, but I suppose that was to be expected. They accepted me into their home again, and I suppose I'll stay here until I travel again. I hope you don't hate me too much. There it was. That was it. But I felt like I knew where I could find the other letters. It was late into the night when all the bricks were torn down, and I looked amongst the rubble for any signs of paperwork. I had started out being very careful, an archaeologist looking for old bones, but after hours of fruitless plinking, I began to level the wall with abandon. I no longer listened for the groan of old boards or the crash of the ceiling. The iron bracers held the attic up this long. They could do it a while longer. I searched and searched, looking for something. When I saw a metal glinting beside a bracing, I went to it and found a lockbox made of rusted old iron. It was a relic. The metal, so old, began to disintegrate in places, and I was careful as I knocked the lock off and pulled at the lid. I didn't think it would open for a terrible moment, but as it squealed apart like a funhouse door, I saw a tube inside with a wax cap on the end. Someone had written 1775 on the outside, and I opened it carefully as I dumped the fragile paper out beside the rest. If the paper from the last one had been fragile, then this one was almost elven. It felt like skin. It was so thin that I could almost see through it. The ink was thick and flaky, clearly done with a real pen, and as I read it, I realized I'd come to the end, or maybe the beginning. Child, 1770. I've come back as far as I'm able.
The last year was a series of travels, back and back and back. Sometimes I might get as much as a week in one time, but usually it was hours. It seems, however, that I've come to a rest at last. I've been living on the land that will one day be our family home, and I realize there's no old benefactor waiting for us to come to settle here. The land is mostly trees, but I've come to the spot where our house will soon stand. I went into town, the closest town I could find, and purchased it for what I would consider a pittance. The man at the trade office seemed surprised by the amount of gold I had on my person, but it seemed like nothing to someone in our time. I had co-workers who begun laying gold back for the coming millennium. Sure that the banks would crash and money would be useless, but out here, money is nothing but paper and ink. I was able to buy 100 acres, secure enough supplies to build the house and start the farm. I've shown them how to make metal beams, something I took for granted in my world of metal and glass. House will be strong, and no wooden beams to break and bend. And I secured enough strong backs to help me build it. In 1773. The instruction's done, for the most part. The attic's difficult to build with their current level of technology, but I think we did okay. The house looks like it always has. And as I set up the barn and the fields, I began to loan money to those who are in need. The interest alone has made me wealthy. I've become quite well known in the area. The workers I hired have settled land nearby, and I believe they're establishing the town that will one day encompass this house. 1775. I've lived here for 5 years and have not traveled once in all that time. I think perhaps whatever moved me has dissipated, and I'm now here for good. The town's doing well. They've established a general store and are now a steady trade route on the road west. I have men who work the land for me, who tend the cows and the sheep, and I sit in my mansion and rake in the profits. Life is good, but I'm aware of what's to come. I'm no fool, yet I know where this path will take me. 1780. I saw them today. They came to the house, asking for work. My 8-time great-grandfather came onto the porch with his hat in his hand, and begged me for a job, that his wife would be happy to be my cook, and his children would help with the farm. That sounded fine. Most of the young men who helped me build this house and work the land have gone to fight in the Revolutionary War, and I've been struggling to keep up with the chores around here. Thomas has 10 children, a good big Irish Catholic family, and the youngest is old enough to help with the day-to-day affairs of the farm. I agreed to hire them on immediately. I'm the generous benefactor my family legend speaks of, and I'll be dead in the next 15 years. I may have stopped traveling, but I can feel my body aging faster than it should. 15 years is a long time. I'm sure it'll seem like no time at all to me. 1785. The war has been over for 2 years, but a lot of the men who went to fight haven't come back. I'm going to finish this letter and put it in the attic while I still have the strength. I'm barely 50. I look like a man in his 70s. I can barely make it up the stairs on a good day. I don't know how I'll live another 10 years, but I know that if I don't get this into the wall, it may be my last chance. It's sobering to remember that I'm the one who's responsible for my family's wealth. The one who made it possible for those who came before me to live in relative ease. So I suppose that's the way of it. If you ever find this, I hope you won't hate me too much. It's not my intention to leave you, but I see now that I would have likely been a terrible father. My work held too much of my attention to ever take you to a baseball game, sit with you, and spend an afternoon on the couch. I would have neglected you. And for that, I'm sorry. This, it appears, is my gift to you. Use it well. You never know when you might be called upon to make your own history. I love you. And I hope you're well. Yours always, Marcus Krim. I sat in the desk and just looked at the collection of letters. It was my dad. He built the house. He had set our family up, and then he died. He died without telling them who he was. It was unthinkable. And I realized I had no way to prove any of it. There'd be no records going back that far. The original owner of the house had lived before the town did, and any receipts of the bill of sale paperwork, they would not have survived. I suddenly wished Mom was here. She would have wanted to see these letters and would have likely believed them without question. I wished a lot of people were still here. There was no one to substantiate these claims. I wondered if this was how Dad had felt, as he walked to town to begin building this house. He had felt so utterly alone, knowing that his only real family was still 10 years away in a place that he'd never seen. I felt so alone, so utterly desolate. And I sat there looking at the letters and thinking until the sun made rainbows through the stained glass. As it did, I saw them fall on something I'd missed. It was wedged far in the back behind one of the bracers, and I walked toward it like it might bite. There was another tube, this one carefully placed so that it wouldn't be jostled or broken when it came time for repairs. I opened it, and inside was a beautiful oil painting of a man sitting in the parlor downstairs. The blues looked a little different, the curtains in the style of the late 1700s, but the man sitting in the wing-back chair was someone I knew, someone I'd seen his picture of before, but he had traded his white coat for a dark, rich suit. His hair was short, more orderly, and he'd grown a mustache. But I'd know him even if he had a beard. It was my dad. And I knew what I would find when I carefully flipped the painting over. Marcus C. Rim. Commissioned 1774 by Warren Fritz. It's framed downstairs now, as are the letters that Dad left for me. And I think I cherish them more than the house, as well as the knowledge that Dad never really left us. He's always been there, making sure our way was smooth from a gap of generations. A hot, arid breeze swept across the barren landscape, kicking up a storm of dust that stung my face like fresh razor burn from a nasty pocket knife. To the east and west, bone-dry desert plains stretched to the horizon, where rigid mountains abruptly intersected the earth to reach heaven-bound, kissing the starry sky. A smattering of celestial bodies, along with the nebulous glow of the Milky Way, decorated the night over our heads. Behind us, southward, the modified minivan cooled its engine after yet another 600-mile stretch. It had earned its rest. As for me, I wasn't so sure. Things had been quiet. I could feel that something was about to happen again. I felt it in my fingertips, in the deepest recesses of my mind, and even in my soul. We were due for another horrible something. In front of me, maybe 20 feet or so, a cheap-ass diner broke the natural cadence of the desert. Neon light bulbs, bordered sign over the entrance, buzzing audibly as they illuminated the restaurant's name. Gilligan's Place. As I got closer, I saw that there was more to it. Under those two principal words, a message. The font looked to be handwritten, but it was clearly printed in place. It's frickin' delicious. That's a pretty bold proclamation, Rosa snarked. Let's see if they can actually deliver.
Y'all go ahead, Jerry said. I'll be right in. Order me some bacon.
He'd been doing the lion's share of the driving for the past few weeks, and liked to seize the opportunity to stretch his legs whenever the opportunity presented itself. And by stretch his legs, I, of course, mean sneak a cigarette or two. Rosa would never allow him to smoke in front of us, but there was an unspoken truce in place. As long as she didn't have to see it, she would limit her criticisms to the form of passive-aggressive comments and judgmental looks. Gaston growled from between her and me as we neared the entrance. He must have sensed something from inside that made him uneasy. That, in turn, made me uneasy. The dog had a keen sense of danger. The door swung open and expelled a young couple. The man, a lanky but tall individual in a cowboy hat and boots, arched forward to lean drunkenly against his partner for support. The woman, a short, early 20s gal with dangling crucifix earrings, braced him as best she could as they made their way towards us. That's when I heard the familiar voice crooning joyfully from within. "'Cause I've got friends in low places where the whiskey drowns and the beer chases." Well, I thought that explains it. I reached down and pet Gaston, running my fingertips from his muzzle to hind end, attempting, to no avail, to push his hackles back into the fur. Despite my efforts, the growling became louder, thunderous, and then the door shut and he relaxed and hopped a seat on the cold dirt path between us. Rosa looked over at me. I shrugged and said, "I'll stay here till it's over. Order me the usual. Coffee and fries?" she said. I nodded, even though it wasn't a question. She knew me well enough by now to know that this was a coffee and fries kind of night. I stood by the dog's side and watched Rosa until she made it through the door. "Well, I guess I was wrong," Gaston growled. "I just don't belong." She closed the door behind her as quickly as possible, but not before Gaston let out a muffled warning woof. For some strange reason, our dog simply couldn't abide by the swooning tones of Troil Garth Brooks. This had been the case since the first time he heard The Thunder Rolls on a local FM radio station somewhere in South Texas. That was near the start of our journey, back when Gaston was still a doughy little puppy that we all thought was destined to stay the size of a purse dog and the shape of a deflated football. He yapped and bayed like he was being tortured. He'd even tried attacking the van's speakers before we turned the music off. We chalked it up to a one-off fit, but a couple of months later, as Gaston's growth spurt had started, we parked too close to a truck covered in Confederate flag stickers. We both had our windows rolled down. They had Papa Loved Mama on their CD player. Gaston actually managed to jump into the cabin and draw blood before we could pull the animal out and tear rubber away from that place. Since then, he'd octupled in size. Now he was somewhere north of 60 pounds and tall enough to lick a grown man directly in the mouth when he stood on his hind legs. Ask me how I know. In most instances, he was a perfectly normal fur-friend companion. But that deep-seated disdain for Mr. Brooks always brought out his dark side. We could never figure out why. Some things, we told ourselves, just don't have an explanation. No reason to make it any more complicated than it was. It just meant that every now and then one of us had to wait behind with the mutt to keep him and us out of trouble. "Hey, a cute dog." I turned to face the couple. They'd stopped quite a bit short of the parking lot. In fact, they were only a couple steps behind me. The man hiccuped and gave me a glassy-eyed smirk. The woman, who had complimented Gaston, continued, "Does he do any tricks?" I laughed to myself. "Yeah, but none you'd want to see." "Oh, go on," she said with a giggle. The man hiccuped and tipped his hat to me. "Make him do something." I looked all around once more. There's nobody else out there. Even Jerry was gone, probably behind the building, taking a leak or making friends with a fry cook or something. Just the three of us humans and little old Gaston. Why not, I thought. "Gaston," I said. The dog snapped his attention up to me. The woman brimmed with excitement. The man hiccuped once again. "Speak," I commanded. The dog stared at me silently. After a few seconds had passed, I heard the woman giggle. That's when I whispered, "Experivitus." The animal blinked and shook his head. When he looked back up at me, it wasn't with those same moist and unfocused eyes our dog had been born with. Nay, they were bright and golden, with two pairs of uncoupled pupils. One pair wandered listlessly about, while the other focused directly on me. Then a deep guttural baritone escaped the hound's throat. "Hello, Papa. Did you know that I was there in the garden to witness the first murder?
I watched a brother kill his brother before language even had a word for the action. The man stood upright. The girl's smile disappeared. Jesus Christ, she said. We have several words for when you kill for food, but this was something else. Why, Papa? Why do humans kill, if only to survive, if not for food or defense? Gaston's head tilted to the side in confusion. What does it mean to murder? Is it fun to do? Do humans enjoy this? The animal's attention snapped away from me, aiming instead towards the edge of the diner. Oh, shit! Came the voice from where the dog was looking. Gaston's talking again? The animal smiled wide, allowing his tongue to extend down almost to his red collar. Uncle Jerry, he exclaimed loudly as his tail began pitter-pattering like this was a reunion with a long-lost friend, and not someone he'd only seen a minute ago. You guys are fucking weird, the cowboy said without a shred of irony. Then he leaned against his girlfriend and let her walk towards the parking lot, where he proceeded to projectile vomit against the side of our van. Jerry walked over to us and said, Hey, Sergeant Puppers, before giving the dog a friendly scratch behind the ears. How's the void? Uncle Jerry, did you know that time doesn't exist in the void? All matter in space is only an echo, derived from the collapse of multidimensionality, Jerry interrupted, completing the animal's sentence. Yes, we know. We know. How can you always tell which one is talking? I asked. It's obviously Sergeant Puppers. Look at the way he holds himself, with dignity and panache. Sergeant Puppers, the being that currently controlled Gaston, smiled wide and panted loudly. I gave him a pat on the head and said, Time to go back to the void. Did I do good? He asked. Yes, I said. Very good. Iana somnum. Gaston shook his head again. When he looked back up at us, he only had the one pair of pupils. His attention quickly diverted towards a beetle flying nearby. He lunged and snapped at it, eating it right out of the air with a wet crunch. Gross, said Jerry. Dogs gotta eat, which reminds me. I nodded towards the doors. We told anyone who gave us a second glance that Gaston was a service dog, which was so close to the truth it might as well have not been a lie. Rosa flagged us over to where she'd found a booth table by the window. I didn't love how far it was from the exit, but Rosa put my fears to rest as soon as we sat down. I loaded the jukebox with $20 worth of quarters. It's going to be playing a mix of Acid, Pop, and Queen for the foreseeable future. Oh, Jerry sang with a grin. I bet we're about to be real popular up in here. $20, huh? I repeated. I didn't mean to sound judgmental, although I'm sure it came across that way. The truth wasn't much better. I was just anxious. I knew our liquid funds were drying up fast. It'll be okay, Rosa assured me. At least, she sounded confident. All right, you guys, Jerry announced. I'm totally here for the fellowship, but if y'all don't mind, I'm just going to take a quick micro nap. Wake me when the coffee arrives. He put on the pair of oversized sunglasses he keeps in his front pocket, then leaned back against the glass window in the seat next to me. In a matter of seconds, he'd already dozed off. I took out our well-worn map of the United States and uncrumpled it onto the table. Across from me, Rosa fished a pen and highlighter from her purse and set them onto the map. Our last encounter was in a small town outside Santa Fe. What we found there, living under the salt flats, was big, hungry, and ancient. But it was definitely still asleep, which, according to local legend, had been the case for at least 1,000 years. Jerry spray-painted his cell phone number on the side of the beast's torso, along with a short message to call us if it ever woke up. In the meantime, we left it be. No point borrowing trouble. Before we left town, we helped out some of the locals with their totally unrelated Mothman issue. I marked the city on the map with an X. It was one of dozens just like it scattered across the paper. We'd been on the road for nearly 2 years now. Started at our friend Lucy's place, where Gaston tried to eat her and her roommate Tara's pet hedgehog. Lucy was the one who suggested we put our talents to good use, and Tara gave us our first gig expelling the poltergeist from her 1990 Mitsubishi Eclipse. It seemed easy enough, but a week later we were covered in ectoplasm and crawling out of a fallout bunker, wondering how the heck we lost control of the situation so quickly.
things never really got any easier. We just got better at removing those pesky ectoplasm stains. We stumbled from city to city after that. Something about our weird group dynamic seemed to nudge us along, always towards trouble. Maybe there was a divine entity influencing the trajectory, pushing us where we could do some good. But considering how much damage and despair we always left in our wake, I'm just as likely to believe that whatever force was guiding us had more sinister intentions. I uncapped the highlighter and started connecting the marks in chronological order, reliving our experiences as each city name jogged another ridiculous memory. Couch surfing around the Corn Belt led us to a race of parasitic squirrel-like creatures that burrowed into human hosts, sometimes as many as 5 to 1 person. A couple weeks in the Appalachian Mountains were enough for us to find not 1, not 2, but 3 different breeds of troll, and the Great Lakes are absolutely lousy with merfolk, if you know where to look. At one point, we ended up looking into a string of disappearances from my old acquaintance Claire and her sister. It led us to the discovery of an international network of doomsday cultists, only identifiable through their face tattoos and lust for violence. Wish we could say that we put a pin in that one, but pretty much everywhere we go, we encounter another tat cultist seeking revenge for what we did to them. We also spent some time up north, where Rosa's cousin Bernie had gotten mixed up in a situation with a cursed cassette tape that never reached the end, no matter how long you fast-forwarded. Evidently, it told people how and when they would die, but after a little research and experimenting, we discovered it wasn't prophetic, just really good at guessing, so not really our thing. I could see the pattern emerge before Rosa ever noticed. It felt strange being one step ahead of her. She'd always been the smart one, or at the very least the most aware. Her own struggle nearly derailed our road trip early on. It wasn't her fault, of course. But the way that she absorbed so many non-corporeal entities was like an old person with an internet connection, clicking every link they saw and downloading everything they could until their bloatware was duking it out amongst themselves. At times, when she slept in the back of the van, Jerry and I would hear dozens of voices coming out of her mouth, arguing about whose turn it was to possess the body. So, naturally, we took some time to seek out expert help. A voodoo priest in New Orleans gave us our first tip. We ran with it all the way to Washington, where a mystic had built a school for gifted youngsters at a peaceful apple orchard. When that place exploded, we followed the breadcrumbs to Minnesota and found an octogenarian who, according to hospital records, had died no less than 10 times. Being well-traveled on the other side, he knew a lot more about life than most. He pointed us towards our last best hope, before dying one final time. And that's how we found Bob. Or, to use his full title, Swami Bob. Swami Bob lived in the Canadian wilderness just past the border. When we found his hermit shack, initially he was annoyed, but Rosa's relentless optimism and Jerry's ample supply of recreational drugs eventually won him over. He agreed to help us, but warned there would be irreversible consequences. Long story short, the entity we cast out from Rosa needed somewhere to go, and as luck would have it, they all seemed perfectly content to share the void realm inside of Gaston, our own little quadrupedal Pokeball. "What you doodling?" Jerry asked. I looked up from the paper to see that not only Jerry was awake, but he was drinking coffee. Rosa was eating an omelet. Our food had already shown up and gotten cold. I was entranced by the map. Rosa explained, "You've been at it for almost 30 minutes. I looked at the spirals one last time, wondering if there was any other way to interpret my findings. Finally, I said, "There's a pattern." "Looks like boobs," Jerry said with a mouthful of bacon. Rosa gave him an incredulous look. "What? No, it doesn't. Whose boobs have you been looking at?" "Everyone's," Jerry exclaimed. Our waitress cleared her throat to announce her presence, then said with annoyance, "Your card was declined." I sensed a bit of attitude, but maybe it was just the way she tossed Jerry's black Amex onto his plate of pancakes. "Oh," he said without much of a bother. He fanned out another 6 credit cards and added, "Here, try these. Just keep going until one works." She rolled her eyes, collected his cards, and stormed off just as the music in the jukebox came to an abrupt stop. But then she froze mid-step.
It was uncanny the way she stood there, balancing on one leg. I looked back at my table and saw Rosa and Jerry were also frozen in place. Just like everybody else in the building. Motionless. Unblinking, unmoving. I looked under the table, and sure enough, even the dog had been afflicted by whatever was making everybody else stay stuck in place. Expiravitus, I said. Nothing. Trust Tratus. Still nothing. Manus Capere? No dice. Well, I thought, this might be an excellent time to get some actual work done. I haven't written a blog update in ages. Plus, I still have to write that season finale of Starship Mudskipper for the podcast. Too bad my laptop's all the way in the van. In the silence, I could have heard a pin drop. The sound of a wooden chair being pushed out of place on the other side of the room was like a cannon going off. I looked over and saw movement. Apparently, I wasn't the only one spared. There's an old saying that pops up in the Shower Thoughts subreddit every month or so. It goes something like this. When you're afraid of the dark, it isn't because you're afraid to be alone in the dark. It's because you're afraid to be not alone in the dark. I don't care if time freezes for everyone but me, but hell is other people. And right then, Hell was on the other side of the restaurant. He had his back to me. Red and black flannel shirt, dark brown curly hair hanging past his broad shoulders. He slowly rose, then turned around and locked eyes with me like he knew exactly who he was looking for. Then he smiled. He was a big guy. Nothing extraordinary, maybe 6'2". He was muscular, but not like the warriors we'd encountered before, just the kind of guy who earned his muscles working hard day in and out. He had a beard that hadn't really cleaned up in a while, reaching almost to his shirt collar. Really, there wasn't anything too special about the guy. He blended in just like a pit viper or a brown recluse. It felt like it took ages for him to walk around the other tables and finally plop down in the seat opposite me, next to Frozen Rosa. It felt like it took him even longer before I grew annoyed enough with the silence to speak the first words of our conversation. What? He cocked his head at me. Then with a smirk, he said, "It's good to see you again, Jack." You'll forgive me for not remembering. I tapped my temple and added, I got that brain thing. Come to a dodgy memory. Oh, you don't know me? Not yet. I just wanted to come by and let you know something else you probably don't already know. You have to be more specific. There's a lot I don't know. I mean, really, you'd be shocked by how much I don't know. He looked down at the map, with the yellow highlighted spirals drawn all over it. I think you think something, he said. And if you think what I think you think, I'm here to tell you you're wrong. I think you think you're supposed to go somewhere, but if you do go there, I'm here to let you know that you'll never make it. You'll die a long time before you even get close. You understand? I looked around the table. No great weapons here. Heck, not even any good or decent weapons. But I usually take what I can get, and it's worked out okay so far. I understand two things, Mr. Time Freezy Man. First, that sounded a lot like a threat. And second, if you only think I'm thinking something, it means you don't know what I'm thinking. And if you don't know what I'm thinking, then you won't see this coming. I grabbed the salt shaker and flung it at his head as hard as I possibly could. It landed in the palm of his hand. I couldn't believe it. For the first time ever, someone caught the thing I threw at their head. He chuckled. You were forecasting that pretty hard. Forecast this! I yelled before jamming my prosthetic metal leg into his crotch. He yowled, then popped out of existence. At the same instant, sound returned to the restaurant. I felt the buzz of movement all around me. People were alive again, moving again, as if nothing had ever happened.
Just as I suspected, I was the only one with any memory of that blip in time. "Well?" Jerry prodded. "Well, what?" I said. "What's the pattern?" I put my highlighter down and gestured for Rosa to answer for me. It would sound less insane coming from her. "The last year or so, our stops have been getting closer together, forming a circle, shrinking circle, narrowing in on a certain place," I added, "like a toilet bowl flushing us down the drain." "Cool. Flushing us to where?" I pointed at the map. "At our old town. At where this all began. Back home." "I think," I said hesitantly, "that whatever is guiding us is slowly pulling us closer and closer. I think soon enough, we're going back to the gas station." This is where a dramatic pause would fit in nicely, but instead, Rosa quickly added, "That's our last song on the jukebox. If we're sticking around much longer, I'll need to add a few more quarters." "Do we have any more quarters?" I asked. "I mean, this is a good time as any to discuss finances. How's our bank?" She dug through her purse, counting coins, then looked up and said, "Well, we've got 10 cents left." "Oh," I said. Jerry leaned forward and asked, "About the money from the Snake's Paw podcast? We've got to be making something from that, right?" After we all finished laughing, Rosa told him, "Get real, would you?" "No, but seriously," Jerry added, "we might be in a tighter pickle than normal. Hey, anyone seen the salt shaker?" Rosa asked, "Why do you need salt?" "I don't need salt. I want to steal the shaker before we leave. You know what? Never mind. There's no time." "No time for what?" I asked, as Jerry literally pushed me out of my seat. "None of those debit cards are going to work. They're all attached to dead or empty accounts. If we don't want things to get awkward, we need to run. Now." "What?" exclaimed Rosa. "I'm not going to dine and dash. That's wrong, and you know it." "Oh my God!" Jerry screamed at the top of his lungs. Everyone in the building turned to face us, despite everything I'd seen, everything I'd gone up against, everything I'd survived. Being put on the spot like that really made me feel vulnerable. "There's a bomb in the pancakes!" A voice from somewhere in the back of the restaurant responded, "Did he say bomb?" Another voice added, "Bomb!" Then another, "Bomb!" Before I knew it, everyone was rushing towards the exit. A chair went through the window, and Jerry threw Rosa, kicking and screaming, "Put me down!" Over his shoulder, before Gaston bayed in excitement, Jerry looked at me and asked, "What about you?" "Me? No, I don't have any hang-ups about stealing food. Let's go." When we finally got back on the road, Rosa made Jerry pinky swear he'd mail the restaurant a check for the price of our meal, plus the window, plus at least a 25% tip just as soon as we came across that kind of money. The sun was rising by the time we reached the interstate. Jerry leaned back and asked me the question I'd been dreading. "Where to, bud?" There are 9 of them, total. 9 massive concrete chimneys sticking out of the landscape like candles on a birthday cake. Up until my last week, the scariest thing about them was the deep booming noise they sometimes produced, which shook the ground. The ferocity of a subwoofer cranked up all the way. They'd spout out one at a time, like geysers releasing pressure. I'd walk the perimeter, and there went chimney 3, followed by chimney 5, and then suddenly chimney 8 and 9 would go together. That's as weird as it got. Before I noticed the thing. Chimney 7. I want to make it clear from the get-go, I have no idea what the chimneys do or why they're here. They're alone in a fenced-off field with no buildings in sight. There are 3 padlocked doors on opposite ends of the property, and roads made only from the flattening effect of tires on grass, the one nearest to chimney 7 being overgrown. I think there must be bunkers beneath my feet, although I suppose the doors could also lead to storage sheds. It's hard to tell, and I've been told not to ask. why are the chimneys there? Is this some sort of nuclear power plant? Are they testing sound cannons? Are they part of an experiment? Pressure valves from a dormant supervolcano. I don't have answers to those questions. I wish I did, but I'm just a temp. Anytime I've tried asking, I've been told the answers were on a need-to-know basis. And all I needed to know was that the chimneys needed patrolling, and that patrolling them was my job. That and reporting anything unusual. The first few weeks were fine. It took a bit of adjusting, especially to the noise. The first time I heard the boom, I was so scared I nearly peed myself. I thought something had gone wrong and that the whole field was about to collapse. I know it sounds like I'm exaggerating, but really, put yourself in my shoes. You're minding your own business when your temp agency calls in the middle of the night. There's an employer offering twice your hourly rate on the condition that you leave immediately. It's the new moon, right? So you drive 30 miles out of town in complete darkness. You get there. There's only one guy there to greet you. He tells you their patrolman never showed up for his shift tonight. Gives you the job. Makes you sign a non-disclosure agreement. Tells you to walk around the field, climb the chimneys, radio and anything strange. That's it. Leaves you there. You start to walk. It's the dead of night, no traffic. Complete and utter silence. And then suddenly, boom! It's terrifying. I tried to radio it in, but it took half an hour to find a spot where the connection was strong enough to hear the reply. That's normal. Keep patrolling. That's what they told me. Cold, clinical, straightforward. Each subsequent boom made me less and less nervous, but I never quite got out of the split second of dread they caused. It's because they came at random. There's no way to brace myself. If you know every single garbage bin might have someone in it waiting to jump out at you, but you don't know which or when, that spike in your heart rate will be a lot higher. I'm not here to tell you about the booming noises. I'm here to tell you about Chimney 7. Chimney 7 was just like all the others. I'd say it was approximately 9, maybe 10 stories high. There was a graded and, in places, rusty spiral staircase circling around it all the way to the top. I couldn't tell you the exact circumference, but it was wide enough that you'd be able to drop a car into the hole without hitting the sides. It took approximately 6 minutes to climb the stairs and only 5 to get back down. And that's without resting. Up until my last week, Chimney 7 was no different from the others. And then came the night where everything changed. It was cold enough that I could see my breath. And halfway through my shift, I'd grabbed an old baseball cap from the back of my truck to keep my head warm. Nothing special, just a green cap with Fido Dido printed on it. Yeah, I know, showing my age. Although I'd never seen smoke coming from the chimneys, despite me calling them chimneys. That evening, as I approached Chimney 7, I spotted a small wisp of smoke billowing through the air. Since it was my job to report anything unusual, I tried radioing out, but all I heard was static. Couldn't have been farther from the spot my signal normally goes through if I'd been actively trying to avoid it, so I decided that if I was going to make the effort to walk all the way back, better make damn sure I had something to report. Began climbing the steps around Chimney 7. And as I did, I heard a low growl that stopped me dead in my tracks. I closed my eyes, and I listened. But I couldn't pinpoint the source. Figured it was the sound of the grate buckling in the cold, maybe scraping against the concrete wall, but the closer I got to the top, the louder it got. Once I reached the topmost platform, I realized it was coming from the chimney. Something mechanical, I figured. Probably malfunctioning to boot. I figured I'd have a look into the chimney. But I was reluctant, see. I'd never tried before, nor have I been instructed to do so. I mean, I suppose I could have, but those damn sonic-like booms made me nervous. All those nights in the dark made my imagination run wild. I had this vivid, unshakable mental image that if I craned my neck and looked into the hole, the chimney would boom, and my head would just be blasted straight off my neck. With that fear very much at the forefront of my mind, I gripped the edge of the chimney and shyly poked my head over just enough to be able to see. There was nothing but blackness beyond the top few stories. Blackness and a symphony of wind howling through the tunnel, with a growl that seemed to cycle from low to high to low again, as though the chimney were a sleeping, snoring giant. No sooner had I popped my head in did I pull it back out, and that was enough bravery for one night. I climbed down and hurried to the radio spot, giving my report. But while it did sound like the signal went through, I never got a reply. The next night, I wasn't quite as reluctant to look into Chimney 7. All evening, I kept tabs of which chimney had been booming, and good old 7 hadn't done it once. I figured it really was defective, and therefore, safe. I climbed the stairs to the same growly tune, and I peered inside, pushing my head in further than the night before. A gust of wind coming from deep below flung my cap in the air and out of reach. It spiraled its way down the chimney like a helicopter seed, disappeared from sight. I wasn't fond enough of the cap to contact the employer and beg for it back, but I wished I had something to stay warm. I flicked my flashlight on and moved the beam in circles, if only to see what had become of it, but the light couldn't penetrate far enough to see the bottom. Oh well. Again, I went back to the radio hotspot, and again, I mentioned the dysfunctional chimney. Still no reply. Something told me to steer clear of Chimney 7, and I listened to my guts for as long as I could. I'd circle close, but not too close to it, examining it from the vantage points of Chimney 6 and 8. I did this for 3 nights until I received my direct deposit paycheck and felt guilty about not doing my job. Before my next shift, I bought a heavy-duty flashlight, and then I headed straight for Chimney 7. The light reached considerably farther, down to ground level, I think, but even so, I couldn't see the bottom. What I could see, however, was that at about 3 stories down, just below where my original flashlight stopped working, I discovered scratch marks. I mean, I guess they could have been anything. Even with 20/20 vision, it's hard to tell a scratch from, say, a scratch-shaped graffiti. All I know is there was something marking up the walls all along the circumference. I mean, I was already spooked from the scratches, so I don't know if what I saw next was my mind playing tricks on me, but as I panned the halo around, I caught something on the farthest side. It was some sort of long, black shape. As soon as my light hit it, 2 bright spots reflected back at me and momentarily blinked at me. By the time my vision finally cleared and I looked again, there was nothing but concrete below. Took all my strength to finish my shift. I just had to remember the dollar signs that came with the mounting terror. They somehow convinced me I was imagining things.
All the chimneys were quiet, and I found myself dreading the silence more than I dreaded the booms. It was raining, hard, which might explain why, as I walked past Chimney 7, I couldn't hear the growl I'd become accustomed to. I didn't want to go up, but I couldn't neglect my rounds again. It wouldn't be right. I was careful the whole way, hand clinging to the guardrail as I navigated the slippery circular staircase. Every step seemed to make the whole thing shake, and I was afraid the rusted metal would break once and for all. I was suddenly very aware of my added weight, what with the water having seeped into my clothes. Fortunately, the structure held, even though its integrity was in question. As I reached the platform at the top, I thought I could breathe a sigh of relief, but something caught my eye while I was trying to catch my breath. The rim of the chimney was broken. Large pieces of concrete littered the platform. I didn't need a flashlight to see the scratches this time. As I glanced into the chimney, I found deep gouges scratched up the wall all the way to the top. 3 on each side, with a 4th that seemed to come from a different angle. The cuts were deep and purposeful, like desperate fingers raking a cliffside as a hiker clung for dear life. Whatever clawed its way up, machine, animal, or... I didn't want to think of the alternatives. It was now somewhere out there, in the dark, and its grip was strong enough to break concrete. I had had enough. Everything about this damn job put me on edge, and even though there was a reasonable explanation, maybe the gouges had been made by a grappling hook or a device to slide down the chimney from the top, like the ones window cleaners use, I was done. I was D-O-N-E done. As much as I wanted to run down the staircase and back to my truck, the rain was still coming down in sheets, and the last thing I needed was to slip and crack my head open, so I went slowly and methodically. And then suddenly, my worst nightmare came true. The stairs shook violently. I didn't mean that there was a gust of wind that made them jitter. I mean, they were shaking. My stomach dropped to my feet as I imagined whatever had created those deep cuts in the chimney was now climbing up towards me. The metal screeched as it bent, a sound far more unsettling than growling coming from a chimney, and a sound more grounded in reality and in danger. I screamed and hung onto the railing for dear life, and then I felt a pop. Not in my body, but against my body, but through the metal. Pop, pop, pop. The bolts connecting the hinges to the chimney were falling out one by one. Through the heavy rain, I could have sworn I heard a scream like a coyote, and then the staircase went still. I was out of breath. I was on my knees, arms wrapped around the railing and paralyzed with fear. I could tell the structure was no longer safely fastened to the tower, as it was swinging in the wind. But I couldn't see the extent of the damage. It took me a few minutes to gather the courage to start moving my white knuckles stiffly, releasing my death grip. It should have taken 5 minutes to get back down, but I spent 15. The longest 15 minutes of my life. I could hear the staircase shifting as I slowly made my way from step to step, hoping it would hold and trying not to shift my weight and throw everything off kilter. I didn't know how many bolts were left, or if my weight could make the others come out. As I neared the bottom, I saw the final flight had been pulled from a chimney. It was now suspended in the air. The handrail was warped outwards and undulated in parts like a bent twist tie. It was still too high to jump off, so I had to climb down as the stairs rocked like a ship in a storm. Solid ground never felt more solid. until I saw something out of the corner of my eye. And the bottom seemed to drop out from under me. Between chimney 6 and 7, I found a baseball cap. It was shredded, but there was no mistaking the Fido Dido logo on it. It was mine. Around it were long, narrow footprints about the length of my arm, with branches stretching out in 4 different directions like talons. I didn't wait around to see what had left them. It's been 2 months since that night. I haven't gone back. I keep receiving paychecks. Like clockwork. Every 2 weeks there's another direct deposit in my bank account. I don't know if it's to buy my silence, or if there's just no one left to take me off the payroll.
Yo, Perry, I've got a bite! I lifted my eyes from the water to see Kevin yanking back with all of his might. The fishing rod my friend was holding suddenly bent almost in half as the sound of the line rapidly spooling out filled the air, almost drowning out the sound of the gulls crying overhead. A look of determination entered his face as he reached to lock the reel, and bracing his legs, he let out a battle cry and flipped the switch. A moment later, he was almost pulled off of the paddle boat and straight into the frigid Atlantic as the fish on the other end strained to escape. Veins began to stand out on his arm as he used every ounce of muscle in his body to match its ferocity. He shot a quick look up at me, a grin splitting across his face. "It feels like one hell of a big son of a bitch to boot!" For my part, I simply shook my head and gave a half smile at the man's over-dramatic tone, as if he were boasting about hooking Moby Dick himself. More than likely, he's got himself a good-sized striper, a large bluefish at most. Even still, I called out to him, "You all good, or do you need a hand?" He shook his head as he reeled in a few feet of line and turned away from me, following the struggling fish as it swung towards shore. "No, I got this," he yelled back. "Keep your eyes on your own line. We'd have a school of whatever this is passing under us." Grunting to acknowledge I'd heard him, I turned away to gaze back at my line, which disappeared out of sight into the dark blue, almost black depths. Reaching out, I gently gripped it with my thumb and forefinger to feel if there was any tension beyond the stir of the current. Even the slightest tug could signify a curious fish nibbling. To my disappointment, though, I felt nothing. Nothing for the last hour and a half. I cast a quick and somewhat bitter look over at Kevin as he continued to haul up his prize from below. Lucky bastard. Always ends up being the one to catch anything during the spring months. The summer may have been my time to shine, but in spring, he's the clear winner. Kevin and I had grown up together in the small town of Camden, Maine, meeting for the first time during roll call in elementary school, bonding over a mutual love of the ocean, Sega Dreamcast, 70s horror movies. We had instantly hooked on to each other, and it had been that way ever since, even as the years had passed and we'd grown. I was now staring down the barrel of turning 30, while he, being a few years older, was soon to turn 34. After finishing college 4 years ago, I decided to move back to my hometown, pining for the sound of the seagulls and lobster boats over even all the excitement and fun that Boston had to offer. To my surprise, when I stopped into the vintage room for a drink, I'd found him sitting at the bar, nursing a glass of whiskey. After embracing each other and over a few more drinks, I found he decided to stay, taking on a job as a deckhand on his uncle's lobster boat. That's when the topic of paddleboard fishing had come up. It was a hobby he'd taken up after being introduced to it by a tourist who'd passed through some years prior, one he'd taken a shine to. "One of the most fun times I've ever had on the water," he said. "Seriously, you gotta try it. Just once. You'll catch the bug like I did." And he'd been dead on the money. Even having to learn to maintain my balance and don a wetsuit to keep from freezing during the colder months, it was a blast. More than that, it was like the old days of the two of us fishing together, The only difference is trading in the small two-person rowboat for the boards. And especially during the summer months, when both of us caught equal amounts of stripers, mackerel, and bluefish. It became a thrilling, friendly rivalry to see who could come out on top. The winter and spring months, though, not as exciting anymore. I shook my head to push away the intrusive, almost jealous emotions which had settled over me like a storm cloud. Knock it off, Pear. Don't let the ugly green monster ruin the fun. Just do as you always do and shrug it off. Besides, we still got half an hour for you to catch something. The mental encouragement seemed to bolster me, and I felt a genuine smile split the sourpuss face that had been plastered there. Lifting my head, I gazed out to sea as a set of large waves lifted me on their crest. Far out in the distance, just visible on the horizon, I could see the vague shapes of North Haven and Vinyl Haven Island. Both seemed to rise ever so slightly from the water, like the backs of sea monsters which sailors once told tales of. The thought reminded me of the tales my grandfather had told me before he'd passed. Tales about the sea serpent of Mount Desert Island, of Cassie the Casco Bay sea monster, and others I'd long forgotten the names of. Perry, my boy, remember that there will always be more things undiscovered on this planet than they'll ever be written about in books, he told me. As much as I agreed with his sentiment, I didn't exactly believe in sea monsters. I was convinced that things that gargantuan wouldn't be able to escape the prying, curious eyes of man forever, especially with our continued exploration of the sea. Hell, it was what I'd gone to college for, achieving a degree in marine biology. I got it! Kevin's cry caused me to turn half around on my board, pulling my eyes from the open ocean. He was kneeling down, holding the rod in one hand and a small landing hook in the other, as his eyes focused on something beneath the surface he couldn't see. A moment later, he dipped the hook into the water and stood up grinning like a kid on Christmas morning as he held up the large striper which flopped from the end of it. Now that's what I'm talking about, man, he declared triumphantly, before depositing the fish into the bucket on the board in front of him. I couldn't help but smile and let out a chuckle at his infectious excitement. Nice one, bro, I called to him, giving him a thumbs up. His smile grew wider for a moment. Then he gestured at me. You haven't gotten a bite yet. I shook my head. Either hooking your catch caused the rest to scatter away, or it was just a loner. There's absolutely nothing else down there. A thoughtful look spread across his face, and he rubbed his chin, looking around. How about we move a little further up the coast? Always bites closer to 700-acre island. I'd like both of us to go home with something to show for it. Whatever trace of envy I'd felt melted away like snow in spring at his words, replaced by appreciation for my friend's consideration. And that shows you exactly why he's always been the better man of the two of us. Yeah, why not? I replied, beginning to reel in my line. Can't be any worse than here, anyway. You want to move closer to shore, or just head straight up? Kevin didn't answer. After waiting for a moment for a response, and as my jig breached the surface, I turned to see why he hadn't replied. To my surprise, I found his gaze not on me, but beyond, further out to sea. His eyes were narrowed, indicating that he was squinting as he raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun, but strained to shine through the clouds overhead. I felt a wave of confusion wash over me and quickly hooked my jig into the rod, setting it down in its holder and turning to follow his gaze. For a moment, my eyes scanned the waves, unable to locate what had caught his attention. And then I finally saw it. At first, it was just a small splash, something barely perceptible amongst the rest of the ever-moving ocean, and a small flash of yellow caught my gaze. It appeared only for a split second, then seemed to pull under the waves. After a moment, it reappeared a few feet ahead of its prior position. It reappeared a third time, and for whatever reason, I felt something uncoil itself inside me as I suddenly realized that whatever it was heading in our direction. I shot a look at Kevin. "Dude, what the hell's that?" I softly called out. He kept his eyes trained on the approaching sight, but slowly shook his head. I honestly don't know, Perry," he answered. But the words were barely out from his lips when I saw a look of recognition flash across his face, the confusion replaced by a look of incredulity. Actually, scrap that. I do know what the hell that is, but... the hell? I turned back to see the object was less than 40 feet from us now, and immediately recognized it myself. The buoy. It was the kind that lobstermen used to mark the location of their pots and identify which belonged to them. The white plastic stick, to help grab it from the water, stuck straight up into the sky. The flash of yellow I'd seen had been painted stripe which ran around the top. It continued to move towards us at a steady pace. No, not entirely steady. As it moved forward, the buoy seemed to quickly jerk back and forth from the left to the right every few seconds. A large wave rolled over it, and it disappeared from view for a moment. For whatever reason, not being able to see it caused a large wave of anxiety to well up in me. My mind began to race as it sought to explain what we were seeing. And it's clearly a lobster buoy, but there's absolutely no way the trap should be moving. Not where they're weighed down with large bricks and metal. Even more so, the tide's going out, not in. It'd be going out to sea regardless. The only way that it could be moving in that manner is if something got caught on it. The only thing big enough around here to drag a pot is a shark, I breathed. Every fiber of muscle and sinew in my body suddenly tensed up as the answer kept repeating in my mind. I slowly turned to look at Kevin. "Dude, whatever you do, try to stay as still as possible, alright? Try not to make noise that'll draw attention to you, because I think a great white got caught in a trap and it's pulling it along behind it." Even from a distance, I caught sight of his face, paling slightly. "Oh, good God," I heard him mutter weakly. I didn't blame him one bit for it. Great whites are some of the most powerful sharks that roam the oceans, ambush predators. Their bites are thousands of pounds per square inch. They could easily bite a man in half. This one was likely attracted by the struggles of this fish on Kevin's line, and it's moved in to investigate. And we're standing here, 2 friggin' paddle boards. We're sitting ducks. Small wisps of fear began to seep into me as I attempted to stay as still as a statue, bracing my legs with each roll of the waves as I watched the buoy continue to approach us. I kept myself from looking down into the ocean, half expecting, if I did, to catch a split-second glimpse of the torpedo-shaped body rocketing up at me, jaws agape. My eyes tracked every jerk as it drew even with us. It was close enough that I could have reached out and touched it. I forced my eyes to look down, seeing that the buoy must have been in the water a long time. Below the waterline, most of it was covered with a thick coat of algae and seaweed, strands of it dangling up behind it like party streamers. More covered the rope which connected the buoy to the trap below, which disappeared out of sight after about 7 feet underwater. I gave a silent prayer. Please keep moving, for the love of God, and all the angels, don't stop, just keep moving away. A massive sense of relief suddenly surged through me as I saw they were answered. The buoy continued on its journey, passing by first myself, then Kevin. We both slowly turned to watch it move towards shore, to Camden Harbor, staring after it until it again disappeared from sight among the waves. I realized I'd been holding my breath, feeling relatively safe again. I let it out with a loud whoosh as I bent over slightly and put my hands on my knees, feeling the color return to my face. I spared a look over at Kevin. He looked back at me, and for a moment all we did was stare at each other. I was the one who began to softly chuckle at first. He joined in after a second, Moments later, the two of us were unable to stop laughing as the tension drained from us. "Holy frickin' crap, Perry," he said, wiping a visible sheen of sweat from his brow. "That was, and I'm not even joking, one of the creepiest fucking things to ever happen to me, period. Full stop." I let out a soft cough as the laughter began to die away. "You're telling me? I've studied ocean life my entire life. Even knowing what that must have been, it still got under my skin. So you realize, just how insignificant and vulnerable we are away from dry land, huh?" I saw him crack a slight nervous smile. "Yeah, that's one way to phrase it." He turned back to look after where the buoy had disappeared before turning back to me. "So, now what should we do? Head straight back for shore, stay out, finish fishing?" I bit my lower lip, gently, as I thought. His very question had been one which had begun resonating inside of my head. After a time, I answered, "Honestly, dude, I'd stay out, at least for a little bit, even though part of me screaming to get to shore. It's the same direction that it went." I pointed towards the harbor for emphasis before finishing. "So we should give it enough time to move on, otherwise we risk running straight into it." Realization flashed in his eyes, and he nodded as my words registered. "Got a good point there, my friend," he said, before giving me a genuine smile. "Good thing you went to school for what you did. I would have been the dumbass to just head straight back." He hooked a thumb behind him, in the direction that he'd suggested we go. "Do you want to use the time to try and get yourself a fish before we get our asses back to the safety of dry land?" The thought of bringing a striper or bluefish back for Mom and Dad to grill for dinner surged forward in my mind, pushing the last wisps of fear away. "Hell yeah, man, let's do it." With that, I reached down, picking up the paddle and positioning myself, seeing Kevin do the same. "Come on, let's go." I will forever blame myself for not having us head straight for shore. It took us about 20 minutes to reach our new spot, and after dropping our lines in the water, and to my surprise, we started hooking fish after fish. The elevation that surged through my heart and mind with that first bite and bend of the rod, it caused me to forget all about the nerve-wracking experience we'd had, and soon the two of us were whooping and hollering as we hauled up striper and mackerels galore. "Told you this would be a good spot," Kevin called to me. I shot him a grin back. "You weren't lying, bro. It's the best fishing we've had all spring. And one of the first times I've hooked anything outside of summer and fall," he snorted as he dropped his line back in the water. "That mean the green shade of envy you've been covering with is lifted?" I jerked my head up, feeling a stab of shock crash into me at his words. How the hell did you..." I began, but he cut me off, laughing loudly. "Dude, we've known each other our entire lives. Give me a little credit in knowing you." For a moment, I continued staring at him, my mouth hanging slightly open. Then I did the only thing I could think to do. I laughed as well. He wasn't wrong. Shaking my head, I turned to jerk my rod up and down slightly, trying to tempt another fish to take the bite. Even though my catch bucket was rather full, I still hoped I'd get one more to finish the day. Nothing seemed to be biting anymore. It's almost like all the fish realized we were here and fled. I began to chuckle to myself, then a second thought followed close behind. But because something bigger was around. Instantly, the chuckle died away, and the mental image of the buoy swam forward in my mind. Trying not to catch Kevin's attention, I spared a look around at the choppy water, straining my eyes for any hint of color, but nothing showed itself besides the white caps. Still, the uncomfortable, tense wisps of anxiety began to rise back inside of me. As hard as I attempted to push it away, I mentally began to chide myself. Cut it out, Perry. It's long gone. Whether it was a shark or whatever, it obviously wasn't interested in you two. I mean, it didn't stop. Stop letting Jaws and other ocean horror movies take over your imagination. This is real life, after all. I nodded before glancing at the watch on my wrist. 4:30. They called over my shoulder. "Hey, Kev, it's getting a bit late. Should start heading back." The sound of his voice drifted back to me. Alright, just give me a few more minutes. I want to try and catch one more fish. It's like they all vanished into thin air, he chuckled. Or thin water, to be more appropriate. Despite the feeling I continued to battle inside myself, I couldn't help but laugh at his lame joke. Fine, just 5 more minutes, and then I'm towing you back if I have to. I looked over my shoulder to see him give me a mock salute with his free hand. Sir, yes, sir, he barked in a caricature of his drill instructor father. I smirked and shot him the bird before turning back. Even still, I kept shooting glances at my watch, willing for the second hand to spin faster. Finally, after what seemed like a damned eternity, I saw that 5 minutes had passed. I turned around. Hey, Kev! I called out. I saw him lift his eyes from his line to look up at me. Vaguely, I heard him call back, but his words seemed to be drifting away as the thick fog were separating us. I felt as though my scope of vision were narrowing to a small cone as my gaze moved past him. Back in the direction of the harbor, where a flash of bright yellow had appeared for a split second above the waves, I heard Kevin attempt to call back to me, but my gaze remained on the spot about 40 yards away. I started to fight against myself. Dude, stop scaring yourself. There's nothing there. You didn't see an... Whatever mental chiding I intended to use next deleted itself as the flash of color came again. And this time I knew it hadn't been a trick of my mind. It was confirmed as I saw the white stick emerge back into the air as the buoy moved through it. A trough in the waves. My blood suddenly ran cold as I forced the single word out from between my lips. Fuck. In my peripheral vision, I saw Kevin turn to follow my gaze and then freeze as he caught sight of the object moving towards us at a far faster clip than it had in our first encounters. Fuck me sideways. He turned back to me. Stay still, as we did last time, Perry. Like you said to me, don't draw attention to yourself. It'll lose interest and move on. The man's words snapped me out of my stupor. I'd fallen in, and I blinked my eyes rapidly before shooting the man an appreciative nod and shifting my gaze back to the buoy. It rapidly closed to the distance before moving out to the side about 20 feet from Kevin's board. It stayed still in place there for a moment. The jerking motion stopped, and the buoy simply standing up straight in the water. Despite the anxiety and small swell of fear coursing through my veins, I couldn't help but feel a wave of confusion wash over me, like the waves around us. That's... what the hell? How is that possible? Great whites and most other mackerel sharks can't stop swimming and hover. They asphyxiate. They die otherwise. So how is it able to just stay still there like that? As I fought to comprehend what I was seeing, the buoy began to move again. It resumed its rapid, jerky journey, moving around Kevin. I turned, seeing my friend slowly set down his fishing rod next to his feet as he continued to eye the shape. Both our eyes watched the buoy as it moved around to sit in front of me, roughly the same distance it had from him. After a second, it moved back around to him, then back to me. My mind suddenly cleared, all the raging thoughts fleeing like the fish had. A single horrific realization entered it. It's circling us. Recognizing the predatory behavior caused a cascade of shivers to shoot up my spine as it moved around us again. I looked at Kevin, seeing a look of fear finally break his forced calm demeanor. Dude, what the hell do we do? He asked, his voice weak. I slowly shook my head, moving my gaze back to the buoy. I don't know, man. But something really isn't right here. Before I had a chance to reply, I felt the board under me shift, almost violently. I felt as though the board had begun pushing up from below by a sudden immense change in water pressure, and I struggled to not fall headfirst into the ocean. As I regained my footing, the scientific section of my brain presented the simple but terrifying answer to the inner argument I'd had with myself a moment ago. I felt my breathing start to come in short, ragged gasps as I tried to push it away, but with all the evidence I'd seen and the huge water surge that I just felt, too large to even come from the biggest great white, there was no alternative. Kevin? I saw him turn towards me. What is it, Pear? He asked, his voice shaking slightly.
I looked up at him, seeing his face pale further at the expression on my face before I answered. Whatever's on the other end of this buoy, it's not a shark. For a moment, his face remained the same. Then my words slammed into him with all the weight of a tractor trailer. I saw his eyes go wide as his face turned to the color of a sheet. He forced himself to speak. Oh, shit. My mind raced as I attempted to come up with a plan that might do anything to help us get back to shore alive. But before I had a second to think of anything, a second surge of water rushed up from below, moving sideways and out. Shooting a glance behind me, I saw the buoy moving towards me. Then a great tug came from the other end of my foot. Feeling my heart enter my throat, I shot my gaze down, just in time to see my fishing rod be yanked into the water. I couldn't even track its descent into the depths. One moment it was just below the surface, the next it was gone. It was out of sight. A new realization slammed into me. It grabbed my umbrella jig. It grabbed it and it kept moving off towards... Vaguely, I suddenly became aware that the buoy had hit the back of my paddleboard, swinging it slightly to the side, but the largest wave of horror filled me as my thought finished, realizing where it was headed. I jerked my head up, my eyes wide as I opened my mouth to scream a warning. But it was too late. What happened next happened in a matter of seconds. I saw that he'd seen my fishing rod yanked into the deep, his eyes widening more than I thought a human being's could. Then his gaze flashed down to the rod at his feet, where a small stretch of loose fishing line had accidentally curled around his leg. His eyes snapped up again to lock on mine, and for a microsecond, it felt as though the entire world had paused. I saw every small detail with crystal clarity. I saw the sheet of sweat covering his eyes. I saw his lower lip begin to tremble, and a shock, pleading look enter his eyes. He began to reach out towards me, his lips beginning to form a word, one I'd never learned, and which keeps me awake late at night, wondering. The next he was gone. I caught a glimpse of the line tightening around his leg, even though I swear I saw it cut through the wetsuit and begin to draw blood, and then the man standing 20 feet away from me, my oldest and most cherished friend, was yanked off of his board and beneath the waves. A large stream of bubbles broke the surface for a moment, and then nothing. The surface resumed its unending rise and fall. For my part, I didn't move. I couldn't. I felt rooted in place as my mind fought against whatever I'd just seen. I prayed with every ounce of faith in my soul that I would see his head break the surface as I saw the buoy continue to move away from me before lazily turning, and after a single massive jerk forward, hovered still in the waves. But he never appeared. I suddenly felt the weight of the situation slam home. Felt hot tears begin to stream from my eyes as I fought to keep from collapsing on my knees. I shook violently as I tried to push away the horrific mental images my mind was presenting itself, and then they all vanished as I saw the buoy begin to resume its slow circle. No, just me. I continued to shake, but forced myself to stop crying, trying to keep any semblance of despair away. I knew if I allowed that emotion to overtake me, I would stay frozen in place until it tired of its circling and came for me. Think, Barry, think, I screamed in my head. Use all the knowledge you have of oceanic creatures of your mind. It's a predator, so what do all predators want? Food! You don't want to become a prey item for it, so think of an alternative. Think of something to divert its attention long enough for you to get away. My mind suddenly connected the dots, and I forced my eyes away from the literal circling symbol of death to stare down at my feet. More importantly, at the bucket of fish, where a few still weakly wiggled. Yeah, if you throw the fish far enough away, it may catch its attention enough for you to get to shore. A second thought joined the first. But if this thing is truly the size I think it is, one single bucket of fish won't be enough to keep its attention long enough. My eyes rose from my own bucket to stare across the small stretch of water at the empty paddleboard.
which had belonged to Kevin. His paddle had slipped into the water, bobbing by its side, but I felt my heart soar as I saw his bucket of fish had stayed in place, though it now was precariously close to the edge. I looked up to find the buoy. It was still circling me. I felt a new surge of terror race through my veins as I realized that the circle had gotten smaller since I'd watched it. My time was running out. Slowly, trying to keep my movements as stable and uninteresting as I could, I reached down and picked up the paddle from where it lay. I was terrified that the second I dipped it into the water, the buoy would immediately charge towards me, signifying my final moments, but I had no alternative. You only have one chance to do this, Perry, so don't fuck it up. Still shaking, I began to paddle. The 20 feet to Kevin's board felt like a mile. Every time I dipped the paddle into the water, I jerked up to watch the buoy. To my relief, it simply continued to circle. A few excruciating seconds later, I drew up next to the other board. Holding the paddle in one hand, I kneeled down and gripped the other. The plan was still in my mind. I let out a final prayer. God, please let this work. Then I picked up my own bucket of fish, and before using the paddle to push Kevin's board away from me, out towards the open ocean, the tide caught it, and it drew away from me. From the corner of my vision, I saw the buoy change course, moving towards it. I stood up straight, staying still, waiting for it, waiting until it's far enough away. The empty board drifted another 20 feet. I drew all the strength I had remaining in me into my arms, cocked it back as I readied to make a throw which would make the major leagues impressed. It moved another 10 feet away, the buoy continuing to slowly follow it. Now, as soon as the bucket left my grasp, I turned and began driving the paddle towards the water as quietly and calmly as my shaking hands would allow. And behind me I heard a dull thunk as the plastic bucket slammed into the water. I wasn't sure how true my aim had been, but I refused to turn back and look. I kept paddling, moving it from one side of the board to the other to keep it straight. I heard the cries of the gulls behind me begin to increase, signifying they must have started dive-bombing the mass of fish that had fallen into the ocean, and then I heard it. I never turned to look at it, even if I wanted to. I was far too terrified to do so. But I heard the huge eruption of water emanate from somewhere behind me. It was followed by the largest splash I'd ever heard in my life. Even though it was far off, I felt small droplets of water fall onto my head and neck. My mind screamed at me that it had to be gargantuan in order to cause a splash giant enough to reach me. Even still, I continued to paddle toward shore, watching the land grow larger and larger in my gaze. That horrifying day was almost a month ago now. But for the rest of my life, I'll never understand how I managed to get away. Such a giant beast must have finished with those small fish in seconds. The only conclusion I can come to is one that turned my blood to ice. It wasn't interested enough to pursue me because it already fed. When I made it to shore, emerging from the surf, by the inn at the ocean's edge, I must have looked like a madman to those staying there. Tumbling off my paddleboard and dashing forward, screaming about my friend being dragged under and killed by a sea monster. My mind was fried from the adrenaline and horror that had consumed it. The police were, of course, called. When they asked for my statement, as much as I knew they wouldn't believe me, I still told the truth. They needed to know. Kevin deserved to have the truth told, and I was right. They didn't. Not entirely, anyway. They did believe the two of us had been attacked by something, more than likely a shark, as I originally thought that it was. They sent the Coast Guard out to search the area, but they never found a trace of my friend, or his board for that matter. All they found was a few floating dead fish. He was declared a victim of a shark attack and lost at sea. No one blamed me for his death, but I've seen them look at me oddly. I've seen them whispering to each other when I go to the vintage room, and I try to drink myself into enough of an intoxication stupor that I won't dream. No doubt I must now look like the crazy man in the town to them, ranting and raving about things that don't exist, but I know the truth. They do exist. All the stories I heard my grandfather tell me of Serpent of Mount Desert Island, Cassie the Casco Bay monster, those told about the world for centuries, they've been true. Scientists explained them away, saying they were misidentifications, superstitious wives' tales. The truth is, we've barely begun to explore the oceans. There's so much of it. We can hide things. Fearsome, monstrous things. I can't bring myself to go close to the water still without wanting to burst into fits of screams. I don't know if I'll ever be able to. Not without recalling the nightmares that I've had every single night since that day. Ones that no amount of alcohol can chase away. Nightmares of my friend flailing in the dark, suffocating embrace of the ocean as something rushes towards him from the dark, its razor-sharp toothed maw gaping open to devour him. I know none of you will believe me, and frankly, I don't care. I'm posting this because I hope that it might help make living with the memories even just a little bit easier to bear. I warn you. I don't know how many sea serpents and monsters prowl the ocean's depths around the world, but I do know there's at least one that lives amongst the main coast. So please heed my warning, even if you don't believe me. Keep an eye out for a yellow and white lobster buoy moving through the water, through the waves. And if you ever do see it, whether you're on a boat or a paddleboard, for the love of God, get to shore. The world we live in is full of things we don't understand. Being the curious humans that we are, we naturally try and seek these things out. Doing so has led us to remarkable discoveries and inventions that we never could have imagined 100 years ago. We've defeated disease, built to the sky itself, created machines that could take us beyond the clouds and the stars. If our ancestors could see us and what we've created, I'm sure many of them would see us as gods. Our innate curiosity and lust for knowledge has not always led us to greatness, however. True evil and darkness have also been uncovered in humanity's conquest of knowledge. And in the end, I fear this evil will be our doom. I don't say this from a standpoint of a great philosopher who sat and simply pondered things either. No, I say this because I've seen it. I've experienced it. I was a part of it. The event about to relay to you is true in its entirety. This I swear. I feel certain that this will fall on deaf ears, and many of you will believe this to be just another spooky story meant to give you cheap thrills, but I promise you that this is neither my intent nor my purpose. The purpose of this story is to simply warn you of what lurks beyond the veil of what we can see and understand, to show you what awaits us in the darkness, even if I myself don't understand it. What I'm about to tell you has happened, and I feel certain it will happen again. In 1971, a not-so-well-known scientist began preparations for an extremely secretive project known simply as the Harbinger Experiment. I'd like to keep the identity of the scientist a secret for personal reasons, so
Throughout the recounting, I'll refer to him as Zimmerman. Zimmerman's background is unclear at best beyond 1971. All that's known about him before that time is that he had grown up somewhere in Maryland with a strange fascination of the occult and supernatural. This later made him an outcast amongst his fellow scientists due to how scoffed upon the metaphysical was, and still is, at the time. Zimmerman's opinions concerning the otherworldly were not the sole cause for him being an outcast, though. It was his methods that made him widely unacceptable amongst his peers. Zimmerman was well known during this time for being ruthless and cold beyond measure. He never cared about the means. All that mattered to him was results. And if he predicted the results to be valuable enough, anything would be worth obtaining them. It was this insatiable and brutal lust for the truth that made him feared amongst those that knew of him. And the few that knew of him, and did not fear him, believed in him, and followed him and his work very closely. The word Harbinger itself has such a mysterious and intimidating taste to it. Maybe it's the way it rolls from our tongues, or maybe it's simply due to its association with the project, but the word always seems to carry a certain amount of doom with it, which would make sense. The word itself means to warn or forebode. I can't imagine Zimmerman's reason for giving the experiment this title, but in retrospect, it fits perfectly. Zimmerman came to a select few, me being one of them, and he told us that he was working on something big, and that he needed people who could keep confidentiality and not spread idle gossip of his work. While he did not fully trust some of us, he did know that we were professionals and that, for some reason or another, we were all in dire need of employment. I'd worked at the local clinic as a doctor, but I was caught stealing medication and was promptly fired. This left a very dark mark on my resume. So work was hard to find. I was also a native to Alaska and lived near where the experiment would take place. So I guess you could say I was a convenient choice. And as you can imagine, I jumped at the opportunity. It was hard not to when I saw the payout. 15 of us were hired in total. Some were colleagues of his that he'd been working with for a while. Some were maintenance workers, a few hired as private security. I was the only medical professional to be hired. Still a wonder to me how he even attained the funds necessary for the experiment. I wouldn't be wholly surprised if his financing was not entirely legal, but legal or not, I needed the money, and he was paying. Looking back, though, it's a decision I've come to regret. After Zimmerman attained his money, he used it to buy a relatively large plot of land deep in the frozen wilderness of Alaska. And upon that piece of land, Zimmerman built a concrete structure not dissimilar to a bunker, in fact. The sole difference being that its goal was to keep any potential damage contained within the structure rather than keeping it out, as he put it. Most of the structure dug underneath the earth, which had the effect of making the underground complex seem so much smaller than it really was from the outside. As would be expected, there was only one way of entering and leaving the underground structure, and it was via a ladder that led from a small, unassuming concrete building on the surface, which I would refer to from now on as the entrance building for convenience, to the network below. After everyone had gone to bed at night, the hatch that contained the ladder would be sealed off with a very large and thick metal lid. Zimmerman was very strict about this. Located not too far away from the entrance building was a series of wooden cabins that would serve as the sleeping quarters for the staff Zimmerman had hired. Compared to the entrance building standing on the surface, the underground system was massive. At the center of the complex was the control room. This is where all the facility's electronics and such were linked to. This included security cameras, lights, and door controls, consoles, monitors, computers. They all lined the walls of this large central chamber. This is also where the ladder in the entrance building connected to in the underground complex. Connected to the control room were 3 doors. One that led to a smaller room that served as an infirmary, another led to a break room, and the last door led into the hallways. The hallways are where the complex began to feel extremely eerie. They were for some reason laid out in an extremely confusing scheme that led in circles and to complete dead ends. These hallways made up a vast majority of the complex, and it would be very easy to get lost in the maze if you were unfamiliar with the complex. But if you knew where you were going, you'd find yourself standing before one of 3 8-by-8-foot rooms before long. Each room had a camera hooked up to one of the corners of the room, and all 3 of those cameras were connected to a corresponding monitor in the control room. Cameras were also scattered throughout the hallways so that whoever was watching their corresponding monitor could see anywhere they wanted to, when they wanted to. Thick, metal doors stood at the entrance to each of the 3 8-by-8-foot rooms, and in order to open them, you'd have to enter a 4-digit code into a panel located near the door. I remember when I first arrived at the complex, how badly the hallways frightened me. I've always been claustrophobic, you see, and these hallways were very narrow. The noise, or more accurately, the lack of noise, was also a tremendous source of fear for me in those bleak, narrow hallways. It was always so unnaturally silent, as if the entire world had stopped moving. It really made you feel like you were trapped down there. Thankfully, though, I only rarely ventured into those hallways, for I was the only medical professional in the facility, and I had virtually no reason to go into them. So, in the beginning, I found it so peculiar that Zimmerman would ask for a medical professional like me on a project like this. But by the time it was all over, I understood why. The official purpose of the Harbinger Experiment was to test and observe the effects of extended isolation on the human mind. This is what was listed on reports being sent out, at least, but unbeknownst to all those who were not participating in the project, excluding the subjects, the true purpose was much darker. And like I said before, Zimmerman had always had an obsession with the occult and supernatural. He sought to prove himself to those who did not believe in him. He wanted physical proof that the supernatural was a real phenomenon. He wanted to be the first one to obtain said proof. The true purpose of the Harbinger Experiment was to find proof of the metaphysical, a world we couldn't see. The thought of doing this was naturally a tad bit daunting and even scary, but it was Zimmerman's method of doing so that was truly terrifying. Zimmerman believed that he'd be able to open a portal between worlds momentarily, allowing 3 random entities to cross over to our world, and each one of these beings would be trapped within one of the 3 rooms. Zimmerman had the theory that an entity would try and latch onto the nearest living thing that had the capacity for it. He wanted to use this technique to trap a spirit in a physical form by allowing it to enter a living being that had been injected with a compound mixture of Zimmerman's creation. In theory, this compound would keep the entity from simply leaving whatever it was attached to. The only way it'd be able to leave a host who had been injected with the compound was through death. According to Zimmerman, the host would have to be something living, with a will strong enough to survive the possession. And there's only one known species that possesses the amount of will required for this. Humans. Zimmerman had also done something to ensure the entities would only enter the 3 rooms, and that there would only be one entity in each room. I can't say I know exactly what he did. In fact, I know next to nothing when it comes to how Zimmerman managed to do what he did. He liked to keep his methodology a secret to his most trusted colleagues, most likely due to his paranoia that someone would steal his ideas and take credit for the success of said ideas.
If I had known that this was the true purpose before I signed up, I may have reconsidered. But Zimmerman decided not to tell us until we were all gathered at his fortress. Even if any of us wanted to leave, I doubt we would have been able to. The security team Zimmerman had hired was loyal to him and to the payout. It wasn't likely that Zimmerman had given them the order to now allow anyone to leave. There were 3 different subjects included in the experiment. All were native to Alaska, and each one was lured into the project under the belief that they would be participating in a harmless study in the effects of isolation on the human mind, as I mentioned before. Which is why none of the subjects objected when they realized they'd be confined to one of the 3 rooms that I mentioned earlier. The first subject was a young man. He was apparently out of work and desperately needing the money that had been offered for participating in the study. The second was a woman. By looking at her, I could tell she was an addict of some sort. The third and final subject was an older man, a drifter, if I had to guess. One thing they all had in common was that none of them had any family or friends left. In short, no one would miss them, which is why they were chosen. I'm sorry, I wish I could supply more information about the subjects, but all of this has been drawn from memory, and I was given little information on the 3 to begin with. The experiment did not officially begin until 1987, 16 years after its original announcement. I was eager to begin, so I began packing up and headed to the complex as soon as I could. I arrived at the complex a week before the subjects had even signed up, and a whole month before the project even began. I was not the first to arrive by any means. When I got there, Zimmerman, his colleagues, and the security team had already arrived. I suppose you could say I was among the people Zimmerman did not trust to arrive first. Everyone had arrived about a week before the experiment began. There was a noticeable rift between those who were simply for the money, like me, and those who were followers of Zimmerman. On October 15th, 1987, all the preparations were in place. The subjects had been sealed in their rooms, the cameras, lights, and speakers were fully operational, and all the staff members had settled in. The time had come for the experiment to officially begin. Zimmerman asked everyone to report to the control room around 9 p.m. to witness the beginnings of the experiment. He wanted everyone to be present when he proved that all of his theories had been correct, and that he was not just a madman. He wanted us to see the fruits of his labor. When everyone had finally gathered in the large control room, Zimmerman turned to us and simply said, "Observe." He then turned his back to us, leaned into the microphone that would project his voice through the 3 rooms, and then he began chanting in a strange language that I feel certain no one but Zimmerman could understand. We all observed the 3 large monitors on the wall, silently waiting for something to happen. The subjects all stood in their room, dumbstruck by Zimmerman's chanting, staring at the monitors with confused expressions on their faces. After about 5 minutes, I felt something awful. I can't explain what exactly it was, but a horrible feeling of dread washed over me, riddling me with fear. It was then that the ground actually began to shake suddenly and the lights began to flicker. Zimmerman continued chanting into the microphone as if nothing was off or wrong, while the subjects began dashing around in their rooms, screaming for help. Then suddenly the ground stopped shaking and the monitor's images turned to static. The air began to become very heavy as we all stared at the monitors, waiting for them to regain their image and show us what was happening, or had happened in those 3 rooms. For a while, all was silent. But then, there was screaming. The screams of a woman going through unbearable pain,
and terror began to echo through the compound. The similar screams of men began to coincide with the woman's terrified screams, and together they mixed into an awful symphony of pain and fear that beat mercilessly into our ears. Those of us who were here for the money began to give each other scared looks, while those loyal to Zimmerman seemed completely unfazed. We wanted to leave and never come back to this awful place, but we all knew deep down that Zimmerman would never allow that to happen. We were here for the long haul. There was no escape. It was 10:13 p.m. when the screaming finally stopped. The monitors had yet to reveal to us what occurred in those 3 rooms. As soon as the screaming ended, Zimmerman stood and dismissed us all for the night, adding that we were all forbidden to come back to the compound until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Not like any of us wanted to. We all solemnly made our way out of the compound and towards the cabins and settled in for the night. I feel it's safe to say that not all of us slept well that night, and I was not one of them. The following morning, all the staff had arrived at the entrance building. We all stood inside, exchanging tired or nervous looks as we waited for Zimmerman to arrive and open the hatch that concealed the ladder. I could see palpable fear in the eyes of some of us, while others did not seem to have been remotely affected by what happened last night. Zimmerman showed up 5 minutes after 10, apologizing for his tardiness as he came through the door of the entrance building. He opened the hatch and, without any hesitation, began descending the ladder downwards into the dark abyss. He almost seemed enthusiastic. I was the first to follow behind Zimmerman's dark descent into the facility. It seemed that the farther I climbed down, the more the darkness closed in on me, as if it was trying to swallow me whole. And as I climbed deeper, I couldn't help but feel that this place was different, somehow. While before there was only the unsettling concrete hallways and rooms, now there was something else. Something made the eeriness feel so real and personified. It felt like a horrible and gruesome scene awaited us down there, but I continued climbing downward. Despite my fear and my hesitation, this was no longer just a spooky bunker. There was darkness and malevolence in the air. A true evil now lived here, and I could feel it. We all could. I finally felt my foot touch ground and let out a silent sigh of relief to be on solid ground. Almost as if, on cue, the light bulbs came alive, dousing the room in their warm and welcome light. Zimmerman must have turned on the power, I thought. I allowed myself to take a couple of seconds to examine the control room. It was exactly as we had left it last night, for which I gave a silent and thankful prayer. It was almost as if nothing unusual had ever happened. I shook myself from my thoughts as I remembered the static-filled monitors from the night before. I let my eyes slowly make their way towards the monitors on the wall, anticipating the grim and fearful scenes that would be on them. My attention was first grabbed by Monitor 1 and 3, which were still pure static. It would have been a small relief, but then the motionless image on Monitor 2 caught my eye. Room 2 was entirely still, and everything seemed entirely untouched. I couldn't help but gasp as I noticed the only thing that was different. The woman lay in the center of the small concrete room, an expression of fear and terror frozen into her gaunt face. She lay silent and lifeless on her back. Zimmerman's expression turned angry when he saw this. He ordered that second monitor be turned off, and it was. We didn't ask why. It's not like any of us wanted to see the dreadful scene any longer. He also ordered that if the images in Monitor 1 and 3 did not return within the next 2 hours, the security team would be sent to investigate the rooms. The security team nodded at hearing this. They made it seem as if they had no fear, but I could see it in their eyes. The subtly loud tick-tock of the clock was the only sound that echoed throughout the control room while I stared at the monitors. An hour and 50 minutes had gone by, and static was still all that occupied Monitor 1 and 3. All the other staff members were working except me, and this was due to the fact that the project had been completely injury-free thus far, so I essentially had nothing to do but wait for someone to hurt themselves. Zimmerman, a couple of his colleagues, and I were the only ones that occupied the room. They quietly chatted amongst each other on the other side of the room, while I spent my time reading and pondering the situation I currently found myself in. I had clearly made a mistake coming here. The corpse lying in room 2 was evidence enough of this. And God only knew what awaited us in rooms 1 and 3. My thoughts were soon interrupted as Monitor 3's image returned. The clear image now displayed on the screen made everyone's eyes noticeably widen. What was displayed on the monitor was horrifying. A humanoid thing stood in the center of the room, staring directly at the camera, unmoving. It was wearing the jumpsuit that Subject 3 had been issued. This clearly was not the same man that had entered the room. What caught my attention first was its eyes. They were solid black and twice the size of normal human eyes. They seemed so endless and cold. Its head had also grown with the eyes in such a symmetrical and unsettling manner. That being had also shed all of the hair it once had, and even from the monitor I could see how unnaturally smooth and clear its skin was. It had also seemingly grown in height and stature, which could be seen in the fact that the jumpsuit was now obviously far too small for its wearer. Its limbs had grown especially long. Its arms hung almost as low as the creature's knees. What we were looking at was in no way the same man who had sent inside. Fear. Fear was all I felt as I continued to stare into the monitor at the thing in the room, and my fear seemed to be shared by those around me, which made me feel kind of good. And it may sound awful, but it was a bit satisfying to see that Zimmerman and his colleague could feel fear too. But at the same time, it was worrying because this showed this was not part of Zimmerman's plan. Something had gone wrong. We all stared into the monitor at the thing despite our fears. It was almost as if we were in a trance. My already present fear began to grow and spread rapidly through my body as I became lost in the creature's eyes, trapped in its horrifyingly hypnotic gaze. After what felt like forever, I managed to break eye contact with the creature and divert my attention from the monitor, and when I did so, I felt my fear levels drop considerably. After a short while, Zimmerman ordered his security team to make their way to Subject 1's door just as he said that he would do. His security team left without question, armed only with batons and pistols. I focused my attention on watching the men progress through the hallways, toward Subject 1's room via the cameras. Even through the not-so-high-quality cameras, it wasn't hard to tell that these men were afraid of what awaited them. Their heads were downcast as they walked. They didn't possess the same confidence within them that they did when this project began. They looked like scared little boys being sent off to a terrible war. Eventually, they made it to the door. We had perfect vision of them and the door via the hallway camera. One of them said something through one of their walkie-talkies and made a motion towards the camera. In response, one of Zimmerman's colleagues buzzed the door open. The men already had their pistols out by the time the button was pushed. Slowly, the door began to open. We all watched eagerly as the men began to approach the door, guns aimed inside. And suddenly, without warning, there was a loud shriek, and as something bounded out of the room at the men, the monitor turned to static. Immediately, we could hear screaming echoing down the halls, followed shortly after by the distinct sound of gunshots. We could do nothing but wait. After a couple of minutes, the screaming and gunshots stopped. We all waited and prayed, hoping that whatever bounded at them from the room would not be the one to return to the control room. And after a couple more minutes, 3 of the men came back, carrying with them the corpse of the 4th. He had massive cuts covering his chest, and his face was shredded. You couldn't even tell who he was anymore, or even that he was human. I was used to gore being a doctor and all, so I felt somewhat unfazed by the mass of shredded flesh and bloodied meat they carried with them. But many of the others went pale and vomited. The security team all wore motionless expressions and eyes filled with terror. One of the men finally looked up at us. He stared at us for a while with those wide eyes of his. "It's dead," he finally managed to mutter in a shaken and scared voice. A couple of hours went by. The dead man's name was Frank. He was buried outside in the cold Alaskan ground. 2 of the men were unharmed physically, at least. The 3rd was alive, but only barely. His body was covered in bloody slashes, and one of his eyes had been gouged out. I managed to stabilize him, but only just. The other 2 men vaguely explained what happened. Apparently, Subject 1 leaped out of Frank after the door had opened, only it wasn't really Subject 1 anymore. According to them, it had a hideously contorted face and long, sharp claws. They claimed to have shot it over a dozen times before it fell dead. And then they emptied another dozen bullets into it, just to be sure it was really dead. Only once it was dead did they come back. After tending to the wounded men, I went to investigate the monitors. As afraid as I was of seeing what those monitors may have held, I needed to see. Subject 3 was the only one left now, and I needed to see it and make sure the creature was still in his room. It seemed to be more like a jail cell than an ordinary room at this point, though, which was probably a good thing. The cameras displaying Subject 1's room and the hallway outside it still depicted a static-filled screen. No one was sent to repair them or investigate. We just had to hope that Subject 1 was well and truly dead. Monitor 3's image was exactly the same as I had left it. Subject 3 was still staring directly into the camera at us. He was still in the exact same position, and if not for the small fan in the corner of the room, I would think that I was looking at a still image. In a way, I felt relief at seeing this, relief that he was still in his room, hadn't escaped when no one was looking. After everything quieted down, I noticed something especially unusual. There was a strange sound emanating from somewhere. At first it was barely noticeable. The only reason I heard it was because of how extremely quiet it was in the infirmary. But as time went by, it slowly began to increase in volume. After about an hour, it was loud enough that everyone else could hear it too. And after a couple more hours, its volume had increased so much that we could determine what the noise was. It was a song. One of the staff members identified it as "Living in the Sunlight" by Tiny Tim. Apparently his father loved this song and listened to it frequently. The song seemed to be on a loop and kept replaying itself. Although we were able to identify the noise, we remained unable to identify its source. We knew that it wasn't coming from the speakers because we had turned them off. It seemed to be emitting from the walls themselves. More time ticked by as we all began to become increasingly agitated by the song. I spent most of my time in the infirmary attending to Frank or in the control room. Fear hung in the air, and the presence of unmistakable darkness and evil was no doubt its source. Subject 3 still hadn't moved. He had kept his unblinking gaze fixed on the camera the entire time. It always felt like he was staring directly at me, no matter where I was in the room. I think this effect was also felt by others due to the fact they seemed to move around the room a lot, and for seemingly no reason. After a few hours, the song was so loud the people almost had to shout in order to communicate. We'd been trying to find its source so that we could turn the song off, but it was to no avail. The source was completely unidentifiable. This added a level of extreme irritation to our already very present fear. It was around 8:30 that the ground itself began to shake once again, just as it had done the previous night. Panic began to spread amongst my fellow employees and me as the shaking grew in intensity. During this, I had the sudden instinctual feeling to look over at Subject 3's monitor, and it was gone. Almost as if on cue, the power went out, and thankfully, the song did as well. Ever since the security team came back, panic had been slowly building up amongst the staff, and Zimmerman was powerless to stop it. When the lights went out, the calm projections that everyone had been trying to maintain left us, and the fear in all of our hearts took over. The emergency backup lights kicked on shortly after the power went out, which I gave a silent thank you prayer for. The lights were dim, but they still allowed me to see a lot. Total panic seized us as many of our fellow staff members began screaming and rushing to the ladder in an attempt to escape. Too many were trying to use it at once, and no one was able to get very far on the ladder without someone else pulling them to the floor and taking their place. Zimmerman was shouting for everyone to calm down, but his dominating and intimidating personality had no effect here, and his demands fell on deaf ears. It was total chaos. It wasn't long until people actually started hurting each other in a desperate attempt to get up that ladder and out of this place. I could only stand against the wall and wait for my opportunity to escape up the ladder. All the screams were soon silenced as the familiar hum of that unsettling song began to rise in volume again, only much quicker this time. And this time, it was clear that the noise was coming directly from the maze-like corridors. People stopped fighting and shouting as their attention shifted to the door that led into the hallways. The song quickly got louder than it had ever been before, which forced many of us to cup our ears with our hands in an attempt to silence the noise. And then suddenly the song just completely stopped. Silence. That was all that filled the room as we all stared at the thick metal door in anticipation for what was coming. It felt like ages had gone by, but in reality it was probably only seconds before the silence was broken. The door suddenly and violently burst open, and the music started again, louder than it had ever been before. The suddenness and the volume of this caused many of us to recoil by falling to the ground and grabbing our ears in an attempt to block out the noise. I glanced up for just a second, and in the doorway stood a tall, smooth-skinned figure with long limbs and eyes so dark and malevolent you could clearly see them in the dim lighting. After I got my bearings, I looked upwards at the creature once again, just in time to see the thing pick up and rip Zimmerman in half in one fluid motion, dousing the room and everyone in it in his blood, intestines, and organs. I was no stranger to gore, but the sight of that was too much for me to bear. I hunched over immediately after seeing this and vomited all over the cold cement floor. The ladder was my only hope for survival, I thought to myself, as I forced myself to a standing position, and as my eyes rose along with the rest of me, I could see the thing ripping and tearing through the people as they scattered in an attempt to escape. I was so distracted, and as awful as it sounds, this was my only chance to get up that ladder. I forced my legs to move towards the ladder, trying to block out the terrified screams of my fellow staff members and the unbearably loud music. I could hear gunshots coinciding with the screams and terrified sounds of flesh being ripped apart somewhere in the mess of noise. I reached my hands outward and felt a wave of relief wash over me as my fingers came into contact with the hard metal rungs of the ladder. I gripped them and began to climb upwards as quickly as I could in my disoriented state, all the while praying the monster would not see me and pull me off the ladder and back into the slaughter. It felt like at any moment I'd feel one of its smooth hands wrap around my ankles and pull me to my death, but I eventually made it to the top. There was no question in my mind. I had to close the hatch and seal the thing down there. Even if it meant certain death for my colleagues, I couldn't allow that thing to escape. I gripped the thick metal lid and I began to push with all of my might in an attempt to seal the underground complex off. Despite how dense and sturdy it was, the lid was surprisingly easy to move. It didn't take very much effort to push over the hatch, even in my weakened state. And in seconds, the hatch was completely covered by the dense metal lid. I collapsed on my side and began to vomit some more as exhaustion overtook me. And as I laid there, I realized something. Aside from my labored breaths, the only thing I could hear was the faint echo of that song from down below. I felt as though I'd lose more of my sanity if I continued to lay there, listening to that song. So I once again forced myself to my feet and began to make my way to the wooden lodge that I had stayed in the previous night. It's where I left my baggage and also where I left the keys to my truck. Of the 15 staff members that took part in that forsaken experiment, I'm the only one who survived. Never returned to the awful place where all this happened. I don't intend to. The project was very secretive, and Zimmerman was the only one who knew all the details of it. And as far as I know, no one's aware of my involvement aside from me. In fact, I'm probably the only one who knows what the Harbinger Experiment truly was, let alone what actually happened. By now, you're probably wondering why I've told all of you about something none of you should be aware of. I mean, maybe you're expecting me to give you a speech about not messing with things you don't understand, or something along those lines. I hope not, for I don't have a speech to give or a lesson to impart. I began hearing a noise earlier today. Almost immediately, I recognized the noise as a very haunting and familiar song. I didn't even try to trace it to its source. I knew it would be pointless, and as the day had progressed, the song had increased in volume. Loud enough now that I can very clearly make out the lyrics. I'm completely unable to escape Tiny Tim's voice. It's followed me everywhere I've gone. Subject 3 is coming for me. And I know my time left in this world is extremely limited now. I guess you could say that I just wanted to tell the tale of the Harbinger Experiment before it was lost forever. I hope that you take some lesson from what I recounted to you, but I think we both know that you won't. I mean, let's be honest. You don't believe a word of what I just told you, and I don't blame you. I wouldn't believe me if I were you. To you, this is nothing more than something you get cheap thrills from. You're probably mindlessly surfing the internet while you click a link and find yourself here. Wherever here may be. And to be honest, I don't care if you believe me or not. Even if you do, it probably won't stop you from trying to uncover the truth of a darkness that few of us have ever seen. Certainly never stopped Zimmerman. If you want a lesson, look at what happened to him when he went seeking the truth. I pray that none of you will ever discover this truth. I pray that none of you ever have to see the evil that I've seen. And I hope you all get to live in ignorance of what lies beyond the veil, of what we can actually understand. It's here now. I could feel its black eyes burning into me, just as I could all those years ago. I'm as much to blame as Zimmerman is for the monstrosity that's now free to roam the world, even if I was not the one to create it. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Hey there kids, it's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and I just wanted to tell you thank you so much for watching tonight's video, or by listening to tonight's episode of the podcast. I know I haven't had as many updates as I would like to have on the channel lately, and things just kind of get really hard with shit that's happening in my family. But hey, I wanted to say thank you so much for being around, thank you so much for still supporting me and for coming back to listen to new stories. If you guys want to get updates anytime that I do upload, then please go ahead and hit that subscribe button and ring the bell. Or if you're listening over a podcast, I think it's still a subscribe button or a follow button or whatever happen. Those happen to be. As always, I want to give a very big thank you to everybody out there on patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. A very, very big thank you to everybody there, and to especially Jordan Humble, Diana Kraus, King Crab, Calcifer420, Veronica Lynn Lopez, Marlon Chavez, Azazel66603, Ethan Leon, Polaris Prospect X, Blake Rattler, Viceroy Scorn, Samara Lynn, Disciple, SullyMan, Brandon Mendoza, BrimstonePandemonium, Caltuna, William Wellington, Scruffy the Janitor, Brenna Crow, LaQueda, Canizales, Smiley the Psychotic, Dante Kinkade, SimbasBloodyMojo, CursepoxPrimarch, M, Jettis Pet, Clonable, J Kieran, Mike, Himo Jerry, Crusader Chocobo, Remember the Sun, Estebean, Hour Minute Second Time, Seclude, Salty Surprise, Red Shadowcat, Turtleman, Mr. Marcus Blitz, Voice of Sand, Ficomel, Melted Lake, Tully Sue, Croconut 509, Stricken, Freddy Krueger, Hades Nephew, Tommy Walters, Acid System, Sky Harbor, Nico Kyle, Tristan Pelton, Ball Arms the Rat, The Ginger Bros, Daniel Polson, and Corey Kinchin. To all of you guys there, everybody who's down in the description, and everybody who can just give $1, I want to say thank you to you guys. And if you would like to join this list in the description, head over to patreon.com/MrCreepy. And if you would like to join this list in the description, sweet dreams.